you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 herman, oh yeah.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look in the mirror and still tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 herman, oh yeah. 시간은 늘 하루로 매일 점점 무뎌져 하길 낭만 거의 우리 사이. 좀 숨 쉴 때 빠른 심장을 기억하게 오지도대로 뿌리 내리는 나무보다 흙탕물 속 떨어져지지 않는 연꽃처럼 멀어 spiral. I just let it go. 길들여지지 않는 like a band. 빗 맞추지 않는 세상의 말. 하늘을 lose this. I am on my way, on my way, on my way. It's all I heard noise. 빈손에서 깨어지 않는 나의 또 다른 목숨을 시작해. Now let's stay there. Stay my baby, baby, baby. What you really want?
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look in the mirror and still tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 herman, oh yeah.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look in the mirror and still tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 herman, oh yeah.
I got broken heart. 내 심장을 죽여줘. Tell you what you want, oh, no. What you really want, oh please tell me son. 태어나서부터 let me go, let me go.
Yeah, you don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. This dream focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat and tears, it's the way of life.
When are you gonna say you're gonna knock on the door? And when they open the door, what are you gonna say? Happy birthday!
해커번더 라보노 출격 Damn it, real again Chester, lifestyle, shit, let's let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, let's get it. 날 깊지만 내 feels은 안 미리. All blacked out 안 보여 밤길에. Smoking on gas 안 내려다 get it. For all of the ups 안 내려다 get it. Brand new kicks I'm playing I'm with it. 거지던 새끼 이젠 낭비를. 다리에 wrist 손목에 감기고 똑다리에 알 손가락에 감기를. Trapping 어차피 난 trap을 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back. 시간은 쌓이고 돈은 더 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형이름 stacks. 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일. 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일. 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일 샴페인 나 밥이 또 반대 penny. 머리에 천둥이 돌아 like 팽이 놈 결국에 챙기지 back. 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 new back. 파티를 하지만 나게 내 생일 마지막까지만 봐도 penny. 새롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일. Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. Gang 라브노 출교. Gang TN river gang pull up. Gang Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, let's get it.
Hermes 버크 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 gram 연금 술 발견한 놈처럼 damn 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake we make them cut like Central C my bitches gay 내 떨은 sticky bitches freaky DJ Ricky yeah 우퍼 치킨 candy flipping 우린 놀아더럽게 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so fuck the fame Old Town Millie's got a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 shit Now I get it bitch 네 팬들 출처 OnlyFans OG stacks 안 해 pretty boy shit 내 코밑에 powder higher than the motherfucking look the top
Gang 라브노 출교. Gang TN river gang pull up. Gang Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Hey you, how's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? Worlds full moon. It's always when I feel it most. Can almost hear you say that I'm not alone. 'Cause we used to be spinning out like Mercury, but now there's no more ground beneath anymore. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shining across the galaxies.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그냥 focusing on my yeah.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look at the mirror and say, tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그냥 focusing on my yeah. 시간을 하루로 매일 점점 무뎌져 하길 낭만과 우리 사이 좀 숨 쉴 때 빠른 심장을 기억하게 오지도대로 하고리 내리는 나무보다 해탕물 속 더럽혀지지 않는 꽃처럼 머리 spiral I just let it go 길들여지지 않는 like a band 빗 맞추지 않는 세상의 말 I never lose this I am on my way, on my way, on my way It's all I heard noise 빈손에서 깨어지 않는 날 또 다른 묶음이 시작해 Now let's take it Step up What you really want
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look in the mirror and say, tell you what you really want
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그냥 focusing on my yeah
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look in the mirror and say, tell you what you really want
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그냥 focusing on my yeah
I got broken heart 내 심장을 죽여줘 Tell you what you want, no. What you really want Oh please tell me some 태어나서부터 Let me go, let me go
I got power. I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it. No. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke, I let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see no flames getting higher.
want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in the enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my strings like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh and death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Sir, straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Sirs, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music.
Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and statistics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit.
Now your face feeling the fish. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. Don't get your hopes up.
여기까지만 선상함 Mom and break suit and tie 오른발에 완전 tight 열리 대신 열리파 지금부터 긴장파 손놈다 왜왜 손들어라 왜왜 나쁘다 밤에 만들어 유고네 나는 널 이끄는 왕아니 나는 나쁜 건 아니지 선대 대박 터지 돼 We're this Sunday every day Sunday 대박 터지 돼 손놈다 왜왜 손들어라 왜왜 나쁜 건 밤에 만드는 유고네 손놈다 왜왜 손들어라 왜왜 나쁜 건 밤에 만드는 유고네
Never knew it was a habit. All the sins that killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Go and dance for me, dance for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, not to run away.
don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form, I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Baddest man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
누가 내 이름이 불었니 불처럼 더운 시선들이 spotlight points at me 밀고 댕기고 get me 좋니 Listen to what tomorrow
Y'all tryna eat. I'm tryna feast. Y'all tryna eat. I'm tryna feast. They know I'm a little bit. Me when I'm nice, see what you get when I'm untamed. The reality on tape, I'm the same. Terry got the mic, the touch, I keep that Range Rover for my mama. Roger that my mama told me, don't you cry over no spill meal. Yummy 8-8, tryna mac kiss meal. Shout out to the homies that be keeping it real. Who that look like they low, all my friends left me last year. I drove all the way here, we out here for a feast. Put that minus touch on me, you don't eat it, I'm tryna feast. Yummy 8-8, cuisine talk, put that rice where you eat. We walk that wall and talk that talk, sleep. Make it when you get that y'all tryna, I'm tryna, I'm tryna eat.
Just saying, God, I'm playing every season you just slam. I ain't playing. Just saying, got the food on bleed. Every season you just slam. All people spend them fed money. All them pull like they're just hella hungry. Yeah, I'm trying to eat. First take a seat. Ninja have a sip. Feeling all them drip. Yeah, all my ninja they just want to be. All you haters take a sniff. Got them funks on the brain that I flush with that stick. She green tea slippy. She a real queen. I found out the theory. Look at cuisine, so had on that her ass be looking super thick. It's like a rated 5-star, who that is. So I bet at club party, straight to hotel lobby. Don't like what side you running, don't like no spicy, bro.
Feel like when you today, I'm young and rich, young and right, that's me. Is this your baby? Is they now if I got the two, I'm on what? It's the sounds of the video, you should learn how to use your chapstick. While I'm trying to feast, I'm flossing with a stick up in the beat. Got my brother that downloads the cooking special on the beat. That's on info mind, W. Why goddamn is Lucy up in his beat?
절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better 숨이 막혀버린 네가 가진 매력 Watch out 너니까 아름다운 lady 너 없이 꽉 막혔던 내 하루가 버리게 돼 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 We're the partying 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 We're the partying 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 언제 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 We're the partying 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 We're the partying 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해
라보노 출격 damn it, river gang, pull up, chest, lifestyle, shit, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, okay, let's get it. 날 깊지만 내 fist 난 미리, all blacked out, 안 보여 밤길에, smoking on gas, I 내려다 get it, fuck all of the ops, I 내려다 get it. Brand new kicks, I'm playing, I'm with it. 거주던 새끼 이제 낭비를, 다리에 wrist, 손목에 감기고 똑다리에 eyes, 손가락에 감기를. trapping, 어차피 난 trapit 한 번에 다 사고, I make that shit back. 시간은 쌓이고 돈도 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형이름 stacks. 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일, 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일. 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일, 샴페인 나 밥이 또 반대 플래닝. 머리에 전둥이 돌아 like 팽이 놈 결국에 챙기지 back. 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 new back. 파티를 하지만 나게 내 생일, 마지막까지만 봐도 팬이. 새롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일. trapstyle lifestyle shit let's get it. 라보노 출교 damn it, river gang, pull up, chest, lifestyle, shit, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, okay, let's get it.
Hermes 버클 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 gram 연금술 발견한 놈처럼 damn 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake we make them cut like Central C my bitches gay 내 떨은 sticky bitches freaky DJ Ricky yeah 우퍼 치킨 candy flipping 우린 노랗더럽게 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so fuck the fame Old Town Millie's got a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 shit Now I get it bitch 네 팬들 출처 OnlyFans OG stacks 안 해 pretty boy shit 내 코밑에 powder higher than the motherfucking 로또 top
라보노 출교 damn it, river gang, pull up, chest, lifestyle, shit, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it.
Turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up.
This is what you came for. Blood on the game bowl. Everybody drop it like rainfall. This is your moment. Eyes on a puppet. Can't think, chest just open. And they're singing your praises. La la la. Screaming your name. La 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 la. One more step, you're immortal now. Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride into
Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, welcome to World 2023 live from Seoul, South Korea. Today officially kicks off the 13th edition of the most prestigious League of Legends event of the year, as 22 teams are fighting for the Summoners Cup. I'm Quickshot, joined by Gulborg and Raz. It's Worlds, baby!
Let's go!
Let's go. Raz, you excited to get into it?
Yes, exactly. I mean, today is the start of Worlds, so anything that happened before that does not exist. Doesn't matter.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And how many seeds do NA has this, and how many does EU have?
We always had 3.
Wow,
Nothing
we're starting
exactly.
salty today. We're starting salty today. Hopefully the spice will continue throughout today's 2 best of 3s. Before we get to any of that action, however, Worlds 2023 features a brand new format. So let's check out what to expect in the upcoming month.
Oh my god, they just obliterate them!
It's time to return to Korea for Worlds. And this year, there's a brand new format. Here's everything you need to know.
They wiped them off the map!
Worlds 2023 will include 22 teams from around the globe facing off in 3 stages: play-ins, Swiss, and knockouts, all culminating at the grand finals to determine the winner of the pinnacle of esports competition.
Damn your church! He is here to win!
Play-ins will kick off the tournament with the first and second seeds from VCS and PCS, the first seed from LLA, CBLOL, and LJL, and the winner of the Worlds qualifying series between the LCS and LEC 4th seeds. These 8 teams will be drawn into 2 best-of-3 double elimination brackets. The top placing team from each bracket will face off against the second place team from the other bracket in a final set of best-of-5 matches. The winners of each of these matches will take their place in the Swiss stage. Those 2 teams will join the top 3 seeded teams from LEC and LCS, as well as the top 4 seeded teams from the LCK and LPL. These 16 teams will be drawn into an initial set of 8 best-of-1 matches based on their seeding. Following the first round of play, there will be another draw for the second round to pair teams with the same record against one another. The tournament will repeat this process for 3 more rounds of play, pitting teams with even records against each other until they reach 3 wins to advance or 3 losses to be eliminated from competition. While the initial rounds are best-of-1, all advancement and elimination matches will be best-of-3. In total, 8 teams will move on to knockouts.
Oh!
Okay, let's pause for a moment. That means that every match matters. All the excitement and stakes you can imagine for every battle. In the knockout stage, those 8 teams will make their way through a best-of-5 single elimination bracket, maintaining the high stakes you're used to at Worlds. No second chances, no breathing room, just one shot to win it all, leading to the Worlds 2023 Grand Final at the Gochok Skydome in Seoul to determine the champion on November 19th. You can watch all of the action October 10th through November 19th on LLEsports.com. And be sure to log in to collect drops and be eligible for watch rewards in your region.
Thank you so much, Atlas. That was a great breakdown. And I would have said every game counts, but every match matters works just as well. Brand new format. I'm very, very intrigued to see how the Swiss will play out once we find out who will be joining our already qualified teams from the play-in stage. Let's take a look at the play-ins bracket because all of the emerging region teams from MSI play-ins are back. What are the expectations? Gulborg, you have not shut up about the returning performances in all the prep. What are you hoping to see in the next couple of days?
Well, I'm really hoping to see a lot of them continue on the trend that they did from MSI. It's not very often we get to see the same teams from the same regions be back again. You will always have your DFM. Loud is kind of getting there as well now. Seven's been here for a while, but it's just the fact that we will see the same matchups go up against some of the same teams again. There is possibility of it depending on the outcome of today's bracket too. And the fact that you can just continue the story of not just the region, but the teams and specific players against other players is amazing to me.
Yeah, and I'm interested in the philosophy from the failures from MSI coming into Worlds. Some teams have kept the same rosters as you've mentioned. mentioned, other teams have slotted it out. A great example is GAM that we'll see later on today, like swapping out their bot lane and the excitement of those new players coming in. So I'm excited to see which philosophy wins out and how much teams have improved since then.
Do you think it's easy, or do you think it's very hard to actually get a read on how good or bad these teams could be? Because I think we've already got preconceived notions in power rankings, right? But it's been a long time, new patches, but a while since they played domestically.
They're not all going to be good. I'm just going to put it out there, okay? And it's easy to grasp us. I think there's some misconceptions for a lot of people that tune in. Of course, there's always the chance that a team will make it through and they'll actually be a contender like VCS was back in the day. And that's kind of what you're hoping for some of these minor regions. But I can say, like, none of these teams are winning worlds, but that's not what they're playing for either. Yeah. They're moving their region forwards. They're continuing with their players. And that's what's excited to look at as well. Yeah. But yeah, that's at least my take on it.
Honestly, adaptation is the word of the play-in stage right now, because as you've mentioned, how many patches have come and completely changed the meta from a really hectic portion of it, where you're seeing the LLA, CB LoL, even VCS like have really action-packed, bloody games. But now we're seeing Orianna, yesterday's games, where you're seeing a lot more front to back, play it safe. I want to see if the adaptation has been made from some of these teams.
Also, I want to see what yesterday's 3 games, what kind of insight it gives us into how the meta is going to play out. Obviously, it's a very small sample size, so we don't know. Yeah. One last quick question before we move into our pre-match. VCS, how do you think preparation will have been impacted by the Asian games? Obviously, the players were not going to be in the core units together. You know, I think it could have an impact.
I reached out to them, and you know, each VCS team had to send 3 of their players.
Yes.
Yeah. So that means Team Worlds had 2 players they could play with. So did GAM. So they moved in together, and then they found a 5th member. And to quote the analyst, we had McDonald's scrims to keep practice going. So coming into it, Asia Game has obviously had an impact on some of these teams, and that is something we will see from the VCS.
I think it'll be pretty good for them, the fact that they, even though they played so many patches behind on the Asian Games patch, the fact that they were going up against such talents in the Team China, being able to win out in that series and then have that series versus Team Korea, you're not going to get that quality of practice anywhere.
So whether or not those individual abilities can then be brought back together as a cohesive team, that's what we're going to find out. GAM, of course, will be playing a little bit later today. We'll take a look at how the rest of the teams will be performing. And with 7.5 minutes to go before picks and bans in the first best-of Worlds 2023, let's dive into PSG versus R7. I want to start with R7. I think they've got the uphill battle. I think my expectations is this team is not the favorite, shall we say. But I do want to highlight that they didn't lose a single best-of series in summer. Incredibly dominant. I think their time with the major lead of the entire summer season, 40% of game time. I mean, that is phenomenal.
Look, I've been pretty high on the PCS for a long time, but I'm feeling excited for Rainbow 7. I think they'll take a game. Like, they're an example of a team that from MSI Spring Split to this time, they've improved dramatically. As you've mentioned, not dropping a series. They've been really limit testers within their region. They've been bloody, diving constantly. I love to see that. I think they'll reel it back in this meta, but I'm feeling pretty good about this team.
They're taking a game of PSG?
Yeah.
Just to clarify what Raz just said, he didn't say they win the series. He's happy if they win a game.
Okay.
But I do agree as well, because that's a hard sentiment. PCS is by far the best region coming into today, in my opinion, and R7 is looking to continue on that trajectory with the same roster that they've kept to build on what they achieved at MSI.
So let's talk a little about that mid laner, Meru. Very strong performances, very strong stats and whatnot. But I think, what was it good book you kept saying? If he's not on Ari, you're not.
Okay, I don't want to be as harsh on him now, but Ari is by far his best champion. Let me put it like this. Sometimes when he's playing other champions, he does look like he's running it down a bit. There was a time when he was playing Jace in playoffs, he literally dived level 2 by just running in an Azir. The Azir flashed away, and he died. So your expectations of what you're getting of Miru can be a bit up in the air. You might get him on a good day, and he's going to look insane like he's done in the Ari, and you might get him on a bad day where he will actually look like your solo queue mid laner.
And the reason I wanted to set it up that way, I think it is very important to share with our viewers, especially viewers that may not be as familiar with Miru, in terms of which champions he can have an impact on, and also we'll be pleasantly surprised if things go well.
That's the excitement of it.
Yes,
there it is.
And the hopefulness of it too, right?
Yeah, and for me at least, I love that he's as aggressive as he is. His team is playing around it. We're seeing constant plays around mid lane, very creative plays from their support, in which he's going around the lane so they don't expect him to be on the top side of the map instead of the bot side of the map. They're relentless in how creative they are in trying to make action happen mid lane. So I hope they don't play so passively with how we've seen the meta basically shaping up. I'm excited to see how Mira is going to play this.
And
one
I mean,
out.
correct me if I'm wrong here, but Rainbow Seven as a team traditionally quite kill heavy, quite aggressive in the early game, not necessarily playing for like plates or controls. Hero, kill hero type of gameplay.
Exactly.
We'll see if that'll work. The reason I wanted to focus in on Mira specifically is because it's one of the golden oldies on the desk. Many viewers who may be as old as I am will remember Maple, the legend of the LMS, the people's champion of the PCS. He's back. He's in the mid lane, starting for PSG. I mean, when we take a look at his experience, we take a look at just how many events this man has played, I think Mira's going to have an even tougher task today.
First of all, you don't have to be plus 30 to know who Maple is. I'm fully capable of knowing who this guy is.
He's starting to lose that memory.
I was here when these things was happening, but that's also the experience you're going up against. While Maple has been here for so long, it's not like his skill levels has actually taken a hit by this. If you watch the PCS as well, you would realize how skillful he was in the mid lane, how much pressure he actually had in terms of just getting priority, mostly playing champions like Asir as well, where he was insane, and then just moving it around the map and playing around junglers like Junjia.
Yeah, and the point that I wanted to hit, the amount of first-team All-Pros he was able to hit since the beginning of his career to this point, the amazing consistency that he's had, he's still the student of the game, and that's what's amazing about a career like Maple. I remember when he was on TSM, and he was like carrying that corpse across the finishing line with how solidly he was playing. So I love seeing Maple. You are right, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Miro. That's why he has the help of Leons and Odie. So it's going to be a constant 3v3, 2v2 to get that guy ahead.
Yeah, Maple did not play Jace most of the time, but what they did though instead was that they adapted to Levi, where you cannot build Crown of the Shadow, Kreen, or a Jace, and they just blow you up. So while they're not fully always on the adaptation of what champions meta, they're on the adaptation in how do we shut the meta champion down. And that's also what I'm looking towards a new meta for Maple with.
Let's quickly zoom out just before we dive into one of the players to watch. Give me a quick overview of what you're going to expect from PSG as a team, Rainbow Seven as a team, so that as viewers and myself, we know what to look for and what we want to evaluate.
Yeah, I think that Junjia has to be a game you put out there, right? He was the MVP in so many of the games, but also their final summer MVP. And I think this is a perfect meta for Junjia with the kind of champions you're coming through. He was known for playing every now and then a game of Zac, some Maokai, the Sejuani, Poppy, all these facilitators, but he's a guy that also loves being facilitated by his team. We saw the Lilia in the finals, but also now we know that Belvis is up there as a priority pick, Lee Sin is up there as a priority pick. I want to see Junjia be released and not handicapped by having to play these facilitating junglers.
I love that you said Lee Sin, because look at the list out here. As you have mentioned, the wealth of options that he had, the AP junglers that I kind of expected going into this tournament to be really favoring him, but the fact that Lee Sin is a priority pick, and that's kind of the pick that he's made a name on, especially when he was a trainee on EDG. I want to see what he is going to be playing in this series, because they're going to let him go. He gets the green light for any action, and it's going to be his teammates that follow him.
Now listen, Raz, when you said R7 are going to be picking up a game against PSG, neither Gulborg nor my face was on camera at the time. We rolled some eyes a little. So with a little bit of time to go before we get the MasterCard fan predictions up, I want you to tell me how and where do you expect R7 to be able to pick up a win?
I think it's going to come through mid lane. I think Miru, as much as we question him as being a coin flip player, though, when we see him play at his best, it's
absolutely.
We see him play at his best when he's extremely aggressive, when they're looking for dives through mid lane with him. So I think he's going to be that one that leads the charge alongside Leons and Odie. So that's how I think they're going to pick up a game. The problem is when it starts being a longer mid game, they're going to lose waves on side lane. That's when it's a little bit harder for them, but they're going to give them a shock and awe, at least in one game.
Before I get Gulborg to respond to this very...
I'm ready.
Optimistic.
Don't give him too much time.
I want to see what the fans at home have predicted, what you're thinking about the MasterCard fan predictions. Each day you can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate. The vote has come in.
Look,
88.5% in favor of PSG. I think that's indicative. I think that's also expected in terms of the matchups. We've less than a minute to go. 2-0 or 2-1?
I think it's 2-0, and I think it's for the reason that both these teams has Drake Soul as such a big win condition for them, and they prioritize the bot side of the map so heavily as they do. And I think with the skillful laners you have at PSG as well, that's where it will become very difficult for R7 to strike. I actually think, though, if you want to strike, you strike at the bot lane, because there's so many times where Wako get left by himself on the first Herald, and if you can have a play where instead of fighting at Herald, you cross map down on the bottom and you try and shut the enemy AD down, that can set you up for more dragon stacking towards the mid game. But I'm curious to see how they will attack this game itself and the series in general.
One player I haven't even touched yet is Bong, who I feel like is really good isolated. If he's in that 1v1, he will do his job. So expect the 4v4 on the bot side of the map to be look, I agree PSG is going to have an upper hand in a lot of these games, but Bang is going to be the tipping point.
Well, we'll find out whether or not R7 can rely on Bang to hit up that top lane or not. Ladies and gentlemen and everybody else, without further ado, it is time to kick off World 2023 play-in stage with PSG Talent versus Movistar R7.
월드 챔피언십 플레인인데 DRX와 RNG의 경기가 잡았어요! 제카! 자, 갑니다! 그룹 스테이지가 시작되는데 진짜가 오는 거죠?
CC를 워낙 잘 타긴 했는데
이리 와!
메이코, 렛츠 댄스.
진출입니다.
DRX의 용두스 경기력
업셋 게임셋 동화는 실화가 됩니다. DRX
2022 LLL 월드 챔피언십 파이널. 기가 막힌 경기가 이어지고 있습니다. 백도 기원 비상 DRX가 이 말도 안 되는 스토리를 완성시킵니다.
가을 가을이란 우월지의 계절인 것 같습니다. 나뭇잎이 서서히 물들어가는 이맘때 시작해서 깊어지는 가을과 함께 롤드컵의 서사도 함께 물들어가죠. 2014년, 2018년, 그리고 2023년 월즈. 다시 한번 한국에서 가을과 함께 시작합니다.
经历了7次的世界赛了，这次也不例外。我会奋斗到最后一刻。
La verdad es que no me importa mucho tipo lo que piensen de mí. Si estoy acá es porque merezco estar acá.
두 번 다시 오지 않을 기회라 생각하고 최선을 다하겠습니다.
ジャングルの位置が分かんないと、ここにホッピーいるのこの情報がないとマジでランブル怖いタイミングだけど。
自己觉得其实 DFN 跟我蛮像，就是以中下为主的队伍，什么都玩，什么都玩了。但他比赛。
To be out of LEC twice and then finally have this chance. It's been a long time coming, and finally, I'm here. I'm here.
Từ lúc mà thành lập tới giờ thì đây là thành tích đầu tiên mà team có thể làm được. Nhưng mà giấc mơ này vẫn chưa kết thúc.
Chung kết thế giới đơn giản là một giải quan trọng nhất trong năm. Được chứng kiến Dragonix đi từ vòng play-in đến vô địch chung kết thế giới, thật sự rất là truyền cảm hứng cho tụi mình.
Eu pensei comigo mesmo que dia pode ser eu.
Mình sẽ làm được.
Agora tá na hora de criar uma nova história.
Tôi rất mong chờ được đối đầu với các bạn.
Vamos todos dar nosso melhor.
작년 DRX의 우승은 모든 것을 바꿔놨습니다. 더 이상 불가능이란 존재하지 않습니다. 플레인 스테이지 이제 시작합니다.
With their first championship being in the spring of 2020, this org has since won 6 championships and is now PCS's most decorated team, PSG Talon.
PSG 탈론입니다.
At this year's MSI, they picked up LLA's first international best of series win. Now, they're looking to make it 2. It's Movistar or 7.
같은 멤버로 2연속 국제 무대에 도전하는 모비스타 R7입니다.
Hello and welcome everybody. Come one, come all. It is the beginning of the League of Legends World Championship 2023. I am Just Dushy and joined by the delightful Dagda as we are going to be bringing you our first 2 series of the tournament. And I'm so excited. I'm welling up now. I got butterflies in my stomach, man. It's so good.
It's so good to be back. And I'm super excited to see exactly what's being brought to the table by the Plains teams as well. I mean, especially PSG Talon, a team I've been very hyped for. A lot of old faces that I would have known from playing the LPL. So I'm excited to see exactly how they will do up. Even Maple coming back into the roster. But as we kind of like announced there, I mean, R7 picking up the first international best of win at MSI for the region. Now going to see if they can try and put it to PSG Talon here as well.
That's the big thing. Like R7, like Latin America, they kind of felt like a little bit of a nobody region for a while there, but they got put on the map for MSI. So it really felt like they could kind of maybe build upon that. But look, you know, we can be hopeful, but hope is sometimes a dangerous thing because they have got a pretty big task ahead of them. PSG Talon are no cakewalk.
Yeah, they've looked absolutely spectacular, and I think kind of the team to beat coming into this, when you start off with World's Plains, I think the big one for me is trying to see if you can punish when it comes to the overextensions that we sometimes get from players like Junja. If you can do that, maybe you've got an opportunity, but let's be real, PSG Talon have been absolutely spectacular. Their objective setup is really, really clean. Their team fighting is great, especially with Wacko kind of providing that big DPS from the back line. And I think it's going to be a hard-fought battle here for Movistar R7 to try and find that victory spot.
Yeah, and look, it's been a while since I've had a last cast. The LPL ended very early. It's 13-13. We are now coming on to 13-19. So give me kind of a flavor of what we expected. So a little bit of it yesterday within the World's Qualifying Series. What are you expecting to be the kind of the must-haves or must-bans?
Well, look, Oriana is broken as all hell. So Oriana definitely
They tried their hardest. They really did.
They definitely did. But I think you start to see a little, maybe coming into this, a bit of a different look coming through from the jungle. Like you got to see at least a little bit of like the Talia starting to come through where they were willing to flex into the jungle. But we're starting to see a few more of those carry picks coming through in that jungle as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of that. Even in LEC, we got to see Karthus brought out a little bit in the jungle, but I think we're going to start to tend a bit more towards that. Still got a lot of your carries in the top lane, the Jaxes, the Renekton's, Camille starting to flex their way into that as well. Gwen still very, very strong. And then your ID carry pool, a few of the lane bullies back. Lucian, Caitlyn, that kind of mixing things up, but you're still going to get a lot of that Kai'Sa and those kind of things as your top dogs coming into this.
Yeah, the hyper carries. We'll see what the builds of the Kai'Sas are. I've seen a lot of cooking online going in, but I don't think we shall wait any longer. We shall no longer hypothesize where we are going. New format, same stakes. You have to try and do your best. You have to take every game as it comes, and you have to put your best foot forward. We should be jumping into Champ Select straight away.
Yeah, the best of three is definitely going to try and help that in a certain extent, where you can try and figure out your landing on the patch, because as you saw yesterday, like two very different looks coming through for GG and BDS, and BDS going more towards, hey, we're going to go for that tank jungler in the Maokai and try and play towards that, and I kind of expect that from Odie a little bit here. I am curious though to see what Junja brings out, because the bet stays we already see the bans coming through. Lee Sin taking off. Junja, big niddly player, really likes trying to go for that more carry-oriented style where he's allowed to, even things like the Lilia as well, kind of in his wheelhouse.
You can always imagine the Junja kind of going, do we have to ban Lee Sin? They're like, yes, we have to ban Lee Sin. Can I have it? No, we're not first picking it. Yeah, can I pet that dog? Exactly. Can I have that champion? No, unfortunately not. But the Rel, again, still very, very powerful. Something that as well we kind of saw the other day is what something like the Renekton kind of went through one game and then was not allowed after the fact as well. Poppy gets taken away here, and a lot of those facilitating early ganking junglers just taken off the board.
Yeah, Senna gone as well. Senna has definitely risen up in priority, and you can see it paired with a lot of things like the Tam Kench as well, coming back into that mix, but opens up a lot in that bottom side as well to try and be just such a nuisance and such a difficulty to pair it, or to deal with in that laning stage. On the upside there, Kali taken away. So I think you're kind of looking at things like the Talia, we saw a lot of priority on. Ori Azir, probably going to be high priority, but even some things that we saw banned away yesterday, like the Jarvan becoming very, very strong because of Spirit Shojin, and with the amount of jungle bans we're seeing, that could definitely be something that was looked at early here, but I think Azir, Ori probably going to be the higher priority.
Yeah, we're interested to see the Vi kind of still being there. Look, at the end of the day, no matter what way the jungle kind of changes, Vi is still very viable because she's just point and click CC. Pick champ, C champion, pick champion, kill champion. But now that we come into this one, PSG will have that first priority, and they might be, yeah, exactly as you said, the Jarvan having huge priority just given the amount that have been taken off the board.
Yeah, it must be a case of, hey, look, we're kind of happy to pick whatever's on the opposite side of that matchup. Like, we can go for the Ori, we can go for the Azir. Ezreal, also another AD carry pick that's been very, very high priority in that bot lane. Very safe, great scaling, and the opportunity then for your support to start to roam around the map is going to be massive as well, especially if you've got that aggressive Jarvan on the opposite side.
Yeah, that's locked in as well. I love the Ezreal here as well, because actually the Jarvan kind of, it's almost like a game of chess really. It's like, we got the Jarvan, that means the Xayah isn't as viable. You're going to have to look for something different, because, you know, there's sometimes Z-axis in League of Legends, but it doesn't work with Cataclysm, unfortunately. But that's not going to be picked, so we got the Ezreal locked in already. I feel like, yeah, I was going to say the Renekton is such an easy pickup right now. It could be blinded into so many matchups.
Yeah, 100% win rate for Bong as well, and a 4.8 KDA for him. So he's been very, very strong in this pick. And you heard the Desk talk about it. Bong in isolation is terrifying, but Ozzy is no pushover either. So I'm actually really excited to see what this matchup is going to be in that top side. But maybe a Jax pick going to be coming through if it makes it through that second rotation. But at the moment, I think it is going to be AD carry locked in here. Xayah is a good option, plenty of peel. And then I imagine going to be that mid lane role picked up here as well. But looks like maybe they're looking at the Rakan instead. Yeah, just going to solidify that bot lane instead.
Okay, interesting enough. PSG kind of happy with whatever goes into that top lane matchup against the Renekton, and willing to let those bans come in. So we do expect things like the Cassante and the Jax to be banned away.
Yeah, I imagine so. On the upside here, though, I'm curious to see what Miro wants to go for, because Miro has definitely been someone that you kind of heard him on the desk, a little bit back and forth on how impactful he can be. Has looked spectacular and things like the Ahri. We'll have to see what he can do now on this Talia. Got a lot of setup for him though, like at least at the moment you've already got the Renekton. You imagine you're probably going to get some sort of CC coming through from your jungler as well. So these flip backs and even the opportunity just like deny the Rakan engage, deny the Jarvan engage is going to be crucial for Miru in this one.
And I love it as well because it's a little bit of a flex as well, like technically as well. It can go to Audi into the jungle, so yes, we do expect it to go into that mid lane, but you do have that kind of flavor for you. And honestly, going into the next kind of stage, you said Orianna was completely broken. R7 recognize that now and go, cool, let's ban it away, take it off the table.
Yeah, I think it'll be the Azir maybe coming through as well, so it looks like they're not as worried about Ozzy in that top side, but I think at this stage, yeah, just try and solidify a strong matchup in the mid lane because there's very little things that can actually deal with the amount of push that Taliyah has, and that can open up a lot of opportunities then for Audi to try and control Junji in a lot of respects, because I think that's where the most terrifying matchup is. You heard Goldberg talk about it on the desk as well. Like, Junji is very good at dictating the pace of the early game, getting PSG talent set up so they can play for those late game fights, and I think that's where if Audi can at least find that bit of wiggle room in the jungle matchup with pushing lanes, he can have a chance.
And have a chance. The Jax, as you mentioned earlier, will get banned away, so we'll not have a Jax into our next matchup. Might just be the Cassante in that top side. We'll have to wait and see. But again, kind of putting in all these jungle bans. So many jungle bans, 6 in total. Technically 7 because the RL can still be flexing to that. So really, really going to see if Audi has, you know, kind of is he going to go for Taliyah or if he's got something else in his pocket.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get any of those funny picks that we're seeing on the screen. But I mean, look, the buy's gone was one for him as well. Viego was his other most, like third most played when you look at the stage 1, and the Maokai gone. So looks like he is going to be trying to play a little bit of that carry-orientated style, which traditionally is not kind of what we see from him. It has been more, as we say, the tank focus. So with the setup you have from Taliyah, that's a pretty strong mid-jungle, but you have to be so careful because Jarvan can interrupt that incredibly well. I'm curious to see what Maple actually decides to go for here. I think Azir, Nico, both these could work out very, very well in just providing great team fight, which is kind of where PSG like to sit.
That's the thing as well. Like, you look at the composition from R7 right now, like outside of kind of like, you know, in terms of their carries, they're just kind of poking you down, making sure your health bars are down about 2/3, 50%. Then they go for the engage with maybe a flanking Renekton and a Viego coming in from the side. But if you just have this kind of Venn diagram of death with the Rakan, the Cataclysm, of course, the Pop Blossom, you're going to have an awful lot to kind of throw back at that. And let's just add even more circles to the matchup if you're going to lock in this Kennen as well.
Yeah, and Kennen did get some really nice buffs on this patch as well, coming into 13-19. So I think he's in a really strong spot. I think we're going to see him more and more at Worlds. And when you've already got, as you say, like, now, just more circles to the Venn diagram, it works out incredibly well. Yeah, this is a very, very strong teamfight team for PSG Talon. The good news as well is pushing top. You've got good control over bot side as well, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for Audi to try and get into the face of PSG Talon. But on the opposite side for R7, I mean, you've got great skirmishing power if they can try and set those up in the early stages.
That's the big thing, and as well as that, like with the Taliyah and the Nautilus, fantastic ways of delaying engage, great ways of stopping them from getting on top of your carries. So really is going to be how they're able to execute on that composition. But I will say for PSG, the great thing about all this engage is that even if they lose one player, they still have options.
Yeah, I think the big one for me coming into this is like, when I watched PSG Talon's games, they're incredibly good at, hey, we want to reset on time, we want to set up our mid waves and set up our wave states correctly for our objective setup and get in towards dragons. And with a composition like PSG are playing, you want to set up for flanks. You want Kennen to be coming in from one angle, Nico from another, Rakan coming in from another side. You want to make sure you've got multiple different angles of attack here, and I think that kind of plays in towards what has been the strength of PSG Talon. So for me, this is kind of R7 saying, hey, look, we want to try and disrupt that. We want to get in early, get some early skirmishes going, particularly if we can try and play around this Renekton topside for things like Rift Herald, and then look to try and set up something for ourselves where we're just coming into these fights with an early lead and preventing you from getting that vision that allows your composition to function.
Well, no expectations at the moment. 0-0 on the board. You don't really know who's going to pop off, who's going to make a moment of themselves. And it really does kind of come down to, doesn't matter about the rest of the season, it's all about now. You have to get a good start. PSG Talon versus Movistar R7. Game 1 of the League of Legends World Championship 2023 is about to begin.
You hear the cheers from the crowd there, excited to see R7 take the stage, but we're going to have to see if they can try and continue what has been, at least for them, the campaign started last year, or last MSI, to try and set themselves up with that first win. They're going to have to see now if they can do it again against PSG Talon, but PSG Talon, honestly, we were kind of talking before the game, if PSG Talon don't make it in towards groups, it feels like a failure for this team. They are so incredibly strong. Plus, even having guys like Corgi, the ex-EDG assistant coach, when they won Worlds, like, this is a team that is set up to take over the region, continue the legacy that PSG Talon have, and it's been amazing to see how they've kind of continued that legacy for.
Absolutely. I mean, like, I don't think it's unfair to say that PSG Talon have just been dominating in the PCS ever since they kind of became PSG Talon, and it has just kind of come down to how they want to try and, you know, progress, how they want to try and push for things as such like that to get beyond the play-in stage, and then even further from there. Of course, new format here in the play-in stage, new format in the Swiss as well, so in the group stage. So we'll see how far they can go. There's definitely an awful lot more up in the air. It's definitely not as clean cut as it used to be.
I mean, I'm excited to see just even how some of these new champions coming into this kind of work out. Like Kennen having the buffs that he got coming into this is, I think, going to be an incredibly strong matchup into the Renekton. This was always a bit of a skill matchup depending on how you positioned yourself in the lane. If the Renekton could try and close the gap, get onto the Kennen, you're in a good spot. But with the likes of the Summon Aerie, if you're just getting poked down, it's so difficult to try and manage. You can already see Bong losing a good bit of damage in this early laning phase, and the push should be in a good spot for Azzy.
A little bit of an engage down in the bot side, but no level 2 hit by the Nautilus makes this one a little bit harder. Aggressive move there from Seo. One of the big carries from MSI.
Yeah, I think Lynn's just missed out on one of the CS, so you could see a little bit behind on the level 2 spike. So even though he went in aggressive, didn't quite have the level that he's expecting to, so they couldn't quite go all in there. But you can still see push going in favor of Seo and Lines for the moment. But I do think as Wacko gets access to level 3, he'll be able to start getting control over this lane state, and that's where it'll become a little bit easier for Junja to try and look for maybe some control over this bottom side, like get into the face of Adi. But I imagine we're going to see a lot of pressure from Junja towards the lanes, and that's kind of where he's been a staple for PSG Talon.
Yeah, well, since it is the beginning of Worlds, don't forget to log in and watch on lolesports.com to earn exclusive Worlds 2023 drops like emotes and icons. Lots of free things. Everyone likes free things. I like free things.
Yeah, great. I mean, look, it's simple economics, isn't it?
I was going to make a joke about yesterday, but then I stopped myself. Free things.
You don't get to...
I wasn't even there. It's not even my region, but sometimes it's just fun.
You don't kick him out while he's down. That's just bad. But, you know, I think for a lot of these like drops and gifts and stuff like that, it's actually kind of sick. I'm a little bit sad that like I end up working these events a lot, so I end up missing out on them.
Yeah,
so it's just
right?
like, oh, can you just add it to my account?
I always message my flatmate and I'm like, hey, turn on PC, please. Thank you.
I would mess with my brother, but my PC isn't even there anymore.
That's right. Yeah, you're home, but you're not home.
No. I'm home, but I'm in a hotel, which is a weird one to come back to Ireland for.
Yeah, well, obviously it's been a pretty quiet 4 minutes or so far at the start of this game, and honestly it's kind of what we expected to happen. PSG, they don't really have a huge amount of ways of kind of affecting the lanes unless the Jarvan comes in, and Junja just hasn't really had an opportunity, as all these lanes, except for bot lane, obviously have been pushing in.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to wait and see for a little bit. I think the real fight is going to start to kick off when this dragon starts to come up. Like, now that Wacko's hit level 3, we'll be able to shove out this wave, get his own reset in to match the reset from Seo, and then they'll be in a decent spot to try and control the wave. Especially when you're looking at, hey, look, we've got so many ultimates to kick off at level 6. Rift Tower is going to be another big one for PSG Talon, but a lot of it's going to revolve around, hey, can we try and get multiple members up towards this top side? Because I think if you don't have, like, Woody on his way as well to try and help this one out, there's opportunities for Adi to try and play around Bong, like get a quick combo there to take out Ozzy, or, you know, a lot of setup that can come through from Miro as well. So it can make the team fights a little bit tough with just trying to play into what OR7 have in that 3v3 skirmish.
And the thing is, like, you know, it's been passive as such, but you can see the CS leads in the top lane, a little bit of CS lead as well in the mid and the bot. Just small little incremental advantages being kind of brought up here for PSG Talon. And Audi, unfortunately, he's sitting on a ward. They have full recognition and vision of what's going on here. He's not really going to find much else, but we are eking towards having a level 6 potentially. And ooh, Audi, they know you're there, and there's a Jarvan off to the side as well. They're going to try and fully engage onto this one here. The flick back does not land as the flash was used by Maple. Audi taking a lot of damage, still has his flash if he needs it. Good rocks being thrown here by the Talia, means that nothing else going to come out of it, but flash burnt by Maple.
Yeah, great bait though from PSG, right? They're like, hey, look, we know he's on a ward, we're going to try and make a play. And you can see on the opposite side, OR7 did have vision down to the Raptors, so they knew that Jarvan was probably going to be in this top side, but decided to go for the play anyway. Maple's flashed down, but you got a good amount of damage returned onto Audi.
Now that the level 6s are hit, this is where I'm starting to get a little bit more kind of ready, if you will. Anticipation is building as we know that these teams are going to go for it. And I love what R7 are doing, recognizing, hey, we just saw the Jarvan mid. We can be aggressive. We can start to push this up a little bit further and maybe get a bit more of a lane pushed in bot side.
Yeah, I think the downside for this is that, like, for the downside for PSG is that Leon's has a good amount of potential here against Woody that we might just see now. That's kind of the downside, is if you ever try to go forward as Rakan, so much of that CC can be plonked in your direction, can make it hard to go aggressive in this matchup. But at the moment, you're still going to be able to find there's a good amount of CS underneath this tower. They got Oddie down on the spot side just to make sure they continue this push in. They even start up the Dragon here with the amount of control that R7 have over the bot side. I'm watching to see exactly what Maple wants to try and do, because it wasn't even top.
Seo looked for the knock up, didn't
wait a
land
second.
it, flash in, they get the root down, Wacko has to cleanse, there's a lot of damage coming down, first blood, oh, not quite! That Mystic shot was a hair away from setting up R7 on the bot side.
Yeah, I love the aggression though. They see that, hey, look, the knock-up is completely missed, and Miru knows it as well, so Audi going to finish off this Dragon, and now the Talia's on the way. Jarvan though, Junja waiting in the wings to try and turn this around.
I love this move from R7 as well. They built up the pressure bot side, had a ginormous wave, so there's no waves coming from there, and not only that, but Junja dropped a ward on top side that immediately got him found out, so they knew where the Jarvan was. Great reactions from R7, get themselves the reward in the first Dragon.
Yeah, they do end up getting the advantages, obviously, with the cleanse being down, the flash for Woody being down and that, but, I mean, they burnt Leon's flash as well. Most of that was, the CS was picked up underneath the tower as well by PSG Talons, so it would have been nice to could have got slightly more, but still, I love that we're getting this aggressiveness out of R7 to try and find these little advantages.
And of course, it's just kind of how these teams are playing. Junja was spotted before he came down here, did clear out a pink ward before, or a vision ward before he came down here, so they know he's roughly in this area, but are they willing to bet he's waiting?
No, I think it's a good job from Junja. Like, come down, escort the wave in for PSG, make sure there's no funny business from Audi. He actually stays close enough to the wave as well, where he pings level 6, which is kind of the big mark you want to hit just before you come in towards this Rift Herald fight that's going to be happening in about 10 minutes time, or 10 seconds time as well. So you help your own bot lane get the reset, and PSG can actually drag Woody up, as you can already see now, towards that Rift Herald, whereas they can keep Wacko safe and sound on the spot side as he's about to ping over to level 6.
Yep, gets himself the Feather Storm, so very hard to kind of lock him down once more. Audi is level 6 as well, so should have the Heartbreaker. And I mean, look, all the pressure and all the great things that are happening for R7, they are paying the price. It is a push and pull game, and I'm gonna stop myself. They're waiting in the wings here. Does Maple walk towards it? That is the question. Woody is there as well. They're gonna get the stun down. No rule. He really needs to land that. A little bit of CC. That flick back just missing is gonna unfortunately mean we'll go on for first blood.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened with Leon's. I think he was trying to Hex Flash over the wall to follow up on it, and he failed the Hex Flash and hooked the wall, so there wasn't really the follow-up there that they needed. Junja had started up the Rift Herald, but, I mean, at the moment, you still got a good amount of control here for R7 in the jungle. Yes, they used Audie's ultimate, which is a bit of a sucker punch, and they might just back away, but it looks like at the moment PSG aren't as confident to try and go for this. They want to get the reset onto Maple, who'll now have to come back into lane before they can really look for this.
Yeah, bot lane should be pushed in here by Wacko, and that should be kind of the real trade-off right now. Does still have TP here onto Miru, so should be able to kind of get down, clear this ward, and join up if he's needed around that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and that's why R7 get mid-prio off the back of Maple having to reset. Now they know, as you say, Miru can always join in, so they've got the numbers advantages. So I'd be surprised if PSG really want to try and contest this.
Oh, low, they get the root down, they get the knock-up as well. Level 6 hit, the Cataclysm comes in for Junja. He does get the knock-up at the back of it. There's a slightly Maelstrom, but it only really lands onto one, and now they can turn and burn for this fight. First blood finally goes over to Seo. Nice knockback here from Miru as he gets on top of two. The Pop Blossom is decent, but there's no damage right now. The resets are coming in. Double kill for Seo. R7 are doing well in the early game.
R7 are coming in hot to Worlds 2023. Miru TP's in. They get the fight, and PSG way too over-aggressive. They didn't have the numbers, they didn't have the setup, and everything rushed and everything goes awry.
Seo doesn't have flash or heal, doesn't have his Arcane Shift either, and that's a shutdown there. Just not expecting the rat to be in the bush.
That's a big win for PSG though, because after you just had that fight go wrong, having Ozzy now pick up 2 kills off the back of this means this Ken is going to be kind of terrifying as this game starts to go on. At least they get something back, but still R7, massive play for them, and you get to see it here, right? You can see Miru catches that wave on bot side, and immediately Zaya starts to move up, but Leans is already engaged here. They get a massive knock up onto 2 people. You just don't really have the damage because Junja immediately has to get out of the equation. Odin manages to flash away from that engage, so the Kenanol not really doing as much work as he wants, and as he pointed out in the fight, massive flick back from Miru, gets the CC, gets the damage down, and sets up then for those resets on Odie as well.
Yeah, just skirting around the vision in that top side there. And Seo, sadly, had already used his Arcane Shift in the early game. That is a hell of a cooldown there. I think it's like 20+ seconds at the first few levels. So really, really unfortunate there. Look, it's a small win back for PSG, but R7, they're still going to be feeling pretty good there. You can see there the Massacre lane economy massively in favor of the kind of rest of the map apart from Bong. But in fairness, he knew he was playing weak side anyway. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where you're kind of going, hey, look, the extra gold onto Seo is going to get him towards his Triforce, going to get him up towards his tier item as well, and you're going to be totally fine. I think Bong definitely does want to try and like stay at least even in this lane though, because when you're Renekton, you just become nothing if you start to fall behind. So Ozzy getting those 2 kills was actually pretty big for them. But unfortunately, as you said, like we were talking about, like Seo giving over that kill in the early stages now means that Ozzy, a lot of these fights are going to rely on him. The Xayah just isn't going to be able to keep up with the damage the Seo is going to be able to churn out as long as he's landed the Mystic shots. So this Kennen is going to be the menace that PSG Talon need to work on. And the big thing about that last fight as well is that we saw all the ultimates, but they were kind of like Cataclysm a couple of seconds later. Then it was the Slicey Maelstrom. Then a couple of seconds later. Then it was the Pop Blossom. It wasn't a big wombo combo. It was kind of one after the other. When you're able to get those all together, that's when you're going to see a huge amount of burst coming out from PSG. And R7 need to be very, very wary of that. But yeah, you can see by the total damage, it's pretty in favor of the Kennen right now because of just all the poke they're able to throw out. Yeah, I know that's why we kind of need to look at the flashes as we start to come in towards a lot of these fights, right? And specifically on towards Miru and R7, he's the flash you need to worry about. Seo will be fine. He's got his own Arcane Shift to be able to get out of there. Bong has got his way to slice and dice his way out of a lot of that damage, but if it's Miru getting caught, he's just going to get completely wiped out. And if you then have that follow-up coming through from PSG Talon, it very quickly starts to snowball out of control. So that's where PSG, as you say, they need to kind of play patient and actually start to set up themselves up correctly. And unfortunately, that has been the biggest problem with PSG Talon, is just that impatience coming back to bite them at times. Yeah, we saw that R7 tried to overload the top side there, but really not in a position there. I think that Asi was just very, very smart of how he played it, because cool, all my team's bot side, we're taking Dragon. I do not need to be aggressive right now. Backs himself away, and it doesn't really lead to anything. You will still have the Rift Herald to be used, but where you use it's going to be key here now for R7. Yeah, I imagine that this is probably going to go down in towards this bot side, like just try and snowball Seo even more. There is an argument as well to try and get on towards Miru, but I think you're so vulnerable if you're trying to overextend in mid lane versus Maple and Junja, which is the 1-2 combo that they have. It'd be so risky, but maybe, just maybe they're looking to go first. I'm going to try and pop it into Miru, but again, this is just kind of priority in the top side now. Maple making sure that this does not have a clean push, and that's going to be all plates going over to the jungler. The jungler. Not the worst thing in the world with a Viego being a carry, but definitely would have preferred it to go onto the Talia, especially right now, to get that first item. And that's what I was kind of saying, like, they didn't have vision on Junja, so it's so scary to try and push up that far, especially with Woody, even out of the equation as well. He wasn't showing on bot lane, so they completely back away and don't get as much as they'd like to. But yeah, Viego getting it is nice, but you definitely need to get Miru into a position. Like, you can see one of the few people that doesn't have a mythic item picked up for him when it comes towards the damage dealer. So he'll be able to reset and more than likely pick up his Leandra's Anguish, but still this is giving PSG the opportunity to get the deep vision down, try and spot out how they want to attack, and it looks like it might be Miru who's the target of that. Yeah, Miro just wants to try and clean up a bit of these waves. I do think they have enough in their inventory just to be able to get that last little bit of gold towards their item. Maple is going to stop him off. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I felt like that dummy stayed there a very long time, like a lot longer than it normally does. But, I mean, double Triforce on the side of R7. They have got a pretty decent one, but yeah, you can see... Yeah, that lane economy is starting to get bigger and bigger for PSG in that top side, and it's becoming a bit of an issue because, again, like you said, it doesn't become about the laning phase anymore. It becomes about those team fights. Audi is going to get jumped on here. Will not have a huge amount of damage thrown onto him just yet. They've invested 2 ultimates. There's going to be Minoru coming back on top of this one here, though. Junja immediately flashing after the fact to try and make sure he stays alive, but he does get taken out. Woody can't get the root down. TP's coming in. That's going to be the Kennen trying to jump, or Maple, excuse me, coming in afterwards. Minoru cannot just be walked over this. Audi gets a reset. Will not get the flick back, and they will trade back 1 for 1. So it's a little bit of a scrappy one there for PSG. They thought they found someone. Yeah, they've tried to get the pick, but just not enough damage, and a good wall coming through from Miru as well, because you've already got that ultimate there for Odie to get himself back out of the
the harm's way, but because Junji had already used the flag and drag, wasn't able to follow across, same with Woody, so they end up overcommitting then for the pick, and at least R7 are able to get something back as Wacko answers in return.
It was a 4v4 bot side, but actually in the top lane it was a little bit of a 1v1. We saw both ultimates used, we actually see the flash from Bong used as well, but let's have a look at this one here, because Audi, they have full information on him, and that's why they feel comfortable to go in and try and get him out off by surprise.
Yeah, and you can see, like, yes, they get a ton of CC down, but the damage just isn't quite there, so Audi's able to flash over the wall. I thought it was a little bit of a dangerous wall coming through there, but actually worked out. Miru gets the kill, but unfortunately to try and do so, he ends up way overextending. Good knock up then from Woody as well to just find that speed for Wacko, and with the W popped, Zayag ends up getting the movement speed towards her target, so she's able to just chase that one down.
Okay, so absolute soldier.
Yeah, so interrupts the TP coming in, and that's why he lost a lot of his health, lost his flash, and now he's lost his life.
That's very unfortunate. He was trying to be an absolute bro. Does have the slice, does have the dice, and he's able to get himself out there. Bong, despite the pressure being thrown onto him, is holding his own on that top side and doing what he needs to do for his team, keeping the cannon away.
Yeah, Bong doesn't crack under the pressure, able to move back, get out of the position, and now R7 trying to set themselves up as well in this mid lane. Wacko needs to be so careful.
Yeah, needs to be very, very careful. That mid lane going down could be huge. There's a pop blossom.
Oh my God.
3. The flash is good, but can they get the damage afterwards? They do get Sayo. The bomb comes in straight afterwards. A slice and dice will get him back over the wall. But I mean, just as Dragon's about to spawn as well, Rift Herald on this field as well. PSG should be able to get so much with this.
Yeah, great pick from PSG. Immediately moving over towards the Rift Herald. With 40 seconds on towards Dragon, they can even get the reset, use this Rift Herald then in mid lane to get pressure and commit towards that Dragon as well. So really great timing there. Again, this is why you got to be so careful and trying to contest on that mid wave. PSG have so many different angles of attack, and they catch out Sail. They're such an important member for that.
Look, it is only a 1 kill, but you do get the tower. You do end up trading it though for a Rift Herald, tower in top lane, pressure around this Dragon in 20 seconds as well. Audie's nowhere near it, so the junglers are actually going to find each other saying, so sorry, didn't mean to be here. And it's a little bit of a 2v2 for the moment, but I mean, it's a Jarvan. There's not really many situations he's going to be able to knock it out of.
Yeah, the thing is though, they've now committed several members in R7 to this top side. You're going to only delay time until this Dragon comes up. You'll have PSG who are going to be in a position to try and follow up on that. They're basically, PSG Talon are trying to delay the opportunity for R7 to go towards this because they'd love the TP to be out for Aussie. Probably won't be, as R7 kind of realize that. It looks like they're going to immediately move over towards that objective, but you're still getting good reset timers here for PSG. And now they can start to try and contest this as Ozzy, with push on top, is moving down.
Yeah, Audi might have to use his own ultimate there. Not quite sure what happened there with the hook, but he misses it completely. The pop blossom on the 2, no jungler now available. Flick back is decent on the Junja, but there's just not the damage right now from the Celia. Line's just gonna get taken out, and this is starting to change the momentum of the game. R7 had a good start, and now they're starting to fall apart. PSG just picking them away bit by bit.
Yeah, I think when you're looking towards this, R7 just needs to take it slow. Like, see if they can get some poke with Sayo, get some poke with Miru, like, get the vision down so you're not running in towards Maple every single time. But even with the flash down, Maple's able to make it happen. Now you get, well, they haven't moved over towards Dragon, but you'll have to get this mid lane tower at the moment. And R7, well, maybe not. R7 able to delay this. A lot of PSG kind of scattering to the 4 corners, so not committing enough for the mid lane tower just yet, but nearly.
Charles the Cannon Minion couldn't do it for PSG, unfortunately. But yeah, let's have a look at this fight all the way back to this mid lane, because they really overcommit for this tower.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got Flash there as well, coming through for Zayo, so he should never really be getting caught there. He probably had the Arcane Shift as well, but just not reacting in time. And then this as well, again, like, just overextension. Like, what is Leon's going to be able to do here with Audi? Like, Miru, yes, can try and come in, but actually just ends up cornering off his own teammates in that situation. And Zayo has got to play super far back here because he's worried about, you know, the cannon coming in, Maple being in position. That's why, again, we're kind of saying, hey, look, you need to be able to set yourselves up early as R7 on these positions, like control the choke points so PSG Talon can't just run in on top of you, but they just haven't really set themselves up for success in that regard.
And the thing is that, yes, we are seeing a trade of sides right now, PSG getting the Dragon, top lane being pressured in, but it's always PSG coming out on top. They're now getting bot lane pressure, they got the mid lane, they're getting so much more bang for their buck that it just feels like R7 are just constantly behind. Like, it's going to take it probably, and maybe even another wave. It might just about get lucky, but I think, yeah, the cannon's going to feel fine and walk up to this.
Yeah, I mean, probably won't commit much to try and keep it off, so eventually Miru will be able to get this, but as you say, you trade mid, Dragon, and bot side tower here. Just be very careful as Bong, because you do have at least Jarvan hovering over the side, but Leon's and Audi are waiting in the wings as well, so we'll just back away.
Oh, interruption. There's still a flash and a cataclysm for Junja, but I think he's just, the nice little bit of movement. Had himself the Gore Drinker for extra healing, but gets taken down, heartbroken, and this is where you're going to try and thrive as R7. Get those small pickoffs and build.
I keep thinking one team has an advantage, and immediately it's like, nope.
The ultimate caster curse.
Yeah. I mean, look at the gold, right? Like, 600 gold between the two teams, nothing whatsoever. I mean, a huge amount of this still is going to be on the Kennen in the top side, that like big gold difference, but like Seo doing good damage, Audi as well. You can see how much damage he could do to Junja alongside Lion. So like there is a lot on R7 that can still be brought back here against PSG. So you can't just like wander into the bot side, but you don't really have the opportunity, the vision to spot it exactly what the response is from R7.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing for R7 getting that pick as well is that, and it's not just about getting the gold, which is nice, obviously, but it's also getting the flash, because Junja is going to be the big main engage, and everyone else follows up with it. But great hook here from Lions.
Yeah, I think it was kind of just greedy from Junja, to be perfectly honest. Like, all you had to do was walk into the Dragon Pit, flag and drag over the wall, and you're out fine, right? Like, walking that way through all that vision is just going to cause you issues, especially when it hasn't been fully cleared out. So, nice job from Lens to get that set up. And I think at this stage then, you got to try and go, hey, look, PSG, just take it slow. Just make sure that you're setting up properly. You already have seen that they can get a ton of picks when they're given the opportunity. They're playing well around their vision. But the problem is that now with that pick as well on Junja, not only the flash is gone, but a lot of that control you had in River is gone. You can see like all that bot side vision has been cleared out. They're starting to get control over this Baron area as well. And that's where it now becomes a little bit more difficult for PSG to find these flank routes for their squad to get on towards R7.
I'm looking at two massive items that are being completed there. Void Staff for Miryu, who's going to try and make use of it right now. The Pop Blossom, just a delay. Double up in that one there. Doesn't get the flick back on top of that one. Good flash away from Miryu and by Bong. They're looking for an engage in the mid lane though, as we see Junja and the rest of the team looking for more. They get the knock up here and the charm coming out from the Rakan. A shutdown comes out. Bong finally gets himself a little bit more redemption as he look for a little bit more in this mid lane. Seo and Audi just can't do the damage. It's a 2-for-1 in the mid lane. Overall a 2-for-2.
2 for 2. Seo still trying to see if he can get more. Maple as well. Still not out of the woods just yet. Seo, he's feeling it, but I don't think he can really chase up. The second the arcane shifts forward, what he would go from has the flash, so maybe he's looking for the outplay, but Mystic Shot's just not quite landing.
Seo is really starting to build up some confidence right now. Not many people will walk that aggressively in front of a Xayah and Rakan, and you can see there, Wacko gets delayed as well, so that's a lot of damage in that tier 2, but let's have a look at the bot lane first.
Yeah, Bong stepping under the tower, Miryu comes in, and I like that they don't actually engage on this, right? So Maple trying to lock them up underneath the tower. The flick misses, stun, handled Ozzy there, but then yeah, it must have just, very overextension. Gore Drinker, the Q, a lot of opportunity to try and bring that one back, and Maple, you're kind of like a one-hit wonder in that bot side. Once you've used that combo, there's not much else in the tank.
Yeah, and then we saw, again, kind of fights on two fronts then, and all of a sudden a great hook to start it all off, and then it becomes so scrappy with everything being used.
Yeah, everyone on R7 flashing away from the pullback from Wacko meant there wasn't really that big damage follow-up initially, and you're kind of waiting on that to restart. Audi went in here thinking he could maybe get the reset, but just didn't quite have enough health bar left. And it meant that then it ended up being the 2 kills going across in the mid lane to answer for the bot lane.
I mean, Dagda, 23.5 minutes, 8-7. It is a 300 gold lead for ours. I mean, that goal graph tells it all there. It just really does. Like, it's been so close.
The goal difference over time powered by AWS says everything there. Like, the fact that you're getting that much of a back and forth roller coaster on this game tells a lot. But you have to look now at Bong. Being careful in that bot lane, realize that there might be some people trying to sneak in behind him, so he's going to back away.
I'm going to give like massive props to Bong right now. He was 30 CS down, and now he's nearly a full level up. Like, that's insane to think about what he's doing, because he's just done his job absolutely correctly and hasn't died.
I think a huge portion of that, though, is that, like, PSG are trying to drag Ozzy into these fights because they realize, hey, look, realistically, this Kennen is our big damage dealer. We kind of need him to be at the forefront, but it's not really working out for him particularly well. Like, every time they try and drag him down, the fights have been a bit separated, so they're not quite able to get him into position to try and carry. Also, I'm not the biggest fan of his build. Like, adding the Morellonomicon in here is kind of nice against some of the healing from the Renekton, but I think a little bit overkill, especially when you're like, hey, look, I need to be the one that kind of steps up in these scenarios to be a big damage dealer. Like, I don't think the Morello offers you enough in that scenario.
Let's just see what they want to go for, and we are at a point now where you can burn down this Baron so quickly here as R7. They say, cool, you're going to take the dragon, that's fine, go for it. There's plenty of visions, or ways of getting vision right now. Right between the sticks here does go the True Shot Barrage. And everyone just kind of hovering in. We're starting to feel like we're one big fight from a really big moment in this game.
I like what R7 are trying to do, though. They're trying to play in towards their vision, say, hey, PSG Talon, you have to come through these choke points, which is where our composition is stronger, whereas PSG are trying to drag them into their own vision so they can have flanks and try and catch them out of multiple different angles. So at the moment, you can see both teams kind of in that stalemate and nobody really wanting to come in.
Don't know why he's there, but he's getting all the damage. He got the root as well. They walked straight into the feathers, and that's all they needed to do. Now you can see a fight on two fronts. They are getting damage down. Bong still keeping himself alive. Nicely done with the Pop Blossom, though. And that's a clean enough fight for the side of PSG. They lose one, they get four, and they can just barrel down the mid. They've got a huge minion wave.
I mean, Wacko went God mode in that one. Immediately picks off Audi, sets up PSG, and yeah, the wave is there. The base is going to be absolutely left in tatters. I mean, 15 seconds, 6 seconds until Seo's up. Like, they could just go for the end.
They might think about it. It is only game one of this best of three. Looks like they're just going to back away afterwards. They've got the Hex Gates. Everyone just walking away from this one here. And they're going to turn and burn for the big purple worm.
Yeah, immediately going to move over towards that one. Now, you have TP for Mirror, TP for Bong as well, so this could actually be a little bit risky, especially with Hex Tech Gates on the Rift as well. Or 7 trying to move in to contest Maple.
Has got himself a it's a fake one. Faked us out as well. They have vision on this, so they know what's going down. Audie's got ultimate and flash. You can get down to top of it. Shoe Shot Barrage lands on the Woody. They're putting them in. It's fish in a barrel. He does get the Baron, but can they get out with it? Flash out immediately. Bong can't get into the fight right now. They're trying to get the stones in, but they just can't get the damage out. It was just a little bit too discoordinated from R7. You could see the idea. They just couldn't bring it together.
Yeah, they were just a couple of seconds behind and not quite able to get into the pit, but we get a replay here. R7 walking in completely blind. I think PSG have walked away, but Wacko, great setup there. The CC sets up beautifully for Woody then to come in over the wall as he gets the answer on towards the backline because he's got a direct route. And it means now R7 going to move over towards the Dragon. They'll get it, but what else would they get?
What else can they get? Junja tried to do a little bit of a drive-by, does get the Cataclysm out. Seo just going to get himself away from this one here. Stopwatch used by Junja means he won't get any more damage done onto him. And R7 are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. They need to get themselves out. Audi doesn't have flash and ultimate because he used it last time. He will be sacrificed. And now Woody tries to go for a little bit more. Seo, no flash, but does have the Arcane Shift. They're just poking them out right now. And everyone backs themselves away. Good for R7 to get the Dragon, but, I mean, you still have a Baron to contest with.
The problem was that they went for resets on R7. Miro went back to base, so they weren't able to immediately burn down the Dragon as PSG were resetting after Baron. So PSG come back out, they get the kill. They're now going to get bot tower off of this, and they're going to get this bot inhibitor as well. You just don't have the people you need to defend this, especially with midwave now there as well.
Yeah, you have to be so careful here as Seo. He just needs to make sure he's not getting caught out. Junja has got a flash to go for a flash, flag, and drag if he really wanted to, and that's going to be another inhibitor turret exposed. Do they get the second inhibitor? That's the question. I mean, Wacko has been fantastic with these routes as well. You can't even walk forward because he just always has 6 or 7 feathers dotted around the place.
Yeah, and look, with that, as soon as Azzy shows up, they're like, cool, we're going to be totally fine to take this. Can't really do particularly much.
No, feathers do go flying. Wacko does get hit by the ultimate, but I mean, they're turning it all back off the Lions, who is ignited, getting taken so low. Is he? Yes, tick down Woody, finishing that one off in a little bit of supportal combat. And I mean, it's so difficult now to get this damage to stick, and they've got minions, they've got Baron, they might look for the end. They're going to go in, Cataclysm goes in straight away, there's the Pop Blossom down on the 2. They're just using these ultimates to try and stop everyone from dying, and Wacko just feeling untouched, unfavorable in this fight is he, but PSG are going to be getting themselves the first win of Worlds 2023.
They pat in the KDA, they'll take down the Nexus, and PSG, you can see, smiles, but mostly relief, I think, in that one.
A little bit.
Not as clean as they would have hoped for, but they still managed to pick up the win.
Absolutely. Look, I think it's definitely kind of kudos to PSG. They were thrown a lot in that early game. It definitely felt like R7 came in with a game plan. And thankfully for PSG fans, they were able to kind of bring that back, kind of deal with the adjustments, get themselves into a much better position. And then once they found themselves in those big team fights, like we mentioned with the kind of Venn diagram of death, they found themselves having an awful lot more kind of ease in these team fights.
Yeah, I think R7, we kind of talked about it, they need to find success in skirmishes. Like the second you start moving in towards, hey, we're going to have multiple people all in and around the same area, that's when it gets dangerous. And they kind of found that success in the early points, but they just never really were able to follow it through, with Seo getting caught in the mid lane as they overextend for the mid lane tower. Then they end up with like Audi getting caught at times as well. It just ended up kind of falling apart for them as the game went on.
Yeah, and look, for R7, I'm pleasantly surprised, to be perfectly honest. Yes, it's a bittersweet kind of feeling, but did decently well. They obviously had an opportunity to try try and take that one, but didn't come together. But I still feel like there's an awful lot more in this series than maybe meets the eye. Definitely feel like they could maybe take this to a 2-1 if they really get the kind of execution down.
Yeah, I think execution and also just an easier to execute draft. Like, this was always going to be a tough one, and you see just how many opportunities they had with the ultimates that were available for PSG talent. But yeah, a bit sad one, but for R7, they can try and bounce back.
Yeah, they absolutely can. But we're going to bounce it over to the analyst desk, over to the fantastic Trevor to break down that game.
Oh, thank you so much,
Debatable.
Oisin. Look
Absolutely.
at us. There's all five of us. The delightful Dagda and the fantastic Trevor. Oh, it's such a good day. Listen, coming into that game, I was very nervous, very anxious for R7. I think when we saw the draft play out and saw the potential, especially for the team fighting from PSG, I also was hopeful Junjie was going to be a bit more active on that Jarvan. Slightly slow early game. So before we get into that, let's talk about the draft just a little bit. What did you make of it? Were there any big surprises or shocks? Maybe Raz, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, I think the biggest one for me, I like the idea of J4 into Xayah Rakan on the PSG side. The criticism that I would levy towards R7 is that they picked Talia on 3. Love it, right? You're on red side, picking Talia on 3. It's a great flex. You want to maybe hold it for 5. They actually just completely punted it on 4 pick for Viego, which gave the opportunity for PSG to go Nico Kennen and make it incredibly difficult for Viego to even play the game. So
and to translate for all the European viewers, punting it means you basically just give up on the aggressive move. You just give away all the opportunities there. Translating NFL to English. Nevertheless, okay, GB, talk to me a little bit in terms of the draft role, then maybe moving into the early game. What were your expectations, and did it go to what you were thinking?
I think there was a lot of windows that was actually missed by PSG. I think R7 got exactly what they wanted out of the first few, actually 3 clears of how the jungle pathed out. J4 needs to be a lot more active than Viego does. And while the tracking on PSG at times was on point on Audi, I don't think that they actually made a lot of it. There was multiple stacked waves on top lane where Junjie could have died. I could have even have seen them go for a level 2 dive on the bot side just to help them out with how the pressure works from a Nautilus Ezreal into a Rakan specifically, where you can shut down the early aggression from that pick. So I think there was a lot of windows that was missed, and that also made the game way slower for PSG than it should have been, but put R7 in a really good spot.
Actually, this is a pretty good example for what feels like the rest of the tournament. The multiple patches that we saw MR nerfs to Renekton, we saw buffs to Kennen.
Freak is out there and he's super happy. He's like, I nerfed the magic resist on Renekton and they counter pick with an AP champion.
Oh my god, this is what I wanted!
Let's talk about the early game, talk about the leads. How significant was it? Because I know we were talking about the CS advantages at about 8 minutes. We were hoping, we were praying Junjie was going to go top, maybe look at Bong, but talk to me about the CS advantages. And, you know, were you concerned at any point there that R7 were not going to be able to, you know, bounce back?
Yeah, I was pretty concerned. Just kind of focusing on how critical it was. We talked about Kennen having that advantage. It was a 23 CS advantage at 8 minutes for the Kennen. Aja was completely controlling that matchup. We saw what was a 7 CS lead for Maple, which is fine. It was pretty minimal, but in general, we just saw, as you mentioned, it was a nice early game overall for R7. We expected a larger deficit, but then I was like, wait a minute, there's a goal lead happening here for PSG. Where is it? Solo lanes. I was like, okay. So the criticism you had a little earlier on, we saw a little bit of it.
But I actually think R7 leading into the first Rift, I thought that they could have cross-mapped and killed Wako because he's usually alone. Instead, what they did is that they sent their TP user down bot to actually stop the side from getting any plays. But then this is where it becomes really messy, and the point you're addressing, Raz, the fight, the way it starts out from PSG is way too sloppy. You said that J4 gets caught in the beginning, but the Kennen still had prio. There's possibility for Nico to come in. Finally, the Nico also comes through, but multiple members have already died. So from the solo laners, with the possible lead you could have had, and the setup with a J4, Kennen, and a Nico, that fight was just played out really bad.
Exactly. PSG, I think, had all the cards at the very beginning. They had the slow push on bot side. They could get Rakan up towards the top side a little bit earlier. But honestly, Rainbow 7, to the point that you had just made, that play of having their bot lane swap mid was a really good adaptation that gives me more hope.
It's a simple thing, but something we don't see too often. It was just something that shut down a strategy we saw PSG use a lot, where they just leave Wako alone.
One of the things I did see, or I did feel throughout many of these skirmishes, a little bit of mechanical misplays, a little bit of questionable decision-making, especially early on in many of those skirmishes. I will chalk that up to first game on stage, first best of Worlds, right? But it's not exactly the cleanest opening game for both of these squads. I will say, though, as the game continued to play out, PSG's team fighting composition, the wombo combo, the circles, as Oisin and Dagda were talking about, they really started to take over.
It's funny, because it just didn't stop, right? You blow flashes for the J J4 Cataclysm. You're like, I think maybe this is a, oh no, we need to deal with the Kennen ultimate. Okay, maybe we're good. And then Nico comes from behind. It felt like there were multiple waves of engages that they had to deal with.
Yeah, we can see the way that it leads up to it in this fight that goes pretty much both ways. A good TP interrupt came through in the top lane, but what you need to pay attention to is not actually who dies, it's who's flashing right here. Because this is going to be huge in the Drake fights leading up to it. In the coming fights, Dak already addressed it. R7 comms was a bit hard to play. It becomes even harder when you don't have flashes. In this play specifically, no flash to Leah, no flash on Oddie. Seo does have flash, he still gets caught by it, but that makes it even more difficult, and that's why they start losing. R7 starts overextending when they don't have flash, and with your composition going into the composition of PSG, you cannot be allowed to play like that.
Yeah, and it feels like R7 specifically was cutting corners on how they were playing setups on the siege on mid lane, right? Because you saw the Nautilus that was on the top side of the map expecting that's where the flank was going to be. But yeah, the Nikos was coming through the bot side of the map. What killed me was the fact that the players that did not have flash survived. It was Sales that had blink and flash that died for it because he didn't have the reaction speed on that one. So like, a lot of props to PSG that had a little bit of deficit after the Rift Herald, but then through their mid game were able to reclaim the game.
Yeah, and you know, like big damage from Archie as well. The same goes for the side here in this instance. But I also just think that in general, the games are slow in the early game. What it really comes down to is how you set yourself up for the Drakes, because that's where the big fights will be happening between the two teams. They both had an incredibly high Drake percentage in their own regions as well, so that's where they want to pilot the fights. They need to set themselves up better for this instead than moving forward.
Watching this game, I initially was very frustrated at PSG. I wanted to see more. I wanted Ginger to be active. I was very angry. Now that we've actually run through this post-game, we've talked about it a bit more, they knew they were going to win team fights. They kind of knew they were the better team. Play a little slow. Please. Let's see whether or not those nerves, let's see whether the stage settles.
But if there is one thing, like, I would actually love not to see Junji on the Java and just something different instead,
we
where
do
it's more fast-paced.
We do have to go to a break. We're going to head to an ad break. When we come back, it'll be game 2 on PSG versus R7.
Bring it back, R7!
And Audi are waiting in the wings as well, so we'll just back away.
Oh, interruption. That's going to see a little flash and a cataclysm for Junja, but I think he's just, oh, the nice little bit of movement. Now you can see a fight on two fronts. They are getting damage down. Bomb still keeping himself alive. Nicely done with the pop blossom, though. And that's a clean enough fight for the side of PSG. They lose 1, they get 4, and they can just barrel down the mid. They've got a huge minion wave.
Red Bull gives you wings.
아무것도 보이지 않아 아니었던 네 미소들만 습관처럼 난 아침이 오면 내 옆에 네가 있는 상상을 해 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야 Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark 아무것도 들리지 않아 반겨주던 네 소리들만 어제처럼 난 길 걷다 보면 모든 게 날 부르는 소리 같아 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark What's your play?
We are back, jumping straight into Champs. Like, there are no breaks. There are no ways of delays for now, touch wood. But we are jumping into game number 2. PSG now 1-0 up in this series. And look, at the moment, it's the same bands except that Nico, because that was a bit of a problem for R7.
Yeah, and it's surprising to see us having an option in towards the red side again. We saw GG yesterday saying, hey, look, we prefer blue. We think it's like Talia is a super high priority pick, so we're going to stay on that side. But said R7 saying, hey, look, no, there's multiple things we want to pick up, so we're going to go red. Banning the Jarvan as well. So big circle comp out the window. And now it's up a case of, hey, what do you prioritize here? As PSG Talon, we saw things like the Orianna slip right the way through. Azir not being a big one, but Maple is a big player. But even I think things like, okay, I was going to say jungle could be an option, but Maokai immediately going to be the take, which I'm kind of surprised at because we did see it kind of slip away a little bit yesterday and today.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's not as prevalent as it was a couple of months ago, but PSG obviously feeling like Junja, it's still an incredible enabler if you have kind of, you know, the Rakan with it, something that can engage before, if that makes sense, when you kind of get the ultimate afterwards. But R7 now have a chance to repeat themselves and kind of get themselves a little bit of a priority in a different lane. It looks like they want to try and get Seo something that can match in that bot side.
Yeah, I mean, Seo definitely got himself caught out a couple of times, so he wasn't Ezreal. So I was like, you know what? Saya definitely got to give him a little bit more agency in fights where he can play for it, but certainly still needs to be quick on the trigger finger. With the Maokai tank coming in the opposite side, Audi going to go back towards something that he's happy with, which is going to be that Sejuani. So I think you open up now for Maple to potentially go towards an AD mid laner if he wants to with the Maokai there. But even yesterday we saw that, look, that isn't really the priority. I think Control Mage is just so incredibly strong on this patch that people will start to tend back towards that style instead. But Jace didn't get any touches and still very, very strong.
And still Maple's most played champion by a mile within the PCS. Like something he is incredibly prolific on. And even as you pointed out to me right now, a 91.7% win rate
over
with
12
games. I mean, this guy is comfortable to say the least.
Yeah, very, very strong pick. And again, gives him a lot of control over the mid lane, sets you up well with a pushing lane. Also just the opportunity then, if you want to go towards something like an Ezreal, you got a lot of poke that can try and come through with that. So can be a bit difficult, but also just a very strong team fight regardless. So I like the direction that PSG are going for. But again, I think this is a comp that kind of requires a bit of patience, which we didn't quite see in the last game. They were a bit all over the place. So curious to see how they want to try and operate this one.
Yeah, I think that was something we were talking about a little bit on the break, is that it was just kind of a little bit scrappy at times from PSG. Kind of finding that we mentioned it a couple of times during the match as well, is that it was kind of your turn, now tag out, now tag in, rather than being a cohesive unit. So it'll be a lot easier to do it this time around, but I do feel like if the Maokai goes in or the Rakan goes in isolated, they're going to get burnt down so quickly.
Yeah, and that's where I want to see just take it slow. You have the opportunity to try and look for this. A lot of engage coming through from R7 though, so a lot of opportunities to try and punish if PSG talent do end up getting separated on those engages. So again, kind of falling back towards what worked in the last one. I think Lions had a great performance on the Nautilus, catching out Junja several times, getting key hooks onto Wacko at times as well, but not quite being in a position to follow up. But Ken going to be taking away a lot of those. It's kind of what Mark Z was saying yesterday. It's like, oh, this comp hurt us in the last game. Get rid of everything.
Yeah. I don't like this anymore. I don't want to play this game. But I mean, look, I kind of get it. And honestly, I think this Ezreal ban is fantastic. When you mentioned it just there, that the poke that could have been coming out would have been enormous had you not taken away that pick.
Yeah, surprised to see the Sylas though. Not something that, like, I know Sylas is doing well in the current patch, but it's kind of in towards a lot more of the control mages versus something like the Jace, where you don't really get access to that ultimate. But I suppose with having the Rakan and the Maokai there, they are a little bit nervous about that one. Cassante over here for Bong, great pickup, very easy to operate in that top side, and just a strong blind pick, which leaves it open for Miru to go for this counter pick. He's still more than likely going to tend back towards something like maybe the Ari that we saw already, something like the Azir. Both these mid laners very high on that pick, and even just having something that can have a little bit of range against the Jace is nice.
Orianna is still gone through the pack, and
I think she's so strong.
I know, right? But not even just so strong in her own sense, but also the fact that you can just cover so much of this poke with your command protect. You have so many ways of kind of like shielding, healing, and kind of movement speed to disengage away from the Rakan. There's so many little things like that. But the Rumble locked in at the moment, kind of really looking to try and push in that top lane advantage that PSG had in game number one, keeping in with the AP theme.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong comp coming through from PSG talent. You got great setup, as you say, with the Maokai, the Rakan. A lot of long-range poke with the Rumble and the Jace. And now, I was going to say, if they go towards the Kai'Sa, you've got a good amount of poke as well coming through off that. But the key factor is, like, just having that follow-up DPS. Going to go... Actually, I'm not a big fan now of the Aphelios. I would have preferred the Sivir just to kind of help you get into these fights a little bit thicker when you do throw everything through. And, yeah, I mean, there's the Orianna on the opposite side, but... Yeah, I think PSG talent, like when Orianna was a threat, you're now putting Aphelios as a very close quarters fight, Rumble, Maokai in a similar boat. The only real long range threat that you have is going to be that Jace. I think that can be a struggle now as you start to get in towards fights with Sejuani jumping forward, the Knowledge jumping forward, and just setting up nicely then for the Orianna. So I actually think in all-out brawls, R7 could have that opportunity for that big shockwave to change everything.
Absolutely, the shockwave, and not only that, kind of like isolating away any kind of maybe big danger man. If the Rakan or the Rumble is starting to look a bit, kind of dangerous in those kind of small skirmishes or even big 5v5s, you can just take them away completely, get the all out, get them isolated into a 1v1, and then all of a sudden you're in a much better position here as R7. PSG though, they have plenty of options, like you said, plenty of poke. It's going to come down similar to game number one as execution.
Yeah, I think the problem is though that we kind of saw PSG talent struggle with that execution coming into game number one, and that's where I think if you go towards the opposite side, well, Sejuani great at pick, Nautilus great at pick, and although we talk about Orianna being fantastic in team fights, that shockwave also is very good in those pick scenarios where you're just able to pull someone back away from that safety. So I think you do have opportunities as R7 to disrupt that. I'm curious to see exactly what the game plan is going to be.
He's not here, but he's here in spirit.
Yeah, he's probably co-streaming somewhere.
He's almost there. Somewhere in the ether. Yeah. We can feel his presence.
Still rapping about the shy somewhere.
Yeah. Propaganda, by the way, and I'll stand on that hill. Not going to talk about that until Swiss, but we are obviously picked and banned out in game number two. We're going to jumping straight onto the Rift and see if PSG can make it a clean 2-0, keep themselves in that winner's bracket, or if R7 have got themselves something fun in this series to bring us to.
Yeah, I think the big one for me is just seeing how much R7 showed up in the last one. Like, actually having that early aggression that was a struggle for PSG Talon. I really thought that PSG Talon, that would be kind of the strength of Junja coming in with this, Maple coming in with the Nico as well. But the fact that R7 were able to find that success kind of has me a little bit more hesitant for PSG Talon.
Aye.
Where I think now it's going to be a case of, like, can they actually really have this opportunity to fight back and take over against PSG?
No, Takeover was the team last year.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, we're gods.
Sorry, if they could glory and grind their way into this game.
Perfect. Good man. There you go. Well, we'll see. The glory and the grind is truly worth it coming out from either of these sides. And this is the great thing about the new setup within play-ins as well. Like, you get not only more matches between individual matchups, you get more opportunities to kind of make your move. Again, even if R7 lose today, yes, it sucks, but you have a lower bracket. You can still push forward and make something of this play-ins. And I really do feel like we are going to come into a situation where that lower bracket could mean huge implications for a team that just kind of, you know, maybe shows improvement but hasn't been able to do it on the first day.
Yeah, and I think it's as well, like, just kind of looking to see all the different setups and the histories that we're starting to get now, because we had things like MSI where we got to see these teams kind of face off against each other. Like for PSG Talon, the opportunity to go up against Loud again. We're looking at R7 as well, wanting to go up against GAM. Like those are kind of like the mini rivalries that we're starting to get across the course of this. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how both these teams end up going up later on against these squads as well.
While we connect the narratives, you at home can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the explosive experimentation emote. Nice little Heimerdinger there. I think it's Hexperimentation, or is it Experimentation? I thought it was Hexperimentation.
I mean, we're League of Legends. It has to be Experiment.
Oh. This is explosive on the bot side. Nice little bit of movement here from R7. Again, we saw this in Game 1 as well. Twice in a row, they've been able to get that early level 2 and really put pressure here onto Wacko and Woody.
Yeah, I mean, like, usually you can kind of see Aphelios have some sort of control over these lanes, but very difficult when you end up with the support matchup in the way it is. And both times now, Lins has just been in a great spot to get on towards Woody, and there's no reason that you should have to give over that. Like, oh, okay.
Oh, that minion! Oh, get down, Mr. President. Wacko needs to buy that minion a dinner after this because that saved his life.
Yeah, but I was going to say, like, Wacko completely out of pots now. You're looking at both pots burnt by Woody as well. So a huge amount of this early aggression from R7 is paying off. Like, Wacko, I don't know if he can kind of push up here for the next one, because even an Ignite, a hook, anything landing might be a bit of a disaster for him.
Yeah, and he's running out of Severum as well, so needs to be very, very careful. And honestly, this is Sayo kind of doing to Wacko what Wacko did in that first game. Constantly putting down the feathers, constantly making you think, are you going to be okay? Do I have the drawback? Do you have the position to walk up onto this? And even then, you can see Sayo with the on the Zayas. And oh, hook lands, the Ignite goes down. They almost get the feathers. I love the idea there from Sayo. Not quite able to land all the damage, though.
But that's what I was saying, right? Like, you didn't even have to use the flash there. Just misposition coming through from Wacko, and Leons is there to punish. So now Wacko has to reset. He's going to miss out on these waves. Immediately Odie coming down as well to try and cover off on this play. A really good aggression from the R7 bot lane.
Yeah, 4 minutes, get yourself a plate. That's going to accelerate you towards that first item. Really, really well done. And again, like we said, we were pleasantly surprised with the kind of the level that R7 were able to play. Again, I don't think it's unfair to say that they are very much underdogs in this matchup.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we said at the start of the day, like, a failure for PSG Talon feels like not getting out of this group and getting in towards groups itself. So the fact that they're struggling so much in this bot lane is kind of telling at the moment. But I mean, great play from Sayo and Leons, and the fact now again Wacko is going to be behind can open up opportunities for Leons to start to go for roams as well, especially as Sayo starts to hit level 6 and he's got a bit more safety underneath this tower because Wacko's going to be behind and trying to move up towards Rift Tower. Like, this really gives a ton of opportunities for R7 to play off that. I mean, even look at Leons at the moment, just starting to hover towards that mid. Probably won't be able to make anything out of it, but can cover any sort of gank that might be happening at the moment.
Yeah, well, level 6s will be hit soon here between the solo laners, but we'll have to wait and see. Bot lane is definitely the pressure point for R7 for the moment. We'll see if it does lead to any kind of major advantages or not. I do like that Bong's still able to kind of get most of the CS here. He is in a losing lane. He is going to fall behind. He knows what his position in this team is, and it is to kind of isolate the Aphelios out in those team fights. But obviously, we've mentioned that the Orianna is broken. We've mentioned that they are so extremely strong. I want to tell me why. Why is it broken? Why now has it become just kind of big, massive power pick?
I mean, she's just gotten a ton of buffs over several different patches. Like 3 or 4 patches in a row, she just kind of started to get more and more power tweaked in towards her. And especially when you're looking at, hey, look, we're getting these, the amount of power that she has then is just incredibly strong. You're getting nerfs towards Tristana and some of these AD mid laners as well. They're just setting up, but here.
Yeah, he's going to look to wait to get the flash out of him afterwards. So there's a shockwave bringing them back in. So a little bit of a switcheroo, but I think Miru is very fortunate to not be going down there. Covered myself a little bit. Shockwave does decently there. I think he would have loved if they took another tower hit or so, but still gets out with only losing his flash. Oh, got a move in this mid lane. There's the cleanse coming out. They will be able to stop Woody from getting a fully clean engage, but cleanse burned anyway because Seo still without his flash.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to be able to pick up this wave. The Seo taking a little bit of a hit though, still has that lead, will still be fine. Should be able to cover this one mostly, but you can see the move from Maple. I actually don't know if Lynn's wanted that one to hit because Maple is waiting in the wings here. Just going to pick up the fruit for the moment.
They do have a Jace coming in with an accelerated shock blast over the side here, so they could be very, very caught out as I can see them now go for it, but they're getting a lot of damage on the Wacko. The feathers don't come back just yet though. The turret's still doing damage. First blood goes over. It's a 1-for-1. Both supports picking up kills.
Yeah, Wacko went way too early on that play. Tried to get into a position where he could follow up, but nobody had actually started tanking on his behalf, so the damage wasn't able to churn out. He gets into a difficult position and Woody has to give his life as a result, so a bit messy on the play. But at least they do get the kill, so Maple will at least force one wave to be missed by Seo, but not the best of plays from PSG Talon.
Not the best. Still 1-for-1. They get the first blood and they get a couple of 100 gold as well. So you see this wave. I feel for Bong right now. He wants to crash this so badly. He's like, it's in such a terrible position, not able to do it. But yeah, like you said, Wacko kind of just walks forward and then they just kind of go, cool, we're just going to engage on you.
Yeah, and you've already got a ton of feathers that are out. Really unfortunate for Seo that he couldn't actually get enough of the route down on towards Wacko, because I think that would have then been a turnaround play. Probably 2 kills going across to the R7 bot lane, but I mean, Wacko just way too quick on that play. Again, it's impatience that's coming back to bite PSG Talon in a lot of these equations.
A little bit of scrappiness, a little bit of impatience. We'll see now if PSG can kind of push themselves forward after that. It is still a decent move on the bot side. They will be able to kind of move forward knowing that that cleanse is down here for Seo. We'll have access to the Featherstorm hopefully very soon if you're an R7 fan. For the moment, it is still looking pretty even Stevens, and I'm loving lines on this Nautilus in the laning phase. He really does look confident and just kind of constantly looking for those hooks.
It might need to hook away here though, because you can already see Maokai starting to come down into position. Wave is not in a good spot for R7. They kind of know it.
Yeah, they kind of know it. They are going to be able to kind of move themselves away. Bit of Spider-Manning. They will get the double knock-up, but a route underneath the tower is not ideal. Seo gets crashed backwards, not quite able to get the route. And that's just an easy little pickup here for the bot lane of PSG. A little cleaner and a lot more important as they got the kill over to the Aphelios.
I mean, brilliant timing as well. Like, look at the purple bar underneath Seo there on the right-hand side of your screen. He was basically a minion or two away from level 6, and that play wouldn't have worked out. So just about getting in on that timer and finding that opportunity. So all that early game that we're like, yes, this is it for R7, is completely gone out the window. Wacko has the level advantage. He's got the CS advantage. He's going to have the reset advantage here as well and be able to pick himself up something nice. So I think this is where now PSG kind of starting to right a lot of those wrongs, and R7 again not able to play through the advantages that they picked up.
Yeah, there's that Featherstorm coming into play, like you mentioned there for Seo, so he's finally got access to that. We do see a flashless Woody, but he does get caught out for the moment. They're going to look for a flash here onto the mid lane. They're going to try and jump in on top of this one. It's a good hook there to try and bring back Junja. But the shockwave, as he got knocked back, Miru is going to fall to this ignite. That's Woody picking up his second kill of the game. And this is more like the PSG we expected to see coming into this matchup. They are much more cohesive, much more confident to look for those big fights.
Yeah, Woody and Junja are doing work in this one to turn around a lot of these plays. Like, nearly a 20 CS lead coming through, about 15 CS lead was happening in that mid lane before Maple was able to pick up that lead. So Miru definitely having good control. But Woody coming up now with Junja to turn that around. 2 lanes righted. But maybe Woody's in the wrong place, but should be able to just dash.
Still a Rakan, so he's going to have plenty of movement to get himself out of danger. We do see a little bit of movement coming in as well from the jungler, but Audie's kind of been a bit muted, to be perfectly honest. He hasn't really been in a position to make things happen, as you do get the goal difference over time coming in here, and little by little, bit by bit, it is just kind of going in favor of PSG. The feathers are being put down quite a bit. They will try out the ultimate miss. Unfortunately, if it does land, Wacko did have access to his cleanse, so I don't think it would have meant all that much.
R7 needed that to work, though. They're trading this for Rift Tower on the top side, and they can't. They will go towards Dragon, but you get Maple, who's coming back off this this reset in mid, he's going to be in a very strong spot. Like, they have to do this quite quickly. Push will come through on bot side, but Seo can't really stick around, so I'm a little bit nervous about the Dragon, although it looks like PSG not really wanting to over-contest here.
I do think that with Miru having full priority in that mid lane, it does make it a lot harder, considering there was a reset coming in from Maple, and he didn't want to use his TP.
It's just, you don't have a very quick Dragon, as you see, so that's where it could be a little bit dangerous, but yeah, they'll be able to take it. And now I'm looking at mid lane as Junja going to steal away the Raptors. Opportunity for an ult across the wall, but I think they're not sure exactly where the enemy jungler is, but more than likely just going to back them.
Yeah, very likely that the jungler could have just went straight mid after taking that Dragon of the global kind of call as such, but now kind of turning that from from mid lane to top lane. Now we are going to see Bong just getting rooted down, didn't get the CC away from it, tried to go all out, tries to get him underneath the tower. It was almost a good thing, but Miru does TP in, now trying to find out where this Rumble is going. Will be able to eventually find him, you imagine, but taking a fair bit of damage by ignoring Junja. There's the shockwave, does finally land, and they will be able to trade back 1-for-1. Good flash to get away from that accelerated shock blast. And R7, they're trying to keep this one going because I think they feel like it was kind of running away from them.
Yeah, a little bit. Miru able to get one back, which was nice, but you can see Ozzy with the side steps made him work for that one. PSG, though, able to move back down onto the spot side, but we're going to look here, like, nice play from Junja. I'm not sure when Bong used the W, though, because here you could actually get away from it, but must have just used it in the trade before this, and then knock back from Ozzy, good flash away. And then Miru, Junja just has no damage, so Miru is able to just ignore the big tree. The Whomping Willow, not too worried here. And then this was a nice shockwave, pulls Ozzy out of the bush, and just gets the kill before the rest of the team is able to show up. Maple tried to predict that flash, but just not quite able to get the position.
Yeah, I don't think the shock blast would have been able to kill him, but it definitely would have been a little bit more
I think it would have been
gung-ho to go for it.
I think it would have set up them for the flash from Maple, then the full melee combo, and that would have been a dead Miru. So luckily enough, able to get away from that. Odi, though, back on this bot side, wants to try and make some play happen, but, I mean, Junja's here, and I just don't think your bot lane is strong enough right now.
Yeah, they've cleared all the vision, but, I mean, you've cleared the vision while also revealing that your jungler is here, so very easy with the guns you have available to you with the Infernum and the Gravitum to kind of just keep yourself safe, but also just clear the waves as they're being pushed into you, so not exactly a great opportunity here for R7 to capitalize upon, and I mean, we have a quick look across the board now. We are starting to get first items coming in. You do have the Radiant Virtue coming out here for Junja, going towards that more tanky related build. We do sometimes see the Demonic Embrace, but this time around it is the more tankier variant. And the Duskbladed Drakkar. So Maple already in a position to be able to kind of go aggressive if he feels like he can get that kill, get that invulnerability, and kind of move away from the fight.
Yeah, and it does make it difficult for Miru to try and stay in the lane at the moment just because that Mythic Spike. The fact now that Maple gets to push waves pretty consistently and then move in towards working with Junja will give them a lot of control over this bot side jungle, and I think that's where you're going to be looking to see kind of the mid to bot plays working between PSG. Junja and Maple want to try and get some extra gold on towards Maple, like get this tower in a position where it's vulnerable with this Rift Herald, so having that support for Woody so he can get out and start to set this play up is going to be important. So keep your eyes on exactly where Junja is leaning towards, because more than likely, like right now, Woody's going to be quickly behind him.
Yeah, these guys are going to be the best of friends as they hang around this rift, and they're looking for kind of big engages. And that's the thing as well, with Woody and Junja having the Rakan and the Maokai, it's just such an easy 1-2 engage. You know, you drop down the Maokai ultimate like this, and you're able to kind of get a lot. Seo should have ult, and going to use Cleanse instead. Interesting. So valuing the ultimate, or sorry, the ultimate cooldown higher than the Cleanse cooldown.
I'm surprised because, I mean, there's no real like fight coming up in the next little while. Like, you could have just had your ult up and available for the next dragon, unless he's massively worried about some sort of like dive play here, but that's not really going to happen. I think using your ult there would have been fine, and then you still would have been in a decent position. Like, the Cleanse cooldown is just so much longer. Yeah. You could have just had both up for the next fight.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Unfortunately, that's not how this game has gone. Seo obviously has a... I mean, and look, watch us now. He'll have an amazing ultimate, which sets down all the feathers, 5-man route.
The thing is, he would just have both.
True. He would have just had both. But of course, there's the lane economy snapshot by MasterCard. And again, it's pretty good for everyone except for mid lane. And even then, 250, 269 is not really that big of a difference between the Jace and, of course, the Orianna. So very, very easy to see how PSG are going to find their advantages, especially in that top side with the Rumble just getting so far accelerated.
Yeah, I think for R7, what you have to try and do is like get control over bot side, then find a way to unlock lines with that, immediately move them into mid and try and pick before this 40 seconds on Dragon, but you're not really in a position to do that right now. You can even see they've rotated, say, on lines in towards the mid lane. Maple's gone for a reset, so they will get control over mid, and maybe they can try and look for a pick as this Dragon is starting to set up, but it's just, it's without the amount of vision that they kind of need to make this happen, it's going to be hard. Woody, though, is going to be sitting here, so maybe PSG, with just being able to slowly push back out, will force R7 back.
One more time. Have a look at it. It's changed. Look, Maple's getting closer. It's not even 269, it's 212. But a little bit of an engage here as we start to posture for this dragon. This could be big for R7 as they may look for an engage. Cleanse has been used. So now neither AD carry has their cleanse, although Seo's one isn't up and a little bit short over time. We'll see if they want to go for anything there, but a big engage tool no longer available for R7. Again, you're looking at that Glacial Prison to really set up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you still have lanes to try and set these up, but R7, this is the problem that you have. They're trying to make the pick before Maple could get into position with Jace. They had Miru off on a quicker track towards mid lane, but now you've given that control to PSG because they know, hey, we don't have to actually look out for Audi. It's a much more telegraphed engage that'll come through.
Good poke here with the accelerated shock blast. Again, if you don't see it coming in, you're not going to be prepared to put up those shields of the Nautilus and the Orianna. And the way things have kind of gone, you can see R7, they just don't feel confident to make that play. They say, look, we don't have the vision. We'll be walking into so many bits of damage. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, they could try and push mid very, very quickly and lean over towards the Rift Herald with the numbers advantage that they have, but with the resets coming through, they're not in a position to do so. So PSG now are going to get Dragon. They should get good damage. I think they should get bot Terror off this play, but also, I mean, even with the position that they're in, you can see Miru not really going to be able to hold on because Junja can try and threaten a potential dive here, and there's just nobody from R7 here to cover.
Oh, Miru could be in a lot of trouble here. Needs to walk forward a little bit, but no, just get hit up. There's going to be a TP straight away. They're tanking the turret straight off it. The shockwave does come down, but it's just too easy. Both top laners TP in, but I mean, what way can you already make this one work? You're in a 2v3, not really in a position for it. They will drop down the equalizer, the all-out, just to bring Junja underneath the tower. He has to flash away. There's going to be the ultimate put down to Wako, who has no cleanse. A flash forward because the minion was standing in his way. A flash away by Wako, who finally puts down the ultimate. Moonlight Vigil does pepper down this damage, good infernum damage. But I mean, it's PSG just kind of winning. It's R7 playing reactively, and unfortunately, it's not working.
Yeah, it's just the reset timers from R7 come back to bite them. They weren't on the map quick enough, so PSG go, right, we take Dragon, we move bot, we know that R7 have gone for reset, so we can actually try and go for this dive. So you get the double TP coming through, that still works out in favor of PSG. And now Maple going to get some good damage onto towards top side as well. And the fact is, PSG have set themselves up with a 3,000 gold lead. They're going to get control over mid. They'll go towards Rift Herald. They'll extend that lead. And this is now where R7 are going to be in a ton of hurt. Odie trying to prevent that, though, by immediately moving top, but he's spotted.
Yeah, no element of surprise to come out from this one here. And that's going to be... Again, this is why we kind of put PSG as such heavy favorites. This is what they were doing in the PCS, just, you know, kind of calling all the bluffs, constantly putting in questions to the enemy team and saying, look, you're just not going to be able to contest us. You're not going to be able to kind of front up to us. And unfortunately for R7 in this game, they just haven't had that same kind of presence that they did in game number 1.
Yeah, and they're basically doing what PSG want, which is, yes, we get control, but we're also just going to slam Wako in the lane by himself and let him scale, let him get his items. So as we kind of make plays elsewhere on the map. So for PSG, this is exactly where their comfort spot is. Maple, though, maybe not being so comfortable.
Oh, he just had a sixth sense about it. Knew something was up, and Audi unfortunately gets spotted out there by the accelerated shock blast. And honestly, Woody was off to the side there, so it could have been a little bit of a bait there with the amount of players that PSG had on that top side.
Yeah, immediately they're going to try and cover for this on the play, but again, you're not really in a position to try and fight this as R7. You can see how nervous they are, especially with that tower just slowly being chipped away. But if you're committing 4 members to top side, fantastic. Ozzy is still going to be in a great position against Bong. You can see Bong actually surprised to see him go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, like a full armor build into the AP damage, which is why he's probably struggling as much as he is. But this was great from Junja. Knock back first to use the W to dodge the shockwave, so he never has to worry about that and can try and get out of range. So just nice decision making from Junja on the play. And then Bong here as well, you can see like how much damage is going to come down on him in a second. Like the AP damage is melting him with the build that he's gone. Like usually you'll see the Jack Show coming through in a matchup like this where you still get those tanky stats and you can still at least have some impact in fights, but I'm just not a big fan of the Iceborne Gauntlet here.
Yeah, it does feel like it's kind of for Maple and Wako, which is great, but also just not going to help you in the laning matchup that you're in, which is the Rumble and the Maokai. So A little bit unfortunate there, but look, we'll see if it does end up leading to anything more. We do kind of come up to about 20 minutes now. 13 seconds until the Baron spawns. Only about a minute 30 until the next dragon. It is a Mountain Soul, so plenty of value for both these teams. And I will say for R7, if they can get that dragon stacking, it can be great for something like a Sejuani, a Cassante, and of course a Nautilus. But you got to get there. That's the thing. You can do all these beautiful wishes, but you gotta make them happen. You can't just sit there and hope they do.
I think at this stage though, we're gonna be waiting again for this next dragon to come up. Minute 15 until that. That's where R7 can try and find something. But at least PSG, like, they're in a great spot. They've full control over mid. They've got the poke that they need. They're getting the vision control down. They've got the side lane control thanks to Ozzy as well. It's just making it so hard for R7 to make anything happen.
They're looking to find Wacko. They will catch him. Cleanse used immediately. They are backing this one away as well with a little bit of an ultimate from the Maokai. No full engage coming out. Audi takes a fair chunk of his health bar out. That's not a bad play coming out here from R7. It does burn off that summoner just before the dragon spawns in 45. And the Sejuani should be able to take a camp or two to heal up.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're getting something. But again, that big ultimate is down for R7 as they start to come into the fight, right? And that's kind of what we've consistently seen is, yes, it's nice to get the summoner spell down, but like the rest of the follow-up isn't there. Like, you kind of want this more for as the fight kicks off. So maybe you can pick Ozzy, maybe you can pick someone else, but picking on towards Wacko every time is like fantastic. We're actually fine because 20 seconds until dragon. Lions is your engage, I suppose, and you kind of hope for the best that he gets on towards someone that can that we can try and follow up on. But when you've got like Junja in the front line, Woody's going to be able to disrupt that engage. It becomes significantly more difficult for Nautilus to be that sole engage tool.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that regardless of anything like that, you still have the Rift Herald as well to kind of go for this. Seo had to take a reset and go back to kind of heal up before this. TP comes in from Miru to try and cover this push, but all that effort, all that time and investment you put around this Dragon Pit to try and get something is not going to be there. And I was just about to say, just before Audi put down a pink ward on it, that is a TP ward for this Rumble if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, immediately. Going to have him in towards the backline. PSG,
oh
though.
God.
Like you say, like the amount of poke they have. Audi going a bit far with Junja, though.
Junja kind of going on a little bit of a longer trip than he anticipated there. Lions throwing out a bit of a wayward hook, but for the moment, it seems to be just fine for everybody to kind of just keep posturing around. Bot lane pushing in favor of PSG. Top lane pushing in favor of PSG. They're dotting their I's, they're crossing their T's, and it's R7 who are going to start feeling the panic. Like now, it means they can't contest.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. I mean, this is kind of just like a walk home now for PSG. Yes, you've got this incredibly strong pick in the Orianna, but even she's had to opt towards a Banshee's Veil, which because of how much damage Ozzy is doing, so which again, I'm not the big. I think you've got to just go for that soul damage here in this kind of position, but if you're going to play defensive here, I think you're just going to slip further and further behind. So PSG, they got good scaling coming, or well, they got scaling on the Aphelios that's coming through, but I suppose if you can hit like mega late game for R7, you're in an okay spot. But with 2 dragons now until Soul for PSG and Mountain Soul to boot as well, Baron up on the map, your opportunities to find that scaling aren't there.
I've seen this one before on the other side of the map. I know how this movie ends, but this time Miru is also going to go for it. Shockwave comes in just to delay it, but it's the same result every time, and again Bong comes in just to find his laner already dead.
Yeah, call it the Canadian, the maple tree going absolutely insane on this one with the picks that they're finding on the top side. Braz will be proud, but for R7 they're not so happy with it.
No, they don't want to go visit Canada anytime soon, but I mean, yeah, look, this is just kind of slow, methodical, very telegraphed, but also PSG, they know how the R7 are moving around the map. They know exactly how they want to make this, play this game, and it's becoming almost predictable how R7 are moving.
And it's like everyone on R7 immediately responds to top side, and you're like, cool, we got Maple on the bot lane. So for PSG, as long as they can just walk this one out, which surely they do now, well, cool, now we've got a massive wave pushing into bots that you got to deal with. So Maple's like, great, well, now we've got numbers advantage for mid. Let's rotate to mid. Sayo's like, I will try and clear this out, but in a second I'm going to be completely outnumbered. But R7 are going to actually be able to move into position to try and cover this, but I think the poke in a second for Maple is going to be a tough one.
Definitely could feel how much that was going to hurt there for Seo, who's not got any resistances naturally as a AD carry of his team. So looking at a 2.5 item Jace coming out from the side would just be monstrous. The Banshee's Veil does get finished off here finally by Miru, but I mean, like you said, it feels like R7 are just running around the map like almost like a 5-man at all times, and then as soon as they kind of realize, okay, we don't need to do that, they get kind of caught out, and then all of a sudden it's predictable. So it does feel like a catch-22 for them. Damned if they do, damned if they don't, and PSG are just comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, hang on, engage.
Yeah, engage comes in. They're going to get the ultimates out, but can they get the damage in? That is the question. The Nautilus goes down, the turret finally goes in. Oni does flash away. The shockwave good to catch Wacko, but I mean, he just gets himself the Gale Force to get away from this one. And yeah, look at the health bars. Like, they did nothing comparatively, and it just feels like R7 are clutching at straws.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they can turn towards Baron though. I mean, look, Lions is down, but you're gonna have the resets coming through from R7. Unless Maple can get some good damage down, but they do have to be careful as R7 come back onto the map. Lions being down does suck, but yeah, it looks like they just might be able to burn it down.
I mean, what ultimates are really available right now? You've got a lot to try and re-engage onto this. The all-out is there, but maybe just bait someone in. The vision control is in favor. PSG are just trying to get anyone into an isolated situation. 4,000 HP onto this Baron. Yeah, PSG do not want the 50-50 just yet. They're going to just keep peppering down these damage, and they know they can go for Bong because he's going to have to go all out. Junjin takes a hell of a lot of damage, but he's able to walk away just at the last second. Everyone's just kind of moving in. It's a little bit of a 1v1 on the top side there as Lions joins back in. And now the Rumble's very isolated, not with his team. He may have to try and get out of this by his own, but he doesn't have flash. He has nowhere to go, and he's overheated, which means he goes down. Bong picks himself up the first kill of the game. And PSG, they didn't really know what they wanted to go for there. The Baron got too low.
Well, that's what the problem was. It's like, I think you had Adi that was still in a good position to actually get in towards the pit, so I was a bit worried about the 50-50, but also they just didn't have the burn damage that they needed. Although PSG are like, hang on a second, maybe we can try and sneak this. Not as confident though as they start to see the rest of R7 get into position, but I wasn't sure how much burn damage they had, and I think they overestimated themselves there to be like, hey, we can try and burst this down before R7 get into position. But you can see Bong, like, the second he steps up is in a decent spot, but Junji here, good ult, great setup, and like there's nowhere really for R7 to run to. You try and move back, you're in towards the equalizer. Try to move forward, you're in towards the rest of the team. And I think that shockwave only hitting onto one person really sucked there, because you would have liked to have that as a big follow-up play, but it's just not quite there. And Lions, again, great setup onto Ozzy. He was just that little bit too far forward.
Yeah, Lions literally coming out of base being like, remember me? And it's like, oh, yes, that's right. We were 4v5. We didn't actually have all eyes on all 5 members. But still a 5,000 gold lead for PSG. Yes, it's a little bit of a hiccup there with the Rumble being taken out, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. 3 items now for Maple. Sorelda's Grudge finished up, and you're building up towards a 3-item Aphelios as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, you're kind of saying, hey, look, it feels like R7 are running around the map to try and make plays happen. It feels kind of like the end of a Cookie Mama level, where you're like, everything is on fire, we're just running around trying to manage whatever we can, and yes, the level ticked over, and they've managed to survive, but now it gets more difficult.
Well, that's a Moonlight Vigil that doesn't really go anywhere. They're moving on to Junjin now. They're going to have to commit more ultimates here. Shockwave sombreros onto nothing, and now they can turn and burn back on, because Seo's dead as well. You've no consistent DPS, R7. They thought they had found someone to kill off, but they end up losing almost everything in that fight, and that could just be the Baron straight up there.
Yeah, it 100% is. Immediately PSG are going to clear out this mid lane, start to push over towards the objective, and there's just nothing you can do. Again, Mirror, these ultimates have just not been connecting whatsoever.
No, not at all. And again, like, you're committing everything onto Junja, who we mentioned earlier has gone full tank Maokai. It's not really the priority target. Like, I just feel like they're again clutching at straws, looking for anything and everything that could possibly come out and give them some kind of an advantage as the tanks try their very darndest to kill this dragon as quick as they can. But I mean, trying to deal with a Jace is hard enough with the poke, but now with a Baron, it's going to be insufferable.
Yeah, and I think, look, they were like, hey, look at Rumble bot lane. Let's try and make the pick. Let's 4v5 this. But Junja, terrible spot. Miru not being able to connect with the ultimate there as well. And you're just so overextended trying to make this pick happen, but you just don't have the damage. I mean, again, Banshee's Veil on the Orianna, she's not really turning out the damage that you need to. The Xayah was set behind early, despite a nice start. 0-3, like, where is your actual damage coming from to make these picks happen?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that once Seo goes down, there is no other one else. Yes, the Orianna is very strong, but she relies so heavily on her combo. And again, PSG, rinse, repeat. There's no need to go for anything else. You just have to keep putting out that ultimate. It'll be up in about a minute's time again, and then you do it again.
Yeah, and again, they're all over the place. Like, look, Odie's trying to clear out mid-wave against Maple, whereas you'd kind of want him to be with the team. He's now going to get collapsed on as PSG come over.
Yeah, PSG are going to look to maybe burn. Like, that's 1v1. Odie can't set up to this because he's only got a Radiant Virtue. He's pure HP. what's going to happen there? Like, I don't understand it. You're not really throwing it. They're panicking, and it feels bad, but finally they look to try and make a play. But again, onto Junja, the tank. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it, but now the knock-ups into the charm. Sales already lost his Featherstorm. And can they try to burn this one? Finally, a good hook lands, but they've already got the stopwatch from Maple, so he can delay it. This is 4 versus 5. The Rumble isn't even here. The Rumble's not even looking to join. 4v5, and PSG are burning them down. Wacko goes forward, and they're all being taken out. Yes, the shockwave comes in onto one, but it's just too little too late. And this is PSG putting a marker in the play-ins.
4 versus 5. PSG Talon win the fight, and 2-0. They are going to take down R7 and deny them that opportunity at the 2-piece on the international wins.
I mean, PSG were the favourites coming in. Game 1, R7 definitely showed a bit of life. Game 2, they just looked lost, floundering. PSG got themselves warmed up, got themselves back into the series, and really put down the herd. Really well done there from PSG. And they get themselves the expected result, and I expected how they got it as well.
Yeah, I mean, much cleaner game coming into this, right? Being able to play around their team fight, setting up well. I will say, still question marks around the bot lane.
Yes,
I mean, Wacko definitely having a bit of a rough day, but still they're able to pick up the win. And again, he was very good when it came towards those later fights. And yeah, I mean, PSG just a significantly better team coming into game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. They took their training wheels off. They were a little wobbly at the start there and kind of went like, oh, maybe I'm not comfortable with this. But then it was smooth sailing all the way down that hill. And I mean, for R7, it feels bad sometimes, but it's just kind of like that's just how the cookie crumbles. Thankfully for them, they will have that lower bracket, but they definitely have a couple of things to shore up in that regard.
Yeah, I think the fact that we had it so much kind of fixing going on coming through from Junja, he was able to get good control over that bot side. You then unlocked the Rakan to be able to play around the mid lane and Maple, and then Maple in this game looked absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
He was a beast on this Jace.
I mean, it feels like you either got to ban the Maokai or you got to ban the Jace. You got to ban one of the two because they are so comfortable with that composition. And I mean, Maple, I mean, he was just doing so much damage. Yeah, PSG Maple, we were very well aware of him back in the LPL. He has continued his lineage within the PCS and honestly keeps pushing forward within the play-ins. Again, looking towards that Swiss stage.
I mean, he's such a massive player coming into the PSG, or so coming into the PCS, and then now rejoining PSG Talon. It's so sick to see him back.
Yeah, we do have our Oppo player of the series. It is the man we were just talking about. It is Maple. I mean, it couldn't have been anybody else. This guy with the Pop Blossoms, with the Jace, he was the enabler for his team.
Yeah, and I think in a lot of situations when they were very disjointed in game number 1, it was Maple who was stepping up on this pick on towards Sale to set them up in game number 1. When we got in towards those later fights as well, he was oftentimes getting again like this. I think he flashes in onto the back line of this play to make sure that he's getting on towards Sale, on towards Mirror. Yeah, you see it here again, just causing so many issues for R7 in game number 1. And then as we started to get on towards the Jace, he was an absolute beast, like picking up so many of these early kills, using his advantages elsewhere, and making sure that he was taking PSG Talon to the victory.
I mean, it just looked so textbook. It really did on this Jace as well. Like, they look so comfortable, they look so composed to be able to make the advantages work. And to be perfectly honest, there wasn't really a lot R7 could do about it. You needed to try and go for something a little less than standard, and unfortunately for them, they fell right into the trap.
Yeah, I think it was just PSG kind of showing, hey, look, we know how to set up better on the map, we know how to get our waves into a position that we want to, and then we're able to make these picks happen, and unfortunately R7 just weren't ready for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. But again, moving in now to keep them, PSG will keep themselves in the winners bracket, and of course we'll see R7 down in the lower bracket after this. But after the break, we will continue with GAM Esports facing off against Loud here in Worlds 2023 play-ins. Don't go anywhere.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
너를 비춰 이루리다 봄블라탈라타 널 비우리다 내 맘에 약속해 이 순간 영원해 이대로 너를 향해 빛을 내 이렇게 네가 바라는 대로 꿈꿔왔던 그대로 전부 보여줄게 whenever whatever 이제 네 곁에만 머물러줘 지금처럼 나를 바라봐줘 언제나 우린 함께 할 거야 너해는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어 가 벅차올라
In our first featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have the usual Giant Slayers, GAM Esports from the VCS, stepping into the shoes of the Giant themselves. With an impressive performance from Kiaya last Worlds, helping to take a game off of Top Esports and effectively knocking them out of the competition,
Can he find the stuns? And GAM stays alive!
fans are hoping to see him dominate the playing stage. Loud's top laner Robo from the CBLOL has the hopes of the Brazilian fans riding on his back in this opening matchup.
Já vem iniciação, entrada frontal, Robo tenta isolar, consegue levantar.
If he is able to be the David to the up-and-coming Goliath of Kiaya, he may be able to put the win back in the sails of a region looking for a hero.
GAM versus Loud. For the first time in international history, the VCS and the CBLOL will be facing off. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Coolbook And Raz, we are having a lot of fun today, and I'm expecting this to be a fun series. Not only is it the first time ever that these two regions are going to be going head-to-head, I think these are two regions that have won the hearts, won the minds of many Western viewers. Their performances in international events, both Loud and GAM, are going to be synonymous with every single international League of Legends viewer.
Yeah, it's incredible. Whenever you're doing prep on either of these regions, it feels like that fun from the crowd, from the players, it's infectious. Watching CBLOL specifically, every time Robos makes a play, it's just like, yeah, stands up from his seat and just lets the crowd know he's hyped.
Yeah, there was literally that 1v2. He played on Na against a Malphite and a Saya. He could have ended the game because the enemy team was at Baron trying to contest. He got too busy celebrating, recalled, then TP'd back and did end the game in the end. But it's just the fact that the game was prolonged 30 seconds because he wanted to celebrate.
Listen,
and that's the excitement we get that you usually only see in FPS, not so much in League.
Thing is, though, while yes, I think in traditional sports in most countries, every single viewer, every single fan of every single game and every single sport in Brazil has that level of intensity and passion, right? It is just something that is synonymous with the region. Let's dive a bit deeper into the matchup, featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz. We're going to start on the top lane. Let's talk about Kiaya versus Robo. We just mentioned how excited, how hype he gets. What are you anticipating from the actual gameplay, Goldborg?
Yeah, well, I think Kiaya is one of the best tops we have in play-ins as well. I could literally see him blind pick the Jax and just go full ham from laning phase and forward. I kind of see him as a bin light in terms of what he does with the champions too. But Robo on the other side as well have some exciting picks that can be a bit reminiscent of the Adam as well, where we see the Olafs. Also very happy to play the Na and try and just gain pressure with a ranged top laner like this. But I think a lot of this individual matchup where it gets really exciting is in the top lane.
Yeah, and I feel like the stats do tell a very accurate story. Kiaya gets the green light for a reason. He's ultra reliable. You talk to the coaches in that team, and they're like, yes, like if you ask him to do something for you, he will give it to you. Robo on the other side, he's exciting in team fights. He brings it back, but in lane, it's always a struggle. So I feel like for him, I need to see him play well up against a really tough matchup.
Also, just as personalities, Robo is one of the winnings top laner in the CBLOL period. Kiaya literally learned original Vietnamese through League of Legends. Like his story is he dropped out of school because they were too poor, and he had to help out the family. He then got really good at League, got a job through League, learned like actual Vietnamese through League 2, and it's just an incredible story in the game as well. These are some of the biggest personalities that there is from the two regions as well, so absolute huge matchup in the top lane today.
Let's start with Robo very briefly because you mentioned it, not only one of the most winningest, but for the organization, Loud are the first ever CBLOL team to have a three-peat. Back-to-back regional victories. Featuring Robo, of course, one of the main players, also coming to international events.
So yeah, Robo, 1v2. This laning phase he had in this game was actually really terrible, but he just built Hullbreaker and just decided, I'm still going to 1v9 this game. Here he can end the game, celebrates, goes back with a recall while the enemy team is there fighting. Like, he can just go and end the game with the minion wave coming through, TPs in after, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, they feel the moment. You see how crowded this is from amount of region as well in the audience. There is just one of the biggest social media phenomenons as well in Loud. They have billions of views on YouTube too. They are a huge team, not just in League, but in Valorant as well. They are just one of the biggest Brazilians. They are the biggest Brazilian name.
Yeah, and I mean, they show it to you in team fights. You already saw like snippets of it, but in general, it's an action-packed team. You pray that they don't change the way they play the game in an international setting. That's what I hope for. Just because, like, it's just who they are. Tinons has been that guy. And so like they send a lot of resources in that direction. When team fights happen, they're all on the same page.
Now let's zoom out a little bit because, of course, when you do look at CBLOL historically, there's been streaky periods where one specific team, one specific organization will dominate. One or two splits in a row. And that has changed pretty regularly. Now, Loud, the first team ever to go 3 titles in a row, starting to cement the legacy. The exact opposite is true for GAM. They have got themselves their 4th consecutive title. They have 8. They are by far the most dominant organization coming out of the VCS. They have changed their bot lane. GAM also, I think, have been on a slightly downward spiral, I think, from their very high highs after the VCS was unable to compete. So I think expectations will be high. They want to make a statement win today against Loud.
That's a great contrast. One team that solidified domestic dominance while GAM has already done that, and they're just hungry for international success, like any kind of movement. Like talking to the team, that's something that they've zeroed in on. Slater in particular actually won domestic titles in 2020 when they weren't able to come in international. So he's been more than hungry to show that he can do it. So I'm interested to see the change up in the bot lane and what it means for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I think it was really curious. Slater has always been this really strong side AD carry as well. And as you mentioned, he was a COVID champion, so we never got to see him internationally.
Yeah.
He was still very good. The same goes for Palette. They actually brought Palette in just before playoffs to have a run with Palette and Slater because they're former bot lanes together to have this pre-built synergy. When this roster was built, coming out of MSI, they lacked bot lane presence. So this time around, they got a strong side bot laner. The main problem GAM had, though, was actually then implementing, wait, we can't always play for Kiaya, who's this super good top laner. We also need to play for the bot lane now. And that's where we find most of GAM's struggles still. If they have found their identity and say, we will now play towards Slater, we know Kiaya is good enough, this becomes a very strong team.
I like the point that you made about Palette. The guy has been at Worlds. This is his 3rd appearance, right?
Yeah, back in 2018, so
exactly.
it's been 4.5 years. Yeah, it's been a while.
It's nice to have that level of experience from him. They've been pretty comfortable with him as a general shot caller and playmaker. I think that the changes they've made will help them for the better.
So let's talk a little bit now about the team's play styles. I hear we're about 3.5 minutes away from picks and bans. Myself, Gulborg, and Raz, well, rather, Gulborg and Raz will be doing picks and bans. I'll be here to read you some fun stats. Let's talk about their play styles, because I think when you do look at Loud and GAM, I think both of these teams share some similarities. Aggression, they do look for kills. I don't think they have the most control, so to speak, right? Sometimes the fights are a bit messy. I think especially when you look at how many kills they concede versus how many they secure. So I think there is the potential for a bit of bloody laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, this one goes out to Twitch chat. They literally already have a meme about Croc and CPLOL. If he does good, is yep Croc, and if he does well in the early, bad in the early game, it's nope Croc, because so much of Loud's some of their early games is so decided by Croc. And also in contrast, Levi, of course, who's one of the biggest name of GAM we haven't even talked about, is such an efficient jungler. My main problem with that is sometimes he gets too efficient, where it's like, this full clear is really good, I'm going to get so ahead of the enemy jungler, but it's also like, you could have skipped the camps and gotten one of your laners ahead, so that creates a bit of a predictability. But looking at the junglers in the early games that have an influence on some of the lanes we've talked about will be a good indicator, because even if the early game is completely controlled by one team, it's going to be all about late game team fights later on.
1000%. And I think everybody that looks at specifically this jungler here, as you can see in front of you, like I want to see what style of which he's playing. We saw J4 coming out earlier on in the tournament, but what we've seen when they faced Top Esports at Worlds, he picked up the Karthus and like rained terror. So I am excited to see what style of play he goes for. I personally want to see that slow pace in game and just allowing him the ability to farm. That's what I'm excited about. Something, if I look at the side of Loud, it's super chaotic in the laning phase. You mentioned the solo deaths that we got from Robos in lane, the poor performances there. But Root and Seo just are dominant in their own laning phase. So they're getting solo kills on the bot side of the map. So, of course, that's domestically. I just want to see if they can translate that to this international stage.
Yeah, and that's why, as a viewer, watching this game, I really want to put this in your brain. If the early game happens and Loud just falls completely behind, that's pretty much an average Loud game for you. They win by their team fighting. They're the kind of team that when their back's against the wall, it's not about the macro, it's just about taking fights. Did it work? No, we'll take another fight. Did it work? We'll take another fight. And then eventually one of these fights, because of their good team fighting, will work out for them. So even if the laning phase is not there, they have an incredible skill-filled prowess in some of the team fights.
And one thing that I've noted from their recent performances is that I think their vision control got better. Loud around objectives, because they know that that's how they're winning games. So they essentially at least have a good idea how to set up for objectives before it actually starts. That's something that I didn't see when they first came to an international stage, but through their three-peat getting onto this stage now, I think that is where their strengths lie.
So let's find out a little bit more about these bottom lanes in as well. I know, Gulborg, you're talking a little bit about the fact that Saita is starting, starting in the bottom lane over Palette a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about like what adaptations we want to see coming out of that, and also looking at Root and Seos and their approach to laning phase.
I think Root and Seos' laning phase at time can be a bit messy, where one of them will drop a random death. But I don't think that GAM necessarily will be able to punish this as much as they could have. I was a bit sad that GAM had to send 3 of their players to the Asia Games, because the main problem they had coming out of the regular season and winning VCS was that they weren't always as good at incorporating Slater. At times when you watch the games, it feels like these are really good form members, and then Slater is just an AD carry if you've slotted in, but the fights are not always played for him. And I think had they had extra practice, then I think Levi would have been able to adapt more to a jungle playstyle where you skip camps, you can bot lane more, you try and expose some of the mistakes that we see from Road and Sayers. But with the lack of practice, it wouldn't even surprise me to see that Loud would actually take today like 2-1 or something like that.
I mean, that's what we have to find out, right? What form do they come into this game with? Just quick update for everybody at home as well as my analysts. We are just getting up on stage for the players to walk in, be introduced to LoL Park in Seoul, South Korea. While we're waiting for those players to be introduced, I'm going to come to you, Raz, and say, like, you know, what would your expectations be for the form, for the teamwork, the cohesion that you're going to see out of the squad like GAM because of the Asia Games and because of the additional challenges faced from them?
I think at least in game one, we've already seen nerves earlier today in their first game, and without having that much time to practice, I think that's going to hurt them. So I agree with you. I think at least my focus would be towards Catty, because Catty has been someone who's been a bit of a glue. He's had some weird picks in general, but he's been known as domestically strong glue, being able to play through Kiaya and also their jungler. And I just do want to see him play through Levi comfortably. If we can see that, all of my concerns are washed, and I think they're going to be heavy favorites.
I'm going to do something quite spicy just ahead of this. Who's going to win? What's the score going to be, and why?
Ooh, I think two. You go first.
Okay, I think Loud wins. I think they win 2-1. I think they have the extra prep and practice. I think that GAM's late game has been messy with a lot of their macro calls too. Like, they're individual really good players, and I think when it comes down to just team fighting, I think GAM is unfortunately going to give some avenues to Loud where they will then come back. I also think that they haven't had... So let's say, so for me, it's like top side, GAM wins. Mid lane kind of even between. Jungle can be even as well. And then the bot lane, if Slater is not incorporated into the team, I think Root has just been better at playing team fights and Loud as a general glue together later on.
Can I jump this? So you're going 2-1 Loud, but you're 60-40, 65-35. Like, you wouldn't be that surprised if GAM stepped up? Like,
oh, absolutely not. Okay. I think GAM has the potential. I just think that they didn't have time to reach the potential. Even speaking to casters as well of the regions, then it's like the Brazilian casters.
I'm going to get Raz's prediction.
Because
if you look behind you, I think the players are just about getting... So I need your prediction before we meet them. It's going to be a little bit more fun before we go to draft.
I actually go 2-1 in the opposite direction for GAM.
I mean, give me some reasons, because I don't actually know when we're going to throw. Why will GAM win? Other than spiciness.
Superior players, I think Catty, specifically Levi and Kiaya, are just incredible.
Oh, we have
strong.
2 minutes, so we don't have to rush.
Okay, nice. I can talk a little bit more. I think they're a lot more flexible through topside. I think something that Loud really lack is when they get into the mid game, they tend to drop waves on side lanes for the fights. And as long as GAM just take a much slower game pace, that Levi will be ahead of the pace, and we're going to look at Kiaya playing a lot more of an aggressive nature. And Rob is going to have some trouble.
Listen. I've just heard from producers, because we have a minute and a half. I'm actually going to ask Ashin and Dagda to evaluate the predictions. I don't need you to predict. You're going to be casting this game, so yes, a couple of shots. But what do you think of my analyst opinions?
We get to wreck them. We get to wreck these guys.
Go on, boys. What do you got?
So I think Goldberg's being a coward and covering all his bases.
Agreed.
And I think Raz is correct. That's my opinion.
I
Double
completely
thumbs up.
disagree. I think GB is correct that it's going to be a Loud win, but I think it's going to be a 2-0.
bias. That's LEC bias.
You know what I like that? But hang on, gents. What I do like
CB law bias. I think CB law is just
LEC bias.
What I do like, though, is I think because there is a bit of split, like this series could go either way. We don't 100% know what to expect from the teams, you know? So, I mean, because we've been talking a lot, Ashin, Dagda, what would you want to say for your pre-match?
I think wow. I think the biggest
is that a bus coming right now? Wow. I mean, to be honest with you, it is exceptionally close though. But I still think that the VCS have yet to show us their full potential.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem that I see with it, is that, like, I think for CB LoL, they're very consistently after 20 minutes. I think for GAM, I don't think they set up well for early Rift Heralds in that correctly. So I think that's where they're not going to be able to get enough of a lead in the early stages to try and snowball that before Loud are able to come back at the later stages. And also, I think the meta is just shifting into Tinone's territory. Like, favorite champion Syndra, he didn't play a single game of Tristana the entire way through, and now that's out the window, so that only helps them, right? So honestly, I think they're in a fantastic spot. I think Loud 2-0. Easy goes.
That's enough talking from us. We're going to send it back to the analysts so they can talk a bit more about it.
I apologize, Ashin and Dagda. My brain just froze, dude. I didn't have a question, so yes, I did.
Casters, how would you have done my pre-match?
We can see the players walking on stage right now. Translations on the subtitles up this time around, which I'm very happy about. A little bit of support there in LoL Park. Let's go GAM. Gulborg, Give me some players. Who do you think is going to be prioritized in draft here? Were you surprised at all? We've seen 2 best ofs. Well, I guess we'll let the introductions play out and then we'll get back to pre-match. Oh, there we go. And just missed the beginning of that one. Obviously, that'll be taken to stage. But yeah, I'll come back to this one.
To go back to your question here, I think Dagda really hit the nail on the head there as well, talking about some of these control mages for Tinons. That's going to be pivotal. I think that GAM needs to be careful of a potential Poppy coming out from Croc as well. One of his best facilitating picks, and it stops a lot of what Levi would want to do. The most pivotal champion in pretty much all of the minor regions as an AD carry was Saya, and that's because so much of these team fights are decided by, well, the team fights itself. So having an AD carry that has self-heal just makes it infinitely easier. If you see an AD carry that is Saya in one of the minor regions, you can already up their win percentage by almost 10% by doing that.
I mean, listen to this. Slater went 8-3 on the champion route, went 6-2. Both of them second most played, high win ratios on those champions as well.
And I would love to see some counter pick priority for Tinons. In the finals, I love the fact that he is moving towards like Xerath as a counter pick towards Azir. It's been seen a little bit here and there, not to much success globally, but it just showcases for how long of a career that he's had, the confidence that he has to go towards counter picks that maybe he hasn't played as much recently, because he's picked it probably 2 to 3 years before that.
Now, the other challenge, the other question I have for you is, what do you think Levi's going to play? When you do look at the most played champions across the board, you can add 2 players on a team up and they play less individual champions than Levi has played. He's wild, he's wacky. He could go standard, he also could go out there, right? So I'm intrigued to see what he's bringing back both from Asia Games as well as performance here with the rest of the squad.
First things first, Lee Sin's been banned too many times. He is the Lee Sin god. I would love to see Lee Sin. But if we move past that, if he gets banned once more, then I'd go towards J4 and Sejuani just because he's also a pretty damn good engager. And for how often they team fight, they need him to be on that.
Yeah, and you know, historically, one of the main champions Levi got known for as well was his Nocturne. Nocturne's been a great champion as well, paired up with Nico so many times where we've seen them go Nocturne ultimate. I have no idea where anyone is coming from. It is a normal minion. This is an actual Nico coming through. And that's great at creating chaos and something that they've been doing as well.
You know what's a great comp that's been coming up that we haven't seen so far? With Nocturne, Cannon, TP, flank, those type of things that have torn teams
Freak
apart.
Is so happy right now.
Yes, he's loving it, and I think that would be a great composition for them.
And I know there's a guy out there probably screaming about Wukong's Levi's most played champion as well. It's one of his signature, and it really is. But I'm doubtful at how well the Wukong's now going to perform. But I mean, Levi's still been willing to pick it after the nerfs, but I'm not hopeful of seeing it.
That's why I'm just intrigued, right? It's just when I do look at all 10 players on the Rift, it is Levi the one that I'm the most inclined to think would be willing to do something a bit out there, or a little bit different, a little bit against the grain, right?
Yeah.
Levi's never gone like super crazy, but obviously you can see the players, they are setting up on stage. And earlier today, we were talking about how we really wanted to have like a little bit of extra time to set up the match intro. We've really got a lot of time.
Got a lot of time to think this through.
GAM, I think we're on blue side, if I remember correctly, right? So, Loud being on red. In terms of the strategy, Loud on blue. Thank you for that one. Correction. Okay, so my notes are wrong here. In terms of like the approach to the draft then and players you want to target, who do you shut down? Yes, we are loading into draft. Let's go. So Raz, Gulborg, it's all on you, boys.
Well, the Poppy's already coming through here, and I think that's a great ban. By seeing a Poppy ban, you also have to think about a Lee Sin ban as well. And I think they've actually done a lot of research here. The Jax being banned away, that was one of my main win conditions for GAM, was just saying, hey, if Kiai just blind picked in, I don't see Robo winning a single matchup into it. So I think they're prioritizing a lot of the right target bans leading into the first draft.
With Seos and Palette, I would expect Rakan to be a pretty high priority. Maokai ban is already a good one that's paired up well with Rakan. I don't expect it to be first pick, but I think GAM will look for a 1-2 on Rakan. It's just been so good so far. Zaya Rakan has been the standard, so I want to see if the response from Loud is there.
Honest open as well.
I mean, I'm so ready for this to either be like a side ban, but if you ban side, then Lee Sin. I don't think Lee Sin will be blind pick, but I could easily see GAM go for it on a 1-2. Jarvan also still available. Saw Junjie play that earlier. And no, it's also going to be a target ban on Robo there. Of course, we mentioned it earlier. He plays a lot of Olaf. But there's a lot of OPs open for you and available here. We've not seen too many games just yet, so it's hard to grasp really what makes or breaks these first picks.
The one thing we have seen across all 3 series, and this is the obvious, like as old as League of Legends has been, Renekton has still been very high priority phase 1 in terms of the picks, but I am liking to see, or interested to see how this Orianna continues to develop throughout the rest of the series. And now GAM, where do they go? Like you mentioned, Lee Sin is open, Jarvan is open, Zaya is open.
I would expect something like a Kennen, maybe picked a little later on. Orianna has been the pick that we've seen a little bit dominate just yesterday.
But we're expecting it to feature a lot more as well.
Exactly, and it's moving up in priority. Earlier on, we're seeing it be picked on 4-5 or something to that nature, but now it'd be seeing it just as a straight-up blind. Makes sense here for Kadi, and it's a good setup for a ball delivery system for whatever Levi wants to pick. So just great overall follow-up engage. But to hit on the Renekton a little more, with Loud's priority around Rift Herald, that's just going to be my focus. I want to see what Robo is able to do in early Rift Herald fights with that.
Yeah, I really think that Xayah pickup was very important. Had you not picked Xayah, I'm expecting a Syndra to come through from Tinons here. They could have probably picked it with a Syndra Xayah rotation. Now you don't really have to look for that. But Root's been a scary Kai'Sa too. So it wouldn't surprise me to just see Syndra Kai'Sa come through while you still have the availability of picking these champions before they get banned in the second ban phase.
I mean, that Kai'Sa is Root's most played champion. 10 games this summer, 8-2 on the particular champion. And wonder whether or not we're going to end up seeing this Orianna Azir matchup a whole lot. Is something we were theorizing coming into the tournament, something Tinons has played as well.
Azir's fantastic into the Xayah, so that's an expectation that I have. Also, I'm expecting a Nautilus to be picked up on the side of GAM, so it'd be a good way of disengaging if that's the pick. But the point that you already made, Kai'Sa, let's already get in luck.
Yeah, and you can just look at this right now, that Nautilus would be a great pickup right now to just counter the bot lane if you're looking for it. But you also have to make the cognizant decision now saying, do I actually want that Levi Lee Sin? Do I want them on a carry right now? I don't think it has to be a priority just because the jungle pool is still as big as it is, but the support pool will be slimmer and slimmer. So I think the Nautilus will be the best pickup here.
All right, already an interesting... just taking a look at the first phase right now, do love the Kai'Sa being picked up for Root, just how well he's been playing domestically. Just giving him the power for an engage. If, let's say, Robo finds a nice stun, or a pick being made by Rakan here for Seosh, like, I think putting the power into Root's hands is the way to go.
And listen, anybody who's watching from Brazil, or anybody who's cheering for Loud, is going to be ecstatic with these first 3 picks. Because every single one of them is the #1 most played, one of the most successful for their respective players. The 2 they were missing is Poppy and LeBlanc. Poppy's been banned away.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting the LeBlanc to come in. But for Loud, this is pure comfort. It obviously works in the patch as well. And in phase 2, Sejuani once again finds herself in the ban pool. Loud are taking their time on their first ban.
What I'm afraid of for GAM is if Loud starts to pick a little bit more range. Because you can already see good AP Kai'Sa pick here, just trying to pick off Orianna and Xayah's smaller range pool. So like, I'm thinking Jace as a strong option for Tinons. If the option looks good as it goes into 4-5, then I would love it, and it makes their comp really strong around poke.
Alright, Nocturne ban coming through as well. I was really curious to see that K'Sante got banned. Most of the time, Renekton are happy about that matchup. He gains lane power, not to do much with it. He just gets played for himself. He slowly but surely builds up a gold lead, but it also means that they are scared a bit of Kiai. Another champion that Kiai could play that's just straight up not a carry could be an Ornn here. We've seen it multiple times, and so many times these games as well have been dictated by the team fight. But no, it is actually going to be that respect paid to Levi. I was wondering if Croc was looking for it himself in case they would not 4th pick it. But for now, jungle pool still very wide and open. That J4, as we've talked about, is available, and it would actually be good for Croc just against Xayah.
Do something fun. I want Levi to do something fun. I'm expecting the J4. I just want something more fun.
Ooh.
You might get it.
I like the Rumble Hover here. Even though you have a lot of AP already within the composition, pick up a Void Staff. That's a really good bully.
Do you think Levi runs in the jungle? I mean, I'm expecting that top lane, right? But
yes.
Like, I don't know, I've got the tingle. Nevertheless, it's locked in. Right, now we're going to find out from Loud how they're going to round out their composition. Does Tinons go for that Jace? Obviously play that poke options. What is Croc going to be running in jungle himself? So
I mean, I would just be happy with a J4 Syndra rotation here. Like, J4's super good into side due to the fact that you can go for the combo with your EQ, then she ults, and when she then ults, well, you just ult her yourself, and then she's stuck in there. She does not have a dash. It's going to be a classic, though, from Tinons as well. As I said, they've played a lot of Nico, too. I think Syndra could have been just as good into the Ori. You kind of force her to buy the Merc Treads. There's not too much Merc Tread value just yet, well, outside of all the champions so far. And pairing this up with J4 gives you very scary team fighting.
It's funny. So in the first phase, when we talked about Nautilus as a pick going into Rakan, yeah, great in isolation, but now you're looking at the comp as a whole. Really tough for Nautilus to try and take fights into Nico and Rakan. If a fight were to happen, he's just... I know we talk about him as an int champion. That's going to be a lot of ints if the fight doesn't look great from the get-go. So Jarvan being a hover, Just cook him up in the hot pot.
Talk to me about this Viego. My eyebrows. I haven't seen him play this summer.
I mean, it's just like I often see the Viego. I don't think he's as good as these teams value them to be. So much of it happens in the team fight, not so much in the early game. It's not been where Loud has found their true strength. Another thing is, you've just created an insane scary wombo combo on the enemy team. That's a Jarvan with an Orianna that gets a combo with the ball. They all go into the mean grind, and then all of a sudden they're getting grilled by an equalizer on top of them, and the team fight just looks insane for GAM.
Yeah, I'm completely aligned with you. I like GAM's composition. The dive from Loud is not really that threatening as long as Slater is able to, of course, we'll have Flash, of course, we'll have ulti. There are a lot of ways for him to get out of the situation, and it's just a very simple wombo combo off J4 ulti, Rumble ulti, Orianna. Like, there's a lot for GAM to just flip the switch and take the fight.
I'm over the moon that we got a lot of time to introduce these teams to talk about the compositions. I've heard your predictions already. Now you've seen the draft. I'll give you an opportunity to change. Who wins game 1?
I actually think GAM is looking really good here.
Yeah! Yeah, you do, huh?
Yeah, well, they got the Sire. I said that already Orbit with 10% of the win percentage. They have a Rumble. They get J4. They have Ori. I think on this patch, that's just some of the best OPs you can have.
So, Raz, you're just gloating here. You happy with this as well?
Yes,
GAM,
I am.
Game
Thank
1?
you very much. I expected it. The draft makes it a little easier.
All right, that does it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience, everybody at home. We're about to jump over the Costas. Oh, Dagdo, Sheen, give me a high five. Put your hands together. There we go. Hey, there we go. Boom. You guys.
Yes.
Good luck and fun, lads.
Yes! Thank you so much, guys. That was terrible. Yeah, we had a whole thing set up. It was like, oh, let's do like a movement thing. And it was like, not in this suit.
Just
not chance.
just slap all the hands.
Slap all the hands. Everyone go in. But the teams are locked and loaded. And we are kind of figuring themselves out, kind of seeing where these two teams want to go for. This is their first game here at Worlds 2023. And again, probably for the first time in a very long time, Loud are coming in as a pretty hot and pretty kind of favored in these things. But, as they say on the desk, this draft is going to be difficult.
You just said you don't favor Loud.
No, I don't. I said most people do. I said the perception was, I prefer GAM. You will not twist my words.
Well, Loud already trying to see if they can get Kiaya here. Good sidestep.
Nice sidestep. A little bit of damage. Should be fine. No real CC. If you start with the CC on the Renekton at level 1, you're not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, also, I mean, with a minute just coming up onto the clock, they'll be fine to reset and come back in. So not a huge amount there, but also not a huge amount invested for Loud, right? They'll get some vision control down on that top side. They'll spot out with the red is going to happen if maybe Levi's going to try and go for some sort of early gank in towards the mid lane, but at the moment you're just going to be able to back away, so not too much on either side really coming out there.
Yeah, bit of vision, a little bit of early warding as such, but outside of that, not really a lot else. I mean, just count your minions. That's all you got to do, Kati. Yeah, he's going to make sure he definitely now realizes, like, wait a minute. But I mean, look, it's funny. It's like a little mini game that you have, obviously, with the Nico, and we'll be keeping an eye on that for it. But obviously, coming into this game, I love what GAM have built up for themselves. Demacian Hot Pot is what I like to call it there, with the Cataclysm into the Equalizer. You add in a little bit of Pilt over Spice as well with the Orianna Shockwave. That's a massive wombo combo if you get caught.
And honestly, like we were talking before the game, saying, look, Croc probably should have taken the Jarvan.
Yep.
I mean, you get good luck up for the Orianna and the Isaiah. You're able to set yourself up. Slater will get a little bit of a hit here, but Paladin able to keep things in check. But honestly, I think you're setting up so nicely here for GAM. Like, Root's going to struggle with that. Tin Owns is going to struggle with that as well. Now, at least you do have a good amount of counter engage, like from Tin Owns yourself. But hold on.
Level 2 does get hit. The Ignite goes down, but I feel like Slater really wanted to fully commit to that. Now they can fully turn back on. Oh, Slater goes fully in, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get killed down. I think Root should be able to walk away. And that's going to be just a nice little turnaround. It felt like GAM could have had it, but Loud are the ones with first blood.
Yeah, once the level 2 was hit from Loud, Slater wasn't really following up from Paladin. Not really the communication there to be like, hey, I really want to go for this. Now, Slater does try and follow up with the flash himself, but no damage. Seos gets the kill himself, and Loud already on the board.
Seos getting himself that first blood, and that Wave's in such a terrible position for GAM as well. It's really going to be difficult to kind of get that one back, but still advantage for Loud to get in the bot lane. And it all came from GAM being very, very over-aggressive. We'll see what they can use with that a little bit later on.
But I'm also keeping my eyes in the jungle because both flashes were burnt by GAM in this one. So we see it here, right? Pallet does go forward. Great flash, great setup, but Slater not really in a position to follow up as he was trying to take the last CS. So Seos goes in, you get the proc of the passive from Pallet, and it's good damage turnaround from Slater, but not enough left in the tank then to try and finish this out. So Root gets the walkout, just burning the pot. So you have both flashes now still on Loud. And look at where Croc is. He's already started to move back down towards his bot side. I think he's going to be looking for a gank.
Yeah, I 100% expect him to be able to do that, but So it'll be interesting to see now if you give the respect you need. GAM need to be very aware. This wave state is so painful. Yeah, like, I mean, and there's nothing they can do. They know they have to just stand backwards, because if they walk any way forward, it's a 2-level difference between Croc and the bot lane. Yeah,
and Jarvan's already in the top side. He wants to look for a dive to see if he can counteract this play in the bot end.
Yeah, they're going to try and see if they can go for a full dive here. It'll be difficult going up against Robo, but they're going to be able to get him fully taken in. Good flash there by Kiaya. Now they get themselves out on bot side. So GAM, not to be outdone, they will unfortunately still have a bad time bot, but at least they're making something else happen around the map.
Yeah, Seos had to burn his flash to try and make that happen, though wasn't quite able to get there. Gets the cleanse out of Slater. But on the top side, as you said, like Levi, managing to follow that flash from Robo with his own flash, gets the kill and sets up nicely. So at least for GAM, they're still getting some pressure on the map.
A little bit of pressure, and keeping that Renekton down is always a nice little thing. Let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's just clean, really nicely done there, waiting for as much time as they possibly can.
Yeah, Robo's trying to clear out the wave here. That's where he goes, and then flashes in, but Levi, good reactions with his own flash to follow through on the flag and drag. And then we get the look of bot. Pallet hooks out, Slater gets knocked up, but you can see the cleanse comes through. He gets to walk out. Good block from Pallet anyway, so didn't really need to use that cleanse, but either way, GAM are able to get away from that one on the bottom end.
Yeah, we see them now going a bit aggressive on that top side. Nice little bit of damage here, but yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the Renekton really wants this one here. The flash forward, he gets overheated, he has enough damage! And that top lane matchup is really going in favor of GAM now. Croc trying to equalize it out, he flashes forward just to confirm it, and will be able to trade it back 2 for 2 on the board.
Tinone's now up here though as well, just to make sure they can try and catch that wave, but really nice job there from Kiaya now. Seos, Pallet, level advantage over towards Loud. Even Slater still level 2 on this one and just ticks over to level 3. This wave finally crashing in means he'll be able to pick up a bit, but a lot of damage already done. You can see nearly 40 CS to 11 on the spot side.
Yeah, I mean, look, the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, it is still Robo and Kiaya, and I think right now Kiaya is having a much better time of it, so we'll see how that really affects the game, because the Rumble in the mid-game with those equalizers can just completely take over.
The big question mark for me is how this starts to come through at level 8. You have Kiaya, who's very much in control of this matchup, and if he can then lean that in towards the Rift Herald, that's going to be fantastic. But one of the big things that I've seen is kind of how GAM tend to fumble their first Rift Herald play. They'll try and send Caddy, who has TP, down to that bot side, but he's oftentimes either, well, doesn't have his TP up and available, or is late on the reset, and Slater and Pallet then aren't in a position to try and go for that Rift Herald as well, and it gives the opportunity for the enemy team to set up, find kills, find opportunities. So especially against a team like Loud, where you know they're most threatening post 20 minutes, having those first 15 minutes confirmed in your direction are the best way to try and go against this team.
There it goes. First 6 minutes have been pretty equal. A little bit of an advantage there for Loud. Very much centralized into Root and the CS lead, about 20 or so, maybe 15 after these minions do end up getting taken out. But this is a game or a series that Loud will be feeling fairly confident in. It's a series they should be able to come out with a win and keep themselves in that upper bracket. That's the big thing right now, is that with the double elimination, you're not done and buried, but getting yourself that extra little life is so key.
And for Loud, it's going up against PSG Talon as well, who knocked them out of MSI, trying to see if they can find that rematch. But GAM, they're no pushovers here. Like, seriously, this has been a great early game for them. They've got good control. I mean, bot lane is definitely going to be an issue for them. It's just going to be a case of if Levi can try and find that success to skirmish around the top side. You can see Loud kind of realizing that, like, we will take this dragon nice and early, make sure we're able to set ourselves up for success, whereas GAM are trying to play towards their own strong side, which is the top half of the map.
Yeah, and I think the big thing as well is that this is just really smart there from Croc as well, just saying, look, we have massive pressure bot side, let's just get the dragon, start that stacking early.
I'm curious if they actually go for the dive on the top side here. Like, you can see that Levi's in position, Kaya has ults, level 6 for Robo means it might be a bit difficult, but I mean, getting something going as this Rift Herald is about to spawn is going to be great.
You can see whether they want to try and put that priority. Levi hasn't really been bot lane at all. He came bot just to kind of hover a little bit, but outside of that didn't really do much else. Seos jumps in, Root gets rooted, but outside of that, it's just going to be pain, unfortunately, for Slater and Pallet. They're not really going to be able to kind of get much of a kill priority. I mean, Serrated Dirk in the difference right now between Root and Slater makes it so difficult for him to walk up. And you can see here, he's just taking a fight because he knows he can kind of go for it. Even with the Root coming out, it's still very much, you know, LLL coming out on top.
Yeah, just about. It is a little bit more cautious because as that minion wave comes in, a lot of the damage is gone from the Q, so we'll have...
Oh! Flash in, get the W, and now we can see a bit of a move on the top side. The equalizer not going to be utilized just yet. Kiaya knows he's dead. And that's just Catty not really in position to help because Levi was on the Dragon, or sorry, on the Rift Herald. Now the Pop Blossom come out. They're going to get a flash out from the Orianna, and everyone's a little bit isolated. Do they get the Rift Herald? That is the question. Levi's going to have to flash away. He'll get the kill onto the Rift Herald, but he won't be able to collect the die.
Big wins for Loud. Kill on the top side onto Kiaya that goes over towards Robo. The kill on bot side coming through from Root as well. Like, Root has been so good at getting these solo kills in lane, and now once more picking up those solo kills once more when it gets to the world stage.
Loud really coming up trumps right now, getting that kill on the top side, and it was just a load of disconnected efforts from the side of GAM. This one was just straight up Root saying, I'm stronger, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I thought he might flash forward initially to try and get more Q isolated, but we're into the fight. Caddy's gone.
Caddy is dead. Root picks up his second kill. He's got an Umbral Glaive first item, so he is so powerful right now, and he is not wasting any time making people know about it.
Yeah, this is one of the big changes we've seen to the build path coming through from the Kai'Sa, where it's like, I'll go for the Umbral Glaive first, get serrated, get access to that Q evolve as well. But it's such an early spike with this Umbral Glaive as well, because it's such a cheap item that you can actually play very aggressive in lane. But I mean, Catty just not realizing Seus was there, tries to interrupt the back, and Seus immediately flashing in. He knows the flash was already burnt in that Rift Herald fight, and Catty gets caught out for it.
Yeah, that was just a little bit unfortunate there, just not recognizing where everyone was on the map, and that's why you need to have tabs as much as you possibly can. But I mean, this bot lane advantage is just skyrocketing.
But the problem is that, like, the top lane advantage the GAM have, they couldn't really play through. Like, Croc did a good job of getting in there with Robo as GAM was trying to set up for the Rift Herald fights. And we said, hey, look, the big thing I want to focus on is how do GAM set up for the first Rift Herald? They fumble it here, they give the advantages to Loud, and now Loud are starting to slowly but surely gain more and more pressure off of that. So I think this is where Loud, as long as they can keep this up, are going to be in a good spot. They crash this wave on bot, should be able to back away before Levi can really get in a position to do anything, and may even try and push their advantage to, like, deep vision here in the bot side jungle, although going to back off, it looks like, for the moment.
And as well as that, like, you know, just having the fact that Root goes the Umbral Glaive, obviously that's the new build path, but Umbral Glaive is just, one, so cheap, but two, so effective, not even just in the stats, but it's from its active as well, clearing out vision, constantly having priority, and, you know, anyone looks for a sneaky little TP play, or, you know, a Jarvan trying to sneak into the side of the river, they're just not going to be able to get it.
Yeah, and it just, as you say, trying to control that bot side becomes a hell of a lot easier, but again, like you can see now, 2 kills to him, serrated dirt completed, like, and you haven't even got, you got half an item completed towards Slater on the opposite side. Like, it is such an uneven fight. Like, Slater not only has his arms tied behind his back, he's probably got a foot at this stage as well. So for LLL, just try and continue to play around this bot side, bring Croc into the equation. Sales, having that level 6 available, can try and set up. Now, it will be tough. Ult for Xayah, flash for Xayah, cleanse. But if you can burn those before, like, Dragon in 50 seconds, that makes things 10 times easier for this next fight.
Absolutely, and look, it's not as if GAM don't have ways back into it, but like you said, it's going to be tough. You've got plenty of AoE, you've got plenty of wombo combo, but to be able to get it, and this is exactly what we were talking about, Root's just able to walk up, constantly clear out the vision and say, look, you don't have a way of moving into this vision, and like, straight away, look at the damage, half his HP from a Q on an auto.
Yeah, Paladin definitely feeling the hurt a little bit from Root right now. And I mean, straight up, that's just going to give control towards Loud to actually go for a Dragon as it spawns here. Like, Root too low to really be the engage tool that you would like him to be, and maybe can try and follow up, but Levi's on top side. Vision control completely belongs to GAM on this bottom end of the map, and the support of Croc here for Seus at all points in time. How do you try and break this as GAM?
We'll see if they can. Dragon does spawn as GAM now move their jungler and mid laner down towards this. They do have priority, but it's going to be neutralized now with that Nico just kind of keeping things going. But I mean, yeah, like just the damage profile available for Loud at the moment is just insane. Even having that Triforce is available to them as well just makes it so much harder. And yeah, you don't have any way of stopping this stack. And this is the thing as well. You started the stack so early, 7 minutes, you get the next one basically off spawn. You're looking at a 23, 24-minute Dragon Soul, and it's, you know, an Ocean Soul is nothing to be sniffed at.
Yeah, I mean, Croc has just been able to sneak in here and get so much of this. Now going to be able to pick up the blue buff basically in the face of Levi as well, because Sales...
Slater is going to try and get this one going there. The feathers go flying. They've used nothing. They used literally a battle dance, and that was it. That was all they had to get. Yeah, they got a TP and an ult. Like, insane amounts of priority in this bot side for Loud.
And you can kind of tell, look, GAM feel like their backs are against the wall. Immediately the TP comes down to bot side to try and prevent it, but Loud never overextended. They don't use Sales' ult. You get pushing mid now to get a plate for Tin Owns as well. And this is the slow, calculated style that Loud tried to go for.
You do it again.
Yeah.
You just go for it again.
The cleanse is there this time, though, with the flash, so maybe a bit difficult.
They're going to try and commit onto Croc, who does have to Heartbreaker himself out as the Nautilus ultimate was committed. But yeah, I mean, look, they're using so much just to keep later in this game.
You do need to be careful in this scenario, though, as Loud, because you don't really have a tanky member. Like, Croc isn't tanky, Seos isn't tanky, so if you go underneath that tower and there's multiple members of GAM there, you're going to know about it very, very quickly. So I do like that they just kind of backed off there. Kind of bitten.
Oh, he's committing, though, because he's got the Q, the isolation! And he gets himself the 4 procs on the auto attack as well. That's just too easy.
That's 2 solo kills.
Yeah.
For the AD carry. That's not how this game functions. You're supposed to at least put a shield down, Cruzeiro, so you look good. This is insane from Root. He is popping off in the early stages. And I mean, you heard the desk, right? Once Root's in a good spot, it's going to be fantastic. And right now, he is looking sublime.
And the great thing about it as well is that Loud are kind of working around him and working around the kind of win condition that he has presented as we kind of look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. And yeah, I mean, 2100 is just an insane number to be hit. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's insane. He is the gold lead. Like, he is all of the gold lead from the bot side. But as I was saying, Loud are doing so well at accommodating that as well, because Rabo's just kind of said, all right, cool, well, I'm not the carry. All I have to do is survive. Morty, straight away. I'm not going to be in team fights. We're not looking to team fight right now, so I'm not worried about having that big gore drinker for the big fights.
Yeah, it's just absolutely absurd. And again, what do you try and respond with his GAM? Like, we've had Levi try and get into different positions, but top lane fell apart. Rubba's been playing relatively safe. They hasn't really tried to get into mid lane, which I thought maybe was an option, but realistically, Seos has kind of been beaten to the punch in that position, and he's been kicked out of his bot side. So trying to find angles of attack into mid lane just isn't really happening right now.
No, it is not. The one thing I will say that's going in GAM's favor for now is that it's a very low attack range in terms of actually sieging down a turret. So taking the turret is actually quite difficult for the side of Loud. It will take multiple kills for them to be able to do it, but I mean, this is just a really smart little bit of play. It's like, if I land the W, we go in. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, immediately the damage comes down, and again, this is the strength of this new build. You get so much lethality early, you get so much damage early, and the Loud fans very happy to see that one come through.
I mean, they're looking strong, they're looking confident right now, and they're looking like a team who's ready to kind of put the pressure down.
They're a team that looks like they want that rematch against PSG Talon. Like, this is a team that got knocked out against them in MSI. I mean, even Croc has been playing under the name Son of Junja in Portuguese over in CB LoL. Like, PSG Talon have been living in these guys' heads. So for this is we want our revenge. We want to go up against PSG Talon and knock them out at Worlds and take that spot in the group stage.
Have a bit of to go for it, of course. Double elimination, this is the winner's side. So win this, you get yourself an opportunity to get yourself towards that final match, the qualification match, of course. And of course, we see it from the other side as well tomorrow. But this first group is definitely starting to heat up just a little bit. And look, for GAM, expectations for the VCS, they were kind of the second tier of teams. They were always kind of touted as this team that we would, or this region that would always be able to kind of bounce back. Yes, it was a very unfortunate time where they couldn't really go to internationals, but we always kind of said that they would be able to do it. Right now, they are very firmly on the back foot, nearly 3,500 gold down.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been the aggression that we always talk about from Vietnam. It's just been unfortunate that, I mean, Seos and Root got a good control of that bot lane early. Despite the fact Kiaya was able to get control over top side, that was kind of turned around by Croc. So I think GAM want to try and find these big team fights now where maybe they can lock down Root and Tin Owns, get that ultimate combo off with Levi, Kiaya and Catty. That's kind of their big way back into this, but it needs to land on the key members.
And the thing is, though, is that Kiaya was kind of moving down, cheating down, but it means that he left that top lane pretty much for free. Now, Pallet having to lose his flash because he's just not in a position to get caught like that. And little by little, bit by bit, Loud are just wrestling back control. They're not letting the side of GAM have a foothold.
Yeah, and you talk about, look, in a team fight, yes, Loud are very low range because you want to try and get a lot of the ultimates off, but you got good poke that can come through from Tin Owns, the W from Root as well. Like, there's a lot of damage that can come through quite quickly here, so you do have to be very, very careful as now Rift out in mid lane, sets up for the push, sets up for the control, again, going in Loud's favor on that bot side jungle, and they rotate back towards the dragon. And I mean, you're in complete item down for Slater. You can't compete in these team fights if you can't get the wombo off.
And Rabo does exactly what Rabo needs to do. I'm on weak side. It's fine. We're going to back away. We get a tower. We get a dragon. There's nothing to do really outside of just walk away. If they get the tower, sure, it was an equal trade in their sense for the towers. But now you are on Ocean Soul Point at 18 minutes. That is a 23 Ocean Soul fight that you have to go for as GAM. If you let this Renekton Viego combination get themselves an Ocean Soul, they're never dying.
And in my professional opinion, Oisin, that sucks.
Yeah.
It's an awful place to be.
Is that the technical term, is it?
Yeah.
The legal term.
It's a bit of a whoopsie, as we say in the business. But
big oof, if you do want to say it. Like.
But it's also like, you got Root now, so basically the way this build works is you now go up towards an Asher's Tooth, so you end up in being able to get that AP damage into your build as well, a lot of that attack speed, and you're just in such a good spot. Like, this is so incredibly hard to try and operate off of now. And with Root this far accelerated, yes, this build kind of does play off of lethality and can't fall off, but I mean, it's not even 20 minutes into the game. He's 2.5, 3 kills. It's insane.
Yeah, it is. An immediate flash has to do by Kiaya, but he gets caught out anyway, and they go straight in with the assassination. Kiaya trying to save the tower if he can, but not really a lot else going for them. And Loud looking good right now, really starting to put down a serious performance.
Yeah, I mean, oh no, Slater, no.
He's going to lose his cleanse, won't lose anything else, but I mean, that's already just walking to the lane in arguably the safest position to go for. He wasn't cheating, he went the long way around and he still lost something.
Look, the only place that's safe for GAM is their own base, and Robo's just ignoring them.
They use the TP on the tower that's going down. Why are you doing this, GAM? You can't fight that. And they lose the Nautilus as well. Pallet becomes putty in their hand, and it's just win after win after win for Loud. They are looking solid.
Yeah, the entire top side belongs to them. Turret gone, jungle gone. I mean, Baron is up in 10 seconds, and honestly, that might be gone. Yeah. But this is super nice, right? Again, Robo is like, hey, I've got this Maw. I can just ignore the damage from Kiaya. Kiaya is forced to flash, but they know that Root's in a position to just follow up here. And again, like, look at the vision control that is in the jungle right now. There's so little to spot out these plays. But Loud know, hey, look, we actually have spotted Jarvan is starting to move to bot side. We can try and go for this play here. We own the top half of the jungle, so we know exactly what we're up against. Kill the tower, use the demolish, and there's just no thing that GAM can do in this scenario.
It's just little small mistakes for GAM as well. The TP coming in on an already dead turret, it just feels like it's just compounding it.
And you know what the terrifying thing is? This is the part of the game that Loud are better at. The post 20-minute mark is when they come alive, and Caddy is feeling it.
Paddy is feeling it. He's feeling the pressure as well. Double knockup comes in on top of it. They get the tangled barbs down. Levi forced to flash away. That's a TP coming in from the Rumble just to run away because he realizes he has no business being here. You have no reason to ever take these fights, and Loud are looking to put a serious marker down. They are coming for PSG.
Yeah, damn, GAM, you do not want to be in these scenarios. Is Kiaya going to be able to walk away from that one? But he said it. Baron spawns. Loud is saying, hey, that looks nice and pretty. Well, let's go and take it.
What if we took all the buffs? What if we get the earliest soul we could possibly think of and then take a Baron off, basically off spawn?
Yeah, basically Loud say, can we have it? And GAM just have to say yes.
Yeah.
There is nothing they can do to get out of way from their base. Like, that mid lane turret is holding on with a struggle, because the second you step up, you're going to have so many different flank opportunities that come in behind them. And here again, like, GAM are all kind of set up to go, hey, we can try and keep this safe. But Catty separates for a second. Croc takes his chance. Pallet uses the hook thinking there might be a flash over the wall and trying to preempt it, but ends up meaning that he doesn't have his hook up and available. And then again, Loud collapsing quicker, in a better position. Slater not really there because he's trying to clear a mid-wave, and Loud are able to follow up nice and easy.
And this has just started from the get-go by Loud. This is Loud turned around and said, bot lane is our priority as they come out with the Red Bull Baron power play, but bot lane is their priority. Root is their carry, and this guy is doing so well with giving that responsibility.
I mean, this game is sheer bot lane diff.
Yeah.
The level 1 and level 2 going as wrong as it did for Slater and Pallet gave the freeze. Croc was in a position to just continue letting Root and Saeus have that freeze. Root getting 2 solo kills in the bot lane as well. Like, it has not been a good look coming through for the GAM bot lane.
Now you have 30 seconds for GAM to kind of fight against this Ocean Soul. Now, I will say it's one of the souls that people tend to kind of go, look, we don't have to fight it, but I mean, you got to go for something here. Like, you're looking at a 3-item Kai'Sa here for Root. He has just been insane right now. 3-0 and 5. Just a monster in his own right. Level 14, like, he's the same level as Kiaya in the top right. He's the same level as a solo laner.
Yeah, I mean, the kills and assists will do that for you.
And Loud, they kind of know that they're in a great position. Siege up here on bot side, they have a lot of opportunities to try and escape away. Like Seos, very difficult to lock down. Croc, because the ultimate, kind of difficult to lock down. So they're just going to let Tin Owns push in mid. And I thought he was going to look for the mid turret, but looks like they want to try and take a fight as GAM are a bit far away from safety.
Yeah, GAM will not have many places to run if they do get caught. And you can see there, Pallet recognizing that and just kind of throws a hook away. I mean, you got to go for something. TP back into the fight is going to be Robbo off to the side. He's looking for a master flank. They do get a hook on, but it's only onto Seos. So the Rakan's going to be able to walk away. Doesn't even use any of his cooldowns. They're looking for something. They're waiting for something, but that something is just not going to happen. And now they're getting turned on because they realize they've overstepped. Robbo's on a flank, and they can start to pinch in. The equalizer comes down to try and stop anyone from moving in, but Robbo just gets himself into the stopwatch. The Pot Blossom and Tin Owns signs the death warrant here with the ultimate. Loud get everything. GAM have nothing, and this game is all but over.
Tin Owns goes kaboom and shuts out GAM in this one. The push on bot side is going to be the death knell coming through as Seos just being a nuisance, just being annoying as they will continue to push forward.
Continuing with a push, they'll get it on all lanes. They might not end the game just yet, but they've still got Baron for 10 seconds. They are going to do some serious damage right now. They'll get themselves at least 2 inhibitors, and honestly, they can go back, reset, spend all the gold, put your T's down, dot your I's. You've got all the time in the world, and you have all the advantages as well.
Yeah, there's just nothing left for you here, GAM. I'm sorry for you, but when the early game goes this disastrously on bot lane, when Croc's able to correct the lane and top side, there is zero that can be done. And your entire jungle will go with it as well. It's only a matter of time until Loud coordinate themselves on top side, but this was brilliant. Like, Robo end up in a position where he's able to get the flank. He's corralling GAM into a perfect position. Levi overextends, trying to see if he can get a steal, but isn't in a position. Robo over the wall into Panic, but watch Tin Owns. Out of vision. Nobody knows as Tin Owns goes in and sets up beautifully for Loud.
And what just Robbo again, who's part of our, Mercedes-Benz featured matchup, is that he just goes in going, I have a stopwatch. It doesn't matter if they all try and turn and burn on me because I'm going to be able to delay it. And that's exactly, it was the perfect bait. And it's exactly what happened. But, I mean, yeah, look, Root's having an absolutely exceptional game. And even has a stopwatch as well to keep him from dying, should he even ever get caught.
Yeah, I mean, this is Root having a moment for himself on the world stage. Looks absolutely spectacular and kind of showing what a lot of people were unsure of was like, how can Loud have these strong early games? Like, can they do it on an international stage? And this is a resounding voice from the Loud crowd. This is absolutely incredible to see.
Loud crowd, and that's the thing as well. We always come in. Oh, to say that we see Seos might be getting caught out here. They're looking for a hex flash over the wall from the Nautilus, but they have to hold there for a second or two. Everyone just kind of walks away. Didn't have the timing on that, unfortunately. But that's the thing. Like, we look domestically. We look at how Loud have really come out and kind of dominated Brazil, and it does feel like it kind of gets a little bit of a you kind of a bit of an echo chamber. You're not quite sure how they stack up, but this particular display of dominance is showing us just how good they are, and it just feels like right now we are coming at this team from such an incredible point of power, and they are feeling good.
They're about to feel a lot better as they're going to go under here.
He's going to go in, but they've actually been able to catch out Croc, and he's not gone down just yet. Now he has. Robbo does have a GA, but he wouldn't like to use it just yet. His Maul gets used, and there's going to be an equalizer to try and stop them all. They get the knock up here, double down. The Feathers come in, and Root picks up a kill. Hulk comes out, Root shoots himself right into the backside. Triple go for the Kai'Sa, looking for a little bit more as well. Not quite able to get the last few auto attacks there onto the Xayah, but will turn and burn for the quadra kill, and they have to dive. They have to dive it. Give him the penta. You have to go for it right now. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to get it on day one. He's got a couple more seconds. They're looking for it. They got the inhibitors down. They got the Nexus turrets as well. Finally, here they go. There's Slater with the stopwatch. Finally, they go in under the turret. It's going to be a pentakill for Rout.
What a way to enter the world stage! A pentakill for Root to kick us off on the play-in stage. Pick'ems better be able to be changed because we're just setting up beautifully for it.
Your pick'ems are locked and loaded, but my God, Loud are just getting started. What an incredible display of dominance from the CB LoL #1 seed. I mean, that is anything but just exceptional. That was just exceptional from minute one. They never faltered. They never gave GAM an opportunity. And I mean, if I'm GAM, like, I mean, what were you going to do? There was no opportunities.
I mean, this is like the best representative we've had from CBLOL for a while. Like 3 back-to-back title wins for this team. The first ever in CBLOL history. You got Robo, who's now matching BRTT for most titles ever. This is a team that is decorated to the nines. And now you come out as well with a performance like that. That was incredible to watch.
Just a joy, genuinely a joy to kind of go for it. But I mean, Loud, I can be nothing but praise. And you know what, Goldberg, I'm sorry I doubted you, because like, my God. Yeah, no, he didn't. You know what? It's fine. Thanks, but whatever. You know, again, it's just exceptional. It's so much to be said. Enough from us, though. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk to say even more about this exceptional LoL.
That's right. Goldberg was right. We learned it yesterday.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
Wait, hold on,
what are you saying? Hang on,
do
go on
not
then.
apologize to him, because he said GAM was going to win game 1.
That's true. I did never say that.
So
He said that. The question was, who won the draft? I said I think GAM had the better draft. League of Legends is about gameplay, and the best gameplay on this first game was Loud.
Stop.
Disgraceful.
Let's get rid of the casters. Thank you very much.
Get
That was
out of
a
here.
fantastic cast. To all the viewers at home, I apologize about that chaos, and I will once again reiterate, while Gulborg, the analyst, predicted Loud to win the series, he predicted GAM to win game 1. And if we can take a look
can't just
at
make
the
up stories.
at the picks and bans graphic. PGP, great. The team comps will come up here perfectly. I have a question for my incorrect predicting analyst, Gulborg.
Oh, go on then.
If GAM cannot win with this composition, can they even win a game?
I mean, absolutely. They still can. I think this was probably just something where it went a bit wrong in the early game, but let's be real. To your question, them getting this draft and fumbling it this much, I mean, it should never really happen. And like, even with Kiaya getting ahead, he made Robo's lane completely unplayable. Like, that Rumble should have just been able to be left alone. Now Levi can just focus on mid and bot lane. You know what the problem was? Isolated mid and bot lane could not function against their opponents. It just collapsed from laning phase and just never worked out for them.
I have a problem.
Yeah. You do.
Look, at least with you, you were a coward, okay? You didn't admit that you were wrong. Me? Imagine this is a flip-flop on flip-flopping. I just, in general, I think Loud's playing too well. I think Root is just taking over. I'm a bit ashamed of myself.
Okay, so let's zoom out. Okay, we've had a lot of fun. It was an entertaining game. I want to now focus in on the teams, right? So we've made fun of all the on-it talent. Let's focus on the fact that bottom lane, I mean, Root just popped off. His Kai'Sa was absolutely incredible. And I think this is unfair, so please do understand where I'm coming from. But GAM had struggles in MSI, weren't able to really get over some of the challenges in the bottom lane. That was one of the big changes. We talked about the substitutions that even happened this summer, right? And after a game like that, where you see Rout literally 1v basically 9ing in many situations, it's got to be difficult, heartbreaking.
And this is where I will admit I was wrong. Because I actually thought that Rout had poor laning phase at times in playoffs, where I thought that Slater's laning was actually quite good, but it was never just facilitated. That was completely wrong for this game. Rout and Seos was just straight up better. And the bot lane of GAM just had issues where they could not function. So huge credit to Rout. Solo kills on the Kai'Sa just by landing W's coming in. We saw the lethality build. I'm not always happy about the lethality build. This is one of the ones where it works, and you can see why it works, especially when you snowball as early as you do.
Rez, I want you to talk a little bit more about what Gulborg just said, because after every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Root's Kai'Sa secures himself 2 solo kills to get that massive advantage in the bottom lane. We've discussed it, we've seen the impact, but now I want to watch it a bit more sexy way.
It was very volatile before this as well, so he found an angle. That W flash was perfect to be able to get that kill too. And so, didn't happen just once, it happened twice. And
this was awesome.
I know we focused a lot on, just want to see this one more time because it was just that good. Slater didn't even have the opportunity. Could have flashed a little earlier, but he didn't expect the damage.
He was playing with his hands and 1 foot tied behind his back. Dagda saw it. Like, that's how he was playing the game, you know?
I also think it just comes down to the rune optimization there. You can easily see how many autos come through with the...
That's pretty impressive,
You're going to continue?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay, well, you continue doing that. But Hair Blades getting those 3 auto attacks in really quickly, where we're so used to see lethal tempo for so many for Kai'Sas instead. Also just completely surprised Slater with the lethality damage.
One thing that we all focused on pretty heavily is the fact that he did this within the lane, but then he transitioned that mid lane.
Absolutely.
During one of the replays of that like kill that he ended up having, he went straight through mid, found an ulti, killed Orianna. I was like, okay, I guess he's just transitioning this and taking over the map.
I also really like the lethality build this game. Goldberg, you highlighted it like 10, 12 minutes in. Like, look at the team comp. Look, there's no front line. There's nothing to really worry about. And look, 11-0-5, 46% of his team's damage. 46%. Yeah. And the pentakill right at the end as well in our second series of Worlds 23.
No, that's crazy. And that's a standout performance that really speaks to itself there. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, there's instances where you have to kill a tank. This was not one of them. This was one of them where you could just take over. Even getting a pentakill at the end, which I think was very deserved for him too. Amazing performance from Loud, and it was a stomp coming out from Loud.
I've got one more replay package to round out this game before we look ahead. Let's take a look at those late game team fights. The game was over well before this, and it was unlosable was the phrase that I was
trying to sit in here and make some calls out for what I think should be done in the gameplay right here, and Loud was just so ahead that they could skip so many of the steps. Even going for this tier 2 could have been dangerous, or they could have just traded with the Orianna continuing to split push. This fight is sketchy too. I think GAM is really welcoming a lot of the late game team fights where they feel like there's nothing left for them in this game. They can only fight to get back into it, and we're playing against the laners of Loud who's already so far ahead. There's nothing you can do to get back into it. Loud had problems with macro at CPLOL when they were playing playoffs. This was not one of the games where it happened.
Also, remind me, but didn't Loud get better after 20 minutes? They're a team that didn't necessarily have this dominant of a laning phase.
I would be surprised normally if I saw a good early game by Loud, and this one they came straight out the gate swinging.
You know, at 20 minutes they were up 4-5k. Well, Root was up 4-5k. The rest of the team was pretty much even. But just the way they play laning phase, the way they transition, it was beautiful to see. I want to move on from game 1. We've only got a couple minutes left. GAM have selected blues. Oh, we only have 30 seconds. Cool. Okay, so Raz, I apologize. We'll get back to you at the end of the next one. As we head towards game 2, let's enjoy the view of our play-ins host City Sol through the lens of the upper cam. I'm sorry, Raz.
You don't get 30 seconds next time. You don't talk. You will come in.
Docking you.
I ran out of time. Anyways, goodbye. We'll see you on the
그세 글자 네 눈에 떠올라
I feel like Slater really wanted to fully commit to that. Now they can fully turn back on. Hello, Slater!
Wait, Brack, or you
I think you just 2v2, no? You guys win, you can go. Oh, nice.
Going a bit aggressive on that top side. Still a bit of damage here, but yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the Renekton really wants this one here. And a flash forward, he gets overheated, he has enough damage! They're looking for it, they got the inhibitors down, they got the Nexus turrets as well. Finally, here they go. There's Slater with the stopwatch.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
이 불언니 불처럼 더운 시선들이 spotlight points at me 밀고 당기고 개미 좋네 Listen to my voice 여자들이 게임이 아니라 이치를 소중할 줄 모르니 애초에 내가 과연 드림없다 함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물이 흐른대 넌 진짜 미련했는데 완전히 달라진 나를 봐라 You will regret, you will regret 난 소중하지 않는 너가 난 지금만 하루에 꼭 후회할 걸 난 이치를 보여줄게 사람의 시선을 다 모여봐 누가 이기면서 섞여서 You will regret all the things you have done 누가 이기면서 섞여서 넌 후회할 거야 넌 후회할 거야 I will show you who I am now You're thinking to me in the same old way but boy I gotta say that you regret it today Not even try to think you're gonna fix it Make your mind your rules make your mind your rules 함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물이 흐른대 넌 진짜 미련했는데 완전히 달라진 나를 봐라 You will regret, you will regret 난 소중하지 않는 너가 난 지금만 하루에 꼭 후회할 걸 난 이치를 보여줄게 사람의 시선을 다 모여봐 누가 이기면서 섞여서 You will regret all the things you have done 누가 이기면서 섞여서 넌 후회할 거야 넌 후회할 거야 I will show you who I am now Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling. What's your play?
Back one and all to Worlds 2023. We're having a little bit of a dance there in the break music. The song's been sick.
Yeah,
I mean, so good.
Let's be real. Louder having a bit of a song and dance after that one as well.
They would want to be. They would want to be.
Impressive as all hell. Like, very, very cool to see what the CBLOL is bringing to the world stage right now. Like, pentakill, game one, day one. Not often we get to see that.
Multiple solo kills for the AD carry. Like, Root was just the catalyst of everything, and he did not disappoint. And I really do feel like that is a problem now for GAM in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, what is like, oh, I guess we either got to pick away the Kai'Sa this time, or do we ban the Kai'Sa? Like, is it actually that strong?
Yeah.
But look, it kind of also came back to, like, don't mess up your level 1. Like,
Yes.
the level 1, level 2 went so disastrous for them, they just couldn't recover, and that's kind of what we got to see Root pop off.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that was the big thing as well. So that level 1, level 2, where they almost got the damage there onto Root, and in fairness, they were so close on the side of GAM to make it work for themselves, but then it goes the opposite way. They lose all their summoners, they don't gain the kill for it, and it just all kind of snowballed from there. We are going to have a switcheroo on the sides. It is going to be GAM on the blue with Loud on the red, and we're going to start to see a couple of these things now. And it looks like Tinones just does not want to deal with the Tristana at all. He wants to get rid of that 100% of the time.
Yeah, I'm surprised to still see them putting that much priority onto getting that away. Definitely something that's fallen off as of late, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. Jack's going to be taken away from Kia as well, which I still think is a good call. And honestly, we're seeing very, very similar stuff to what we saw in the last game. It hasn't been too different or too dissimilar from game number 1, apart from the side selection. All right.
Let's see what they want to go for right now. The Olaf, obviously, can be a bit of one. We don't have Adam right now, but we'll see him later on in the tournament, especially with maybe may have a little bit more of that one there. But the Nico being taken away by Tinones. Again, he wasn't the highlight of everything, but he definitely was a facilitator in the whole thing. The Nico just feels like it's still super strong.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think, like, as we said, control mages kind of tend to be the ones on top in the mid lane at the moment. So Nico, your Orianas, I think Azir is still very, very popular. Syndra as well, don't forget, Tinone's a massive fan of that pick, even represented him in one of the old CB Law videos as well. Like, this is a guy that loves that pick, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it brought out over the course of Led's tenure here at the World Championship.
We'll see. For now, looks like it's going to be a little bit of a swap up in that top side. Kiaya taking himself the Renekton. I still think the Renekton is such an exceptionally powerful pick. It can be so easily bind pick it because we've seen it. It's just, again, even when you pick the Rumble and stuff into it, it still can scale. It can still become that mid-game monster, and there's not a lot of great answers to it.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what the biggest problem is. Like, we've seen things from, like, BB and stuff like that, like bringing out the Swain and those kind of things to try and have an answer into it, but I don't think we'll see Robo go towards something like that. Could be potentially an Aatrox or something along those lines that he wants to go towards. We'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. Xayah going to be the first one coming through for Roots. I'm not going to go back towards the Kai'Sa. And do we get the Orianna tick? Are we just going to swap essentially what these first three picks are?
Quite possibly right now. I do feel like Loud could go for the Orianna themselves. They could also pick up the Rakan, did exceptionally well in that last game for Seos. He was really proactive on it, and it does feel like it is the premier support, at least in my eyes, in the first few games we've seen so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to call at the moment. Yeah, it looks like it would be the Kron, because I felt like the game was so skewed by Loud in the early stages, it became very hard to kind of see much from either team. So when you look towards, hey, maybe we want to take a jungle because we want to get a good jungle matchup, was like, we saw the damage that was done by the junglers, like less than 4k on either side. Like, they weren't a big factor. So I think it's kind of a bit difficult to take things away from that last game on either side. But it looks like GAM going to go towards a much more aggressive play. So taking the Rel, taking the Kai'Sa. Rel can still swap into the jungle, but definitely, hey, we want to go forward. We want to try and take these fights, but kind of good answers from Loud at the moment. Xayah able to appeal for herself. Now an Orianna going to come through as well. Like, this is still dangerous territory here for GAM.
I'm loving the smiles we're seeing from the Loud players as well. You can see them there kind of going, yeah, this looks good. This feels good right now. And they know, and again, it's a great ball delivery system for the Orianna as well with the Rakan. He goes straight in on top of people, charms them up so they can't just get away straight away. You get that nice little animation out of the way from the shockwave. So we'll see where they want to try and bring this one here. But for the moment, both teams kind of have a solo laner, but we should see some more bans into that top lane here from the side of GAM.
Yeah, I think there's also ways to try and facilitate this Orianna even more. Jarvan being the one that you could go for Croc here. If that's not taken away, neither side has actually selected a jungler just yet, but Led will have first rotation on that. So I'm curious exactly what they want to try and go for. And maybe even just look for a counter pick in the jungle, to be perfectly honest. Like, you can go for your answer to the Renekton, keep that jungler for last, unless you just want to put high priority on towards the Jarvan and be in that game setup as well.
Yep, well, there's the Rumble being banned away there. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a Cassante banned away here by the side of GAM if they really want to try and focus in on that. Or if they don't see it as a big of a problem, they could maybe ban away the Jarvan themselves.
Be a Jax ban as well coming through.
Jax already banned.
Oh, true, yeah, first rotation. So that's kind of like where my head's at, is like, are there carries that Robo can try and take into this matchup, but the Olaf taken out of his hands as well? Like, you're kind of having that pool pinch. Is a Darius player, but not sure if he really wants to try and bring that out with the current setup, although with the way GAM have been playing and with the way their setup is, the hyper engage that they're going to go for and the low dives that they're going to, low range dives they're going to be going for, could be an angle to go towards a Darius.
Yeah, well, there's the Jarvan, so that's not going to be an even easier kind of setup for them. So Jarvan and Rumble not going to be the combos in. I will say both of those picks in this comp for Loud could have been huge, but maybe we see our first Lee Sin of the tournament, because a lot of hype around this carry jungler, definitely looking towards Swiss stages. A lot of junglers itching to get their hands on this pick.
I think a lot of junglers just itching to get Lee Sin back at all. Like, basically, he struggled to clear so hard on those first round of clears because of the lack of sustain. The Riot gave him a bunch of sustain. Now he's actually kind of back to where he's in a decent spot, and there's a lot of picks you'd like to go for with that champion, but not going to be seeing it just yet. Instead, just going to be bog standard Cassante, take it into that top side for Robo. So it will be that counter pick in the jungle, just so then you can actually try and set yourself up here for Loud.
So the Cassante, we mentioned that matchup there as well. A lot of pros do think that the Renekton is very strong in the Cassante, but the Cassante just has so much available to him in terms of his kit that it becomes a bit more 50-50 than most people think. And then we get the Ahri locked in here and the Lee Sin for Levi. So finally, after all the hype around this pick, we are going to see a carry jungler for the side of GAM.
Okay. I like it. I think especially for Levi, like this is a pick that's massive for this guy. Made his name on it. So you can even see Raz and Gilbert calling for it on the desk. Like this is definitely a pick that Levi is very comfortable on and can be active in the early stages, which I think was missing a lot from Levi in the last one. But on the opposite side, that's another pick that can cause some serious issues. Great ball delivery, messes up entirely these dive compositions because you don't know what way is up when the darkness comes in. And I think for Loud, great response to what we've seen so far from GAM.
Yeah, we'll get Vedius on the phone, put him on the AD for afterwards, depending on how good or bad. Well, he is a Nocturne mid more so than anything.
He's an Akali player now.
Oh, is he? Yeah, scum. Well, thankfully, we won't have Akali in this one, but the Nocturne be locked in. As you said, very good at disorientating people. The paranoia comes down. You have to be so very aware that, yes, you might have disengaged the fight as a Kites or even an Ahri, but if you're already still in vision and you're away from your support, you could get picked off as just as much. So both these teams kind of happy with what they've got so far, but I do think GAM's composition a little bit more cohesive than it was in game number 1. I feel like they can do a lot more with this in the early game.
Yeah, it has a very solid identity, which is, hey, look, we've got good mid-jungle setup with the Ahri Lee Sin. We can play hyper-aggressive. We've got good setup on our bot side, thanks to this Rel as well, that we can try and play through. So, and even, obviously, Renekton providing that point-and-click CC for Lee. So, lane setup across the board, which is the best moment for Lee Sin to be brought out. But the question remains of, like, how do you try and play these team fights? Because once Nocturne hits 6, these dive compositions require a lot of communication, a lot of coordination, and Nocturne dissuades that because he's able to just go, hey, you can't see what your team's doing, you don't really know what direction people are coming from, and if you're able to provide that disruption, that can be the moment where Loud are able to strike back.
Yeah, I think this is going to be definitely a little bit more kind of scrappy in the early stages for GAM especially. They're going to want to try and make these things happen, but like we saw in that first game, if it doesn't go well and you start to fall behind, they did look a little bit like a fish out of water. They didn't really know exactly when and where they needed to go, so have to make sure that they can bounce back solidly. It's not the end of the world if they lose this best of 3, but it definitely doesn't help them with their chances of moving on to the Swiss stage.
I mean, especially you kind of end up with the situation where you got or 7 who will go up against the guys who knock them out. You got Loud who'll be going up against the guys who knock them out if we end up with both sides losing. So it'll be very interesting to see how it goes. But yeah, I'm excited to see GAM try and find their footing in this one again. Like, it feels like, again, you've got good setup, try and play through your lanes. But if Loud are able to get towards those later team fights, like Root, incredibly safe from the dive that GAM have thanks to Xayah. You're looking at the ball delivery system that Croc will offer with Tin Owns. And a lot of people don't realize is that, like, if you start the animation of the ultimate, it will carry past the area of, like, the ball coming back to Orianna. So a lot of that combo is going to be a case of Tin Owns trying to time that correctly as Croc sends himself in and being that big engage tool.
See what they can make of it, of course, but for the moment, of course, if you want to connect your League of Legends account with your Prime Gaming, you can grab the exclusive experimentation emote. Get yourself a nice little bit of a freebie. And, you know, you can get loads of different stuff with Prime Gaming, so always check it out. So we can see what they kind of go for here. I wonder if any more experimentation is going to happen in the play-ins. What's the craziest thing you're thinking? Because we saw Amumu yesterday in the WQS, which wasn't technically Worlds. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still waiting for the Senna to come out. I've just heard awful things about Senna. She's doing at the moment. Myself and Dracos have also been tearing up solo queue. Well, we say solo queue with 5 stack normals.
Yeah, ruining some poor person's day every day.
Yeah, with Senna. So we'll see how that one goes. But yeah, I mean, there's still a huge amount. I think Azir is still very, very popular. I think we haven't really seen any of the 80 carry bullies come out from like Lucian and Caitlyn and that kind of stuff. So definitely a lot still to try and figure out and experiment with. And also, we kind of have the usual one, which is like, there's always one pick that pops up in play-ins, and you're like, this is so broken. And then we get to the main stage, you're like, this is useless.
Yeah, Tryndamere. I know that 2020, 2021 Tryndamere.
Mumu last year.
Yeah, Mumu last year. It does feel kind of fun, though. I like the kind of testing grounds, if you will, of the play-ins to kind of see what we might or might not see. But so far, it's been pretty standard. I think that we should be seeing a lot of Renekton and a lot of Orianna as we go through the play-ins and even the main stage. So we'll see what ends up being the flavor of the tournament. It's a month-long tournament. Does end up getting what I call the mini-metas, and you end up kind of having things that are priority even though they wouldn't have been priority at the start.
Yeah, I still think though, like, Control Mage is just so strong. This Orianna is a menace. We saw it yesterday. I haven't got to see a huge amount of it in the last game just because there just wasn't a position for it to really scale into it. And even in first series today, going for a bit of a more defensive build. For this in Tin Owns, I want to see pure aggression. I want to see like the Leandries straight in towards the Shadow Flame, like get your damage there so you can actually be a 2-item carry and really get into the mid game and hitting your stride.
Level 3, there was a moment there for Zeus to go for something, but now that Levi has been revealed, Croc gonna just walk away. Does get hit by the Q, and he lands it, so he goes straight back in on top of it. The funny thing is, I was gonna say, you don't actually want that 1v1. Now Croc might be forced to flash as he realizes he's a little bit isolated away from his team. Nice full tilt from Pallet to get him right into the thick of it, but good little bit of aggression there from Levi. In the 1v1 he would lose, but in a 1v2 he definitely wins.
Yeah, able to back away. Croc unfortunately have to burn that flash just because you had that push from GAM on that bot side, able to lean in to try and help out with Croc. So at least the moment, GAM doing some good work. Cassie as well, taking a little bit of damage, but will give the opportunity for, at least with the push here, Levi to get the double scuttle. And a lot of that is trying to set Croc behind, so he just hits 6 that little bit later. You delay that effect, he has a little bit longer before it becomes really relevant in these lanes and in these fights.
As explosive a start as they had for Loud in the first game, as we see Kiaya going for a little bit of a cheeky trade to get that demolished proc up on that top side, but you know, little by bit, that's the power of the top laners as well. We see it so often that you kind of need to always be in that lane. If you go for a bit of an unfavorable reset, you're going to lose a plate or two because of Demolish and how strong it is. So right now it just feels like Kiaya does feel comfortable in this one. He really wants this turret plate, but he needs to be very careful with how he goes for it. He's taking one too many turret shots. He has to flash. And that's the thing, as Jamada would say, the curse of Los Platos almost took him.
Honestly, I think it's just bad decision making from Kiaya. Like, you know the Nocturne's going to be up on this top side, right? You knocked Croc out of the bot lane. You know that he tried to clear all of his camps, so the only place he really could be is going to be top side. So Kiaya burning that for no real reason when he could have just tried to wait out. So a little bit of a mistake that I think Croc should be able to come back and punish then and kind of put Kiaya in his place once more.
We shall see. Both mid laners and top laners going to be hitting 6 very soon, and that's when the game really starts to become a course. You want to have full access to all of your abilities before you really try to go for something. And yeah, Seo's just being a little bit of a nuisance just to try and make sure he has full eyes on Levi. And that's kind of half the battle when it comes to something like a Nocturne or Lee Sin. If you have vision on them, if you know where they're going to be most of the time, they do have a much more muted impact of how they can kind of affect the game.
Yeah, I think that's where at the moment you're trying to keep track, but there's been no real like funny business when it comes to pathing, right? It's been full clear, reset, go back to your camps on either side of the map that are respawning. So everyone kind of aware of what the enemy jungler is up to. It's just been a case of, well, GAM getting push on bot side, making it very difficult for Loud to respond in a lot of ways to this. So you can see again, Lee Sin going to start up Dragon because he knows, hey, bot lane's pushed in. The Croc can't just deal with me himself, and Caddy has pushed mid. So at the moment, GAM playing a much more calculated game and just playing off of their wave states well with the winning lanes in mid and bot.
Yeah, much more cool, calm, and collected here from GAM. Better start overall for sure. They are coming out on top a little bit. There's first Dragon of the game going over to them. The second one's going to be a mountain one. We'll see in 5 minutes, but for now, Zeus just being a little bit more cheeky with his positioning right now, recognizing he's in a position to kind of get away from Pallet should Slater and him go for something a bit more aggressive. But I think it's level 6 for this GAM bot lane when they get access to the Magna Storm and of course the ultimate from the Kai'Sa. That's when this assassination combination can come in.
Yeah, and if you can keep up the pressure on Loud, that's where they really start to struggle, especially pre 20 minutes. Like, they're not great at going for cross maps in the early stages. They're not great at trying to find themselves in a position where, oh, we can trade objective A for objective B. So if you're actually in a position where, say now, 7 minutes, you're looking at Rift Herald, it's not often that we see Croc trying to then go, oh, I'll dive bot instead or something along those lines. So if you can keep the pressure up, it kind of just becomes a stew that Loud can't really deal with. And I think that's where GAM, if they can start to move around towards these objectives after getting Dragon, after getting pressure on the bottom side and keeping that up, Loud will start to struggle.
We'll just wait and see. It's going to be quiet, I think, for the next few minutes. We will have a Rift Herald spawning in 30 seconds, but the pressure for GAM. Does feel, oh, nice little move. I was going to say go completely on it. You mentioned it earlier. They wanted to punish the flashless Crocodile, and Croc does just that beautiful there from Robbo.
But you didn't even need a style on him like that. No. It's like, oh yeah, he's got no flash, we can go for this. But instead it's like, hang on, let me just break this man's ankles. So GAM now down. We just said, hey, we want to see them keep up the pressure. Well, once again, Croc gets into top lane, helps Robbo out, shuts down Kiaya, and goes, right, well, now we're the ones that get this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and there's a reason why it was a featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, because those moments where Robbo should be on the backside of it just changed the dynamic of the game. All of a sudden, top lane's under pressure. Ooh, Croc, they might try and go on top of you here. No one actually helped him out with the Rift Herald, so that's just going to be a big change of place.
That's fine, though. Like, Root's on bot side, he's getting 2 plates for this, so you've invested everything from GAM to try and get this because you don't have your top laner there. Kaya doesn't even have the TP to get down to bot side, so
true.
Like, this is actually still working out relatively well for Loud, because Kaya will be able to pick up the wave, but you just lost that last wave, and maybe you lose another plate here. Maybe you lose your life for Kaya as well, because no flash, and here comes the dive.
I mean, he's already used his ultimate just to try and clear it off. They'll get the second plate to come in here. The stun comes down. The knockup is good. He finally gets himself away. The root is decent. Can they get the damage? They can! Root picks that one up, and that is now 2-0 for Loud in this game. They get everything they wanted and a little bit more.
Hey, I just said Loud aren't great at cross-mapping, but they pulled it off incredibly well. Problem is, though, Croc needs to be top. Has the ult if he can get in here.
Yeah, he does indeed. The kickback is good. The Magna Storm, but again, it's still a Cassante, so he's going to be able to be just fine. He has so many dashes and flashes. Now they've used 2 different things. There's the CC buffer coming in. Palad's in a little bit of trouble. Flash comes in, trying to get himself away from it. Robbo is saying, bring more! Bring everybody! I'll take his all on! The ultimate finally comes in, and they get the execution there with the Lee Sin Q, but it took a hell of a lot longer than GAM needed.
I wasn't sure if Croc would just move up towards topside with the ultimate, just try and help out in that regard, because I think if you end up with Croc there, they're not able to do much. Didn't want to lose out on the mid plates, though, to Catty. So at the moment, you get a good amount of the wave as well, because Root and Seos are up here. So yes, it's kill for a kill, but Loud still responding well.
Yeah, Slater does have flash. Might have to use it here in a second. They are going to jump on top of him with Charm is good. The heal keeps him with a little bit of movement speed out of harm's way, but those are the small mistakes we saw in game number 1 as well, where they just weren't really respecting Loud, and Loud fully prepared to punish it.
Yeah, the fact that you don't even get the Rift Herald down on this top side is such a big win for Loud. Kati gonna respond to Root here. Doesn't have his ult available, so, but you can see maybe GAM trying to think of setting up something with Levi and Paladin on this top end of the map, but they know that there's probably a few more members of Loud up there than they'd bargained for, so they're going to back away. But again, Tinon's now pushing in mid because Kati's staying on top side, so he's going to take plates. It's little wins that are starting to pick up here for Loud. It's only, you know, an 800 gold lead, 600 gold lead for them, but control over top side, you'll get to reset now. You got control over mid, where you can start to move over towards this dragon. Just start to disrupt GAM, who had control of the early stages.
Yeah, I will say, unfortunately, there for Loud, they did lose a plate in the mid lane, but it does feel like it's GAM responding a lot of the times. Loud making the play, and they're, you know, two movements forward, but Charm lands from Kati, but Tinon's had his jungler in the wings, and they know with the paranoia available that is not a fight you want to be taking just yet, but again, Loud just kind of playing this not like slow, but in a much more methodical way. They're not reacting in a panicked way. They're just getting what they can and constantly making GAM answer to them.
Yeah, I think at the moment Loud would like to try and set up for this Rift Herald and again have GAM respond to them. But the biggest problem that they have right now is like Tinon's actually kind of a little bit behind. Would love to try and finish off his Luden's Echo before he gets in towards this next fight. Like, that would give him so much control. So they have him on top side, but he needs to push in, reset, then TP into the fight. So a little bit dangerous. Control over mid priority though means that Loud will start up the dragon. You can see Robo trying to fight for bot priority as well, but this is kind of dangerous. There's a lot of big combo the GAM can just go for here as Loud are trying to set up for it.
You gotta be careful there as Kati and Tinons. They can't be caught going for the TP because they will just be CC'd immediately by the opposition number. So they have to make sure they're in a position to kind of get that one safely. As we see both 80 carries with their first item, Stormrazor for Slater. So going not the build we just saw there from Root because he knows he's going to have to try and burn through a couple more health bars.
Still though, like, this is decent patience from Loud. They're like, hey look, they have Rift Herald, they can immediately try and take some of the plates, so we got to back off. But again, Tinons, is they're going to reset, he's going to pick up his Ludens off the back of this, probably those Merc Threads finished as well, and then they'll be able to actually fight with this massive Orianna off the back of this as well. So I think that's what a lot of they're playing for. You can see Ludens just completed. I think he's just waiting. No, won't get the boots at the moment, but still in a really strong spot now compared to Kati.
Yeah, see what Kati's able to do now. It does have a TP available to themselves, so might just push in that top side and look to get a little bit more. Not quite sure. They could stay for the third plate if they really wanted to, but they need that reset in right now.
Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. They need Catty to try and get his own answer to the mythic that's completed, but you can see Tinons are like, cool, we're going to complete it for gold this and just try and find that dragon off the reset for Catty. Catty immediately TP into the tower though, so they're kind of missing their window of opportunity here.
Here we go, Croc looking to get caught on with a flash away. So Pallet loses his ultimate, gets caught out. They're going to get him right up on top of the wall. He's nowhere to go and he is taken out, but they've taken down the jungler as well. The all-out comes in to bring the Renekton right back into the hands of the Xayah as she tries to put down the feathers to get this damage down. A flash away from Kiaya gets him out of that fight, but you've lost your jungler now on the side of Loud. They need to try and push this mid lane, but I don't think GAM are going to let them do it for free.
Levi still has kick, he still has flash. You got to be so careful about how you position here. Levi could make a play. Tinons
does flash away. Gets away from the charm. You can see Catty trying to see if he can catch him there, get good reactions there from the Loud mid laner. But again, we're getting to the point that the people who died have respawned. We might have another fight.
Yeah, and I mean, look at bot side. Kaya just goes, hey, yeah, you do your thing mid. I'm going to get some plates on bot side. So nice response from GAM. They're immediately going to turn over towards the dragon. This is where it gets risky though. They're a little bit low, but I think they can burn this. Actually, maybe not. TP from Tinons as well. Rout really wants to get in here.
He got in. He gets himself division right there as well. They're going to try and jump straight on top of the Lee Sin. The flash kick is good, but it's not good enough. Tries to see if he can move away. Excuse me, he uses flashes there. Only got him right behind on the ward hop. And now the dragon is taking so much damage. There's a bit of a charm on the Robbo, but he's taking so much damage, he's going to get taken out. That is the question. Seder wants to go for something right now, but it's going to be so difficult. It's a little bit of a strange situation. There's going to be the stride breaker. As you can see, Croc goes a little bit too far forward. These AD carries are the ones that are trying to be set up for success, as these odd bars are so low. Levi lands the Sonic Wave, but doesn't want to overcommit to it. But important for Loud. Yes, they lose their jungler, but they did gain the dragon.
They get the dragon, but it's more kills going over towards GAM again. So this is where we get to see finally that 1,000 gold lead for GAM, and a huge amount of that, as you can see from the Mastercard lane economy Snapchat, is on that jungle, right? So Levi doing a great job here. And although they did manage to push GAM back, they didn't need to take the fight. I think they were looking at Tinons going, hey, you're going to have your ult up in a second. Maybe we can make the play, but without it, they just overcommit.
This is a much stronger start now from GAM as well, keeping themselves right in this one. Yes, they did lose that dragon fight, but they had one of their own. But again, let's look at how chaotic this whole thing is.
Yeah, and this is where Croc should have just tried to take the long way around. Because the problem is, look at where Xayah is. She's completely zoned out of the equation, can't really get into this fight because she's trying to figure out what side of the wall she's supposed to be on. Robo then ends up, like, they get the pick, your jungler goes down, and now Root's again trying to walk in. So the whole time GAM are having this fight, they're getting their damage off, whereas Root's trying to get into a position to actually follow up. And here again, Root, yes, gets caught out, but the Nocturne ult actually means that this kick isn't seen by anyone, despite how good it was. And Catty could have actually gone for the flash, or gone for a charm, tried to see if he could have got the kill, but wasn't really in the position. But at this stage, Robo's out, you get the dragon, just call it a day. Yeah. There's no need. No ultimate on towards the Orianna, and I think that's where they were like, oh, maybe we can try and get something with this setup, but your Ori doesn't really have the damage without that ultimate at the moment. And you don't really have Root in a position where he can step up to be the carry. Pallet, though.
Oh, Pallet gonna have to try and use a crash down right now. It is a Chem Soul, so we'll have a little bit of the Rift to help him out, getting that extra little bit of a knockback from the plant. But while we came back, the top lane and the mid lane, thank you so much to our observers, do end up getting taken out. So it's a trade. Still about 1,000 gold. Actually, it's coming out to about 2,000 gold. GAM have been able to pick up a lot of farm on those side lanes. 30 CS between the junglers is the one that I'm looking at right now, and it does feel like it's GAM having a little bit of a stronger time on these resets.
Yeah, definitely getting a lot off the back of this. You can see there on the goal difference over time paired by AWS, like you're getting a huge amount of opportunities on GAM to start to pick up the pace. And I think they need to continue this, because you can see there, like the difference when GAM has vision versus doesn't have vision in team fights is absolutely insane. So they're able to control the map, look for picks with the Ari and Levi, who's quite fed. Even having Slater, if he needs to, ulting in to find those picks is going to be great. Rift Herald in Levi's back pocket as well. Would like to try and get that down, but I imagine they're going to try and hold on to that for the mid lane tower instead, and just have Catty slowly work down this bot lane turret.
I think it's just so close to being taken down anyway. You commit a little bit of extra time, you should be able to just kind of get it eventually. Pretty much full first items being coming out across the board for pretty much everybody, as we wait to see now what the next big play will be. Just under 2 minutes until that dragon spawns, but being a Chem Soul, it's not going to be the biggest of priorities, and we'll see if these teams get a little bit more creative.
I will say, though, this is a significantly better showing from GAM. We kind of got to see them pushed over in the last game because Slater and Pallet couldn't keep control of our bot side. But look at the difference now, right? Levi, far more confident on the Lee Sin. They're willing to contest for a lot of these objectives. Kaya getting some good positioning when it comes towards these fights as well, though struggled a little bit thanks to Robo in that last one, but at least GAM are actually fighting toe-to-toe with Loud rather than just being blown over by a stiff breeze. GAM as well, looking for Xayah here. Root might have overextended.
Yeah, definitely has overextended. The cleanse ain't going to do anything. Going to have to probably flash as well, but honestly, once he got caught out there, I think the cleanse and the flash are useless, and unfortunately for Loud, their carry is gone. Now they can use the Rift Herald on this top side, really, mid lane, really kind of put down the pressure.
Yeah, there was no need for Root to be in that position. Didn't have any sort of vision. It gets caught out now. That's going to be the mid lane turret taken without much resistance, and they can even continue this push forward. Got to be very careful here. Charm could land.
Yeah, the guy behind. I was going to say, they're going to try and maybe go for a bit of a move here. Kiaya has to flash away. Does end up kind of being a little bit too far extended right now, and it's just becoming a little bit of a problem now. GAM kind of building this momentum to get themselves back in this match. 3,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, big move from GAM to get that everything that they needed there. I will say, overextending just a smidge, where in that situation, you could have just backed off, set yourselves up for Dragon, and you would have been in a great spot, but this is just silly from Root. Like, yes, you've got that ultimate, but you have zero vision in that push to spot out Pallet. Great flash in, sets up perfectly coming through with the ultimate as well. And as they start to back away, I think that's where they could have been, but we're back into live. You got 13 seconds until Dragon. This is where you want to try and keep this pressure up as GAM.
Yeah, you really, really want to try and keep your foot down on the pedal, get that momentum going for yourself, and get yourself back into this series, because after game one, I don't think a lot of people would have been, you know, kind of, I wouldn't give them too much of a hard time if they said, look, this is allowed 2-0, but really, really good bounce back here by GAM, and to kind of completely change up their draft and priorities to make sure they aren't just going to get, you know, bombed out again.
Yeah, we'll see. Raz might be picking up his shoe by the end of this, but now starting to move in. Sorry, flip-flop, yes, but now Loud's starting to move in. Levi in a good position. Keep your eyes on Pallet. Actually going to come back over the wall. I thought he was going to try and keep that position.
Yeah, you got TP wards available as Kiaya kind of comes in from the mid lane. You're going to see now if Robbo can keep him going, but never mind. They're going to try and fully commit here onto the Rect and get his ultimate out of him. The paranoia does mean that there's no real re-engage to come out of this one here. Kiaya taking a lot of damage here and will eventually be taken out. They did get the Dragon on the side of GAM, but can they get out with their lives? That is the question. Robbo feeling empowered and confident gets kicked right the way back because he wants nothing to do with this team. And Levi ward tops over, so Dragon goes over to GAM. Kill to Loud.
Yeah, Loud though, they're trying to see if they can maybe move into position here to just keep them pushed out. Actually going to continue to chase this. I wasn't sure if they were just trying to look for the mid-tier 2 instead, but they did find a pick.
Katsy's getting a lot of damage onto him. He does have the spirit, doesn't have the spirit rush, I should say. And that means he's going to be going down. So that's 2 kills. That changes the trade pattern a little bit. It's gone from 3,000 gold to 1,500 gold. They've cut it in half.
Yeah, nice job coming through from Loud to find that pick. Even now, they get to kind of right the wrongs of their lanes a little bit, push in top, get control over this mid lane as well. Send Root into a position where he can actually start to get a bit more of this gold and try and get him towards 2.5 to 3 items very quickly. So nice picks. But I still think Loud, at least having control over the Dragons for a moment, will help out substantially, and just again trying to see if they can find these picks versus big team fights.
Not only does it lead to picks, it leads to an objective, and that's what we always look for in these games, is that if you turn a kill into an objective, you're doing well. Guinsoo's Rage Blade just get finished up here by Slater, so...
Could I just very quickly point out,
go on,
how many wards are around that Dragon Pit? That is a ludicrous amount of
and they're all
wards.
for Loud. That's the craziest thing. They're all Loud wards. If anyone sneezes around that Dragon Pit, they will know about it. But, I mean, it's why they felt comfortable going for that tower. There you go. There's a method to the madness, Dagda.
I mean, look, Loud getting something back is nice. Trying to slow down the pace as well for GAM, because let's be real, I mean, Xayah scales wonderfully, Orianna scales fantastically, same with Cassante. So the later this game goes, the more opportunities Loud will have. So it is on GAM to try and keep the pace up and keep themselves in a position where they can threaten Loud. And it's these picks, these moments where you're trying to clear out vision, that maybe you can find that opportunity.
We'll see now. Loud kind of getting themselves a couple of second items, or excuse me, GAM getting themselves a couple of second items. Got the Sterix Gauge and the Black Cleaver for Kiaya and Levi, respectfully. And of course, we did talk about the Guinsoo's Rage Blade as well, being picked up for Slater alongside that Storm Razor's Edge. So, let's see if they want to go for something right now. It does look like, for the moment, they're happy to kind of just control this mid lane. They don't want to go for too much, and that's what I was saying. You got to be careful of those feathers. The Xayah so scarily, deceptive with the way she works.
I think they're trying to keep an eye out for Robo. Oh, Pallet missed it!
Pallet missed it! Levi has to kick away. They do get the stretching strike. That's going to force the cleanse. The Charms comes down. They got Kiaya on the backside. The flanking Renekton is the scariest. They look to try and get onto Root, and he is dead. Now that's 2 kills. Good shockwave, but I don't think it's going to be enough. A double kill for the top laner as they keep pushing in and more. They're looking to try and make do and make up for a first game wins, and GAM looking to bounce back hard.
Root thought that this was game 1, thought that he could go forward, but wasn't expecting Kiaya over the side. All that vision we talked about on the bottom side for Loud passes out, and the second it does, Kiaya gets into position. GAM find the kills, and they'll get the Baron.
5v5, and they came out with 4 for none. They'll get the Baron, they'll get all the jungle camps, they got the mid-tier 1 and 2 as well. This was a fantastic amount of gold and just presence for GAM.
Yeah, we'll see it as the replay kicks off, just how quickly Loud panic when they see the Renekton come in. Like, Root had already used his ultimate to try and make the play happen. It was a good ult because he does get rid of the kick here, which was the big follow-up, right? Has to dodge Levi going for this kick, then sets up for Pallet, but the problem is he's now too far forward as the proc comes over the wall, tries to flash away, and Loud are panicking to try and keep Root safe, but with the follow-up from Levi, with Kiaya just being in the mix, it was so difficult to try and keep him alive, and Ori just isn't in a position right now to be that 1 DPS carry for those fights. She's only sitting on an item and a half.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, the Red Bull Baron power play now coming in here for GAM, but this is a huge shift now. It's a 5,000 gold lead, 5.5 actually. Dragon spawning in a minute's time. They're going to get full priority in all the side lanes, and you are just kind of sitting and waiting now on the side of Loud to try and get this game back into your favor.
Yeah, honestly, I think if I'm Loud, I'm like, look, let's not even go for it. Just leave this next Dragon. Yes, it'll put them on towards Soul Point, but realistically, we're just not in a position to try and fight right now. We have absolutely no vision. Let's see if we can try and get some of the standing go to the map, use some of these bounties, like get top tower, try and get control over mid a little bit. Just give ourselves an opportunity to scale. Like 3 items, and Loud are so absolutely terrifying in a team fight that if you take a step wrong, you're going to know all about it as GAM. So just take it slow. There's no need to try and overforce things here.
No need to overforce, no need to get too antsy, but like I said, in that last fight, the panic that kind of set in, but oh, here we go, they're looking for a little bit of a move here onto the Kaisa, and they will find her. Can they get anyone more? That's the question. The TP's come in, but a 2 kill for none. You said for GAM to not be antsy, but Loud didn't allow them to be.
Robo, how have you done this twice? Absolutely styling on them. Getting Slater off the back of that was so crucial. What a play from the top laner.
I mean, it is the featured matchup. He is, in a lot of people's eyes, the soul of this team. And when they needed him most, he stepped up to carry. And that is a massive swing now. There it is, the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It is going to be Kiaya versus Robo. And Robo is kind of having his way with this matchup.
I'm just gobsmacked. Like, that was so sick. Like, out of nowhere, I was like, oh yeah, they're going to siege up. I started looking at the mini-map. And next thing, Robo, flash forward, stun with the W, then into the knockback, immediate ult. And if you can see, they attempted the Everfrost to keep him safe, but with the immediate ult from Nocturne, the follow from Seos, there was nothing GAM could do in this.
That's what I love about that play. It's the instant follow-up from the rest of his team, the pure trust in their top laner to go, this is the play, we all commit to it, everyone all in, and that was just fantastic moves there. I mean, just great to get them right back into this one now. So yes, they're still 4,500 gold down, but they got the Dragon, so that's not coming up anytime soon. They've delayed pretty much all of this Baron. It's going to be gone in 15 seconds. You got very little.
Yeah, I mean, a legend in the CB law, 6 titles, matching BRTT for Robo, and now coming into this as well, a legend on the Rift. As looking at Pallet again, doesn't have the flash this time, Robo, but definitely you can see respect from GAM as they start to move back. They realize, hang on lads, we don't have the opportunity to really push in here, and this is buying that time, that, well, massive amount of time for Loud to get that scaling, but this is what Loud do. Like, when you look at them in CB law, it's like 20 minutes is where they start to come alive. They have these moments where they can find a pick. They'll play off good wave states. They'll find some way to slow down the game and get back into it. And Robo, with that play, did exactly that.
That's it. We talked about how, you know, in the last game, the early game was not what Loud are known for in the CB law. It's the later stages, the 20+ minutes. Even when they're behind, they were able to kind of create opportunities, create moments where they can make anything happen, just like that. And this thing as well is that at that time, like, Kiaya was so far ahead. He had the Abyssal Mask along, like he was 3 items, coming up to 3.5 and 4 now in the moment. But it becomes so much harder to deal with this Cassandre the more tankiness he gets, the more, you know, kind of items and kind of just general kind of game-changing buffs he gets. gets from some of these items, like the Gargoyles don't play.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, your biggest worry is going to be like Tinons when he starts to finish his Void Staff. It's just going to be so clutch for Loud. Again, though, you got to kind of like buy that time. So at the moment, you can see Loud, they've kind of set up their vision line, right? It's like a direct line just across their ward place.
Pallets, he didn't know he was sitting on a ward, and Pink Ward did not catch it there. Robbo just moving forward aggressively, confidently, knowing it's going. But let's not get it twisted for the moment. Yes, it's great for Loud. They're looking like they're doing a fantastic job, but gotta remember, this is still a 4,500 gold lead for GAM. They are still in the driving seat. They need to make something happen, though.
Yeah, they're just running out of time. It's the scaling that's going to come online for Loud very quickly, and just playing off this line of wards is where Loud feel comfortable, and they're happy to defend this for the moment.
Yeah, no Barons. The siege is not really going to go anywhere. The Everfrost into the Q from the RE is not going to do a huge amount to Robbo, who has basically no magic resistance at the moment. Has a little bit of passive stuff from the Iceborne Gauntlet, but that's about it. So, got to be careful of the damage that's kind of being shoved into him. But for now, it is definitely a much tighter game here for GAM than they probably would have liked, considering how well they were working in that mid game.
Yeah, and this is where, like, in theory, what you want to try and do is GAM is like, hey, we're going to try and set up for a push in mid, use that to then draw Loud into the mid lane, and then establish all our vision. Try and see if we can get all that set up and clear out some of the opportunities Loud have had to defend their own jungle, but we're just not quite seeing that. They're trying to kind of cut corners, not pull enough members of Loud into those positions, and it means that the Loud are constantly able to defend that vision line. So for GAM, it's a case of, hey, can you actually play through this map state properly? And I mean, to be honest, it's not something that we see from them a lot domestically. It is a case of, hey, if we show up mid, you're going to fight. And that's kind of the way that it has worked in the VCS. With Loud showing this much restraint, I think GAM are starting to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. They're not getting the same kind of madness, if you will, that they would get from the VCS. They're not getting the same kind of crazy plays that everyone just kind of throws everything at the wall and sees what stick. But important to note that we have got a couple of key items being picked up here. We have got 3 items here onto the Xayah. Lord Dominus Regard gets finished up, so they are fantastically fed if they can put down the feathers. Not only that, on the other side, you do have Slater with 3 items, but they also have the tiny little buff of having a stopwatch. So we'll wait and see how both these teams want to fight around these fights.
Baron fight.
What
can you do, Levi?
Yeah, what can you do? Robbo now with his Randuin's Omen going full for that AD, or armor, I should say, to deal with the AD. It's kind of making him towards it.
Watch Tinon. He's trying to sit off onto the side here. See if he can catch GAM as they start to make their way in again. Like, Tinons can kind of sit and look for these plays because he knows Croc and Sales can have that immediate follow-up, but not quite finding anyone for the moment. Vision, not great for Loud in this area, which means...
Tinons, he does get kicked back, but there's no charm. They're going to finally jump straight in on top of him, but now they can get everybody else down. You can see Rude trying to deal with the Lee Sin. The paranoia puts everybody into the darkness, and they can't find the carries. 2 kills, 3 kills, maybe even 4. Slater goes down, and that's it. The Baron and Loud are right back in the game.
The pick was so close to being there, but the damage was not there to follow up. And once again, Loud are managing to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
It just feels like GAM, it's such a massive moment. They felt like they had it, but just small little things that went against them that just didn't really work. Levi looking for a 1v1. Never mind, it's a 1v2. Does get a ward jump over the wall, but he's going to be nowhere near this dragon to even potentially stop that soul point going over. But I mean, Loud just playing this matchup so well, and just honestly just keeping GAM just in the dark, quite literally.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for GAM, they just weren't able to try and play off of, hey, look, we've got this Lee Sin Ahri, let's try and make a quick pick. And you could see the idea was there, especially with Slater having that ultimate. Come in over the side, try and burst them out, but despite not having defensive stats, it's so difficult to burst out this Ori. Charm dodged, which was beautiful, but then the missed Q coming through from Caddy, that's the damage that realistically would have finished off this Orianna nice and early, but not there. Then as you get the follow-up from the Renekton on this top side, great charm coming through from Sales to keep everyone off of Root. And with those 3 items that you talked about Oshin completed, Root is able to carry out the DPS he needs.
That's it, the paranoia comes down, they don't know exactly where everybody is, and then just perfect target selection from Robbo as well. Immediately goes all out onto Slater, who had flash and heal, could not use either of them because he just knew he was dead. There was nothing to go, there was nothing to run away from.
And now you've still got all the standing gold on the map for Loud as well. So not only do they get the fight, they're going to start getting top towers, you get top tier 1, you get tier 2, they got tier 2 on bot. Look at mid, Croc is going to crack open this tier 2 as well. Like, you're in such a good position now as Loud to now not only get the gold lead back in your favor, but also grow it.
Here we go. They're looking for a little bit of a fight right now. The turret from the Nocturne in the mid lane, because he's got the paranoia to join in on top of this one. Kati has been spotted, and immediately the paranoia comes out. Turn off the lights. Where are you going to go? I'm going to jump right on top of your face and then force you to back away. Just small little things that just stop everything from GAM, and Loud have just perfectly navigated this mid to late game.
Kati and Levi try to turn onto Croc, but he's able to get out of there as well. And now Loud, they've still got 2 barred up minions here, but Croc has been separated. Can GAM now try and ream out something?
You know what? If it's so nice, you try it twice. Let's go for it. They're going to try and see if they get Kai on the backside. He pops the dominance and see if they can burn him down. There's the good kick. The shockwave comes in. Slater tries to do the damage, but the Feathers do go flying. No Root to come out. Slater does get the stopwatch off finally. They're jumping onto Root, but Root has a stopwatch of his own. Kati goes down to Robo on the backside of this one. Immediately turns his target onto the other carry of GAM, and Shubby have to slice him down. He was the featured matchup. He was the man we looked to be the king, and he is doing just that. A triple kill for Robo as a CB-LOL roar into the World Championship. He's not quite done. He wants to best a little bit more time, but he's not got the damage now. He's finally done on his all out, but they may still look for more.
Robo was the chosen one. He was the one we said to watch the day. And in game 2, when Loud were down, we said they were out. Robo stood tall and said, come at me, Kaya. What you got?
They said you got the high ground, but it does not matter because Robo, still taking a lot of damage, finally gets the Gargoyle Stone Plate. He's going to get another dominance. That is the second dominance in this fight. And finally the shutdown comes on the Robo, but he is not the carry for the minute. Kaya does get a double kill, and GAM survive, but it is literally that word, survive.
2 dominance, 2 shockwaves, a second chance needed for Loud to try and finish this off. It's only Halloween, don't start that. But as he starts to come in, I mean, for here, Root, he's got on the wrong side of this fight. But again, Seos keeping people at bay, managed to get onto Levi and Kaya to keep him out. Then you do get Slater, who's very, very far forward, but Root posts a stopwatch. He's stealing a lot of time, and Robo is soloing out on Slater on the back line, which makes things significantly easier, because now consistent damage is gone with consistent damage, and Robo, this Cassante, level 17 with this many items, it's going to be so damn strong. But defender advantage as we come into the second fight here. Kaya, super healthy, coming back out. Robo has nothing left in tank when it comes to damage, so it's all on Tin Owns, but he just doesn't have enough consistent DPS as this Orianna to try and take out Kaya.
Yes, again, like you said, this is good for GAM to get themselves back into this, but it's a big old but. The scaling feels like it has hit. This feels like now you have a full item Cassante. Oh, I'm going to say that was something. Look at it, no damage. No one did anything. They threw everything at him, and he couldn't do any damage onto it with 1 minute until the Chem Soul dropped up. I mean, a Chem Soul for the Cassante this huge is actually massive.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult to try and take him down. But the problem is, I don't even know if we're going to get to that. I mean, 50 seconds, yes, until it's up, but you have so many issues for GAM to deal with. They've got top lane that's pushing in, mid control there for Loud. Like, yes, Loud will probably take the Dragon, but I just don't think you're in a position here as GAM to take the fight beforehand.
They got to throw something at it. You got to throw something at it. The super minions are being dealt with by Kaya, but look at that drop. Oh my God. And the win probability powered by AWS. And that's the thing. It's probability, so it's just kind of figuring out where the game is. And GAM were pretty solid for most of it, but does feel like right now it's just so difficult for them to even step up to Loud.
I mean, we said already, right? The scaling has perfectly come through for Loud. You're looking at nearly your final item coming through from Root. Tin Owns is going to start working out, imagine, on Rabadon's death cap, so even then it's still going to be tough, but I just don't think he's going to get to it. I mean, well, maybe actually as he is headed back, but like, it's just so hard. Like, even look at Robo there. It's an
Elixir of Iron. Yeah, he's got an Elixir of Iron, so he's doing even more there. There's going to be the Chem Soul. Goes in, stolen! Nicely done by Levi, the king of objective steals. He'll give his life, but it is enough. And look at Kati. I don't know where he is, but he's there.
I mean, they were setting up for a potential fight, but you're now 45 seconds as Loud with Baron on the way. Yes, you stopped the soul, but you're going to lose Baron, and you're still only going to be shoved into your own base. Like, it delayed us, but maybe by a handful of seconds, Loud just get to do what they want to get.
Yep, they won't get the soul in the Baron, they'll just get the Baron. So this is the issue there. And look, Levi, Always love a little bit of extra spice, kind of putting in as much as he possibly can. And like you said, any advantage you can deny from your enemy is an advantage to you. But yeah, the Baron being here right now, and Slater needs to be very careful with those recalls next time.
Yeah, but Loud, now they're outside the base. 10 seconds still on Levi, which means mid lane tower is going to fall. GAM, they're crumbling in front of them. Like, yes, you took away an advantage, but you also gave yourself a disadvantage in this 4 versus 5 now as Loud continue to push forward. One more inhibitor stands in their way between taking everything in the base of GAM.
Taking everything in the base, taking this series and taking a shot at PSG. Knocked them out at MSI and they want revenge, like he said. They've been thinking about this for a long time over in the CB Law, but for GAM, they have to try and find something. There has to be something from them there. Red Bull Baron power play coming in for Loud, but it's gonna be so tough. You can even see now just how difficult it is for Kiaya to deal with these Supermen. It's like Renekton just doesn't really function that well in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, trying even just to be a setup essentially at this stage for Catty and for Strider. Like, the Abyssal Mask picked up, he's like, hey, I just want to get into someone and help us blow them up. But again, it feels like GAM have to try and play for this pick. It's about trying to see if they can find that opportunity to get someone who's out of position. But at every step of the way, Loud have been like, right, now we have control, group. Get vision as a group. Don't let that opportunity to really happen. And it feels like it has to be on Levi to maybe look for this like miracle kick to set things up. But you can see with waves all over the place in favor of Loud, you're kind of split up yourself as GAM to try and cover it.
Not only if you, yes, you get the miracle kick, that would be amazing, but Root has a GA. You know, this isn't exactly an easy target. Even if you do burst them out, you're going to have to do it again after the fact. And with Baron still up for another minute, they are putting in some serious work. The Paranoia comes out to stop any kind of re-engage, as they do eventually jump here straight onto the Renekton. Kiaya in no man's land. He flashes, but he's feared anyway. He was left in the dark, and now he will be shut down by himself, alone and isolated. And now without the Renekton to put any kind of real pressure down, Robbo doesn't have a problem with this. He'll tank this all day long. He doesn't care what they throw at him. In fact, he might just turn around and say, take the tower, I'll tank it.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to continue to push in. This is going to be the third inhibitor turret dropped. Loud going to start to rotate up towards this top side, it looks like, to take the last inhibitor, escort these minion waves in the mid lane as well. Tinones is resetting. He wants the TP. Loud want to end it here. Yeah, Loud want to end it, but you can see there, GAM know if they let anyone go back, they're in so much trouble. There you go, the reset's coming in. Death Cap, I imagine, to be finished. There it is, coming out from Tinones. Their damage is insane now from this Orianna. The scaling has been hit. Robbo goes back and TP's right back in just to pick up an Elixir of Iron. He doesn't even care about the fight. He wants the towers. They want the 2-0. They try to go for the kick, but Levi can't get there in time. He's feared, he's rooted, and he is killed. 2 kills going over to Loud. Not only will they get 2 kills, they'll get the 2-0, and Loud will be continuing on in the upper bracket. It will be GAM to go down to the losers. And what a performance from Loud to do so. Game 1, pentakill from Root, double solo kill from Root in that bot lane. We get to see what the AD carry of the squad can do. And in Game 2, when the chips were down and their backs were against the wall, again Loud find their pick, find their opportunity, and it's off the man on your screen right there, Robo. Fantastic performance on the Cassandra. Insane, and it literally was. It was that one play in bot side underneath the tier 2 tower that just completely shifted how GAM felt about that game. They were confident, they were concise, and then all of a sudden they were questioning things. They were second guessing themselves, and like you mentioned, they had an opportunity to win, but the timing was very much against them, and they just waited too long. Yeah, I mean, they needed to try and play off of, hey, push a wave, look for pick in jungle, set up vision, try and find these opportunities in and around objectives, but they just never really gave themselves that chance. Tried to cut corners, and they got cut down by Loud in response. Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, there it is. Big L's, but the best kind of L's for Loud coming into this one here. But yeah, really does feel great from now. And it does feel like this has been kind of a long time coming from the CB LoL. They've always been that region that we've always touted as a maybe they could do this, maybe they could do that, but it would always be kind of a shot in the dark or such, or an upset. Not this time. It feels different this time. Well, it has to be different. They're going up against PSG Talon now. They got knocked out at MSI by the squad, and now they get their chance of revenge. I mean, we said at the start of the day, right? Croc, Junja's son is his name in Portuguese in solo queue. Like, this is a guy that 100% wants to show up, and this is a team that wants to show up against PSG Talon, but And honestly, Shaky are looking PSG talent by comparison. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to go.
It's going to be an interesting one. But anyway, we're going to send it over to Trevor Quickshot and Goldberg. Or sorry, Trevor Quickshot? It's 3 different people. Anyway, World's Cooldown.
Multiple personalities are taken
Multiple personalities. Go to World's Cooldown.
You guys had a fantastic day of cast. Thank you, Dagda and Oshin. 4 games back to back to back. It has been a long day here in Dublin. And at the end of it, it's coming up L's for Loud taking down GAM. Congratulations, Goldberg. You predicted the correct team. Unfortunately, you were not
What are you trying to do now?
You were not the correct analyst.
Go on, say it. Go on.
I flip-flopped. All right, I used one of my flip-flopping powers.
Let's talk a little bit about that game. Talk about the series as well. I think as a whole, Loud came out looking stronger, looking better, somewhat as you expected, but I think in much more dramatic fashion even.
Yeah, but this is what we saw from Loud at the CBLOL normally. They would have a bad early game,
right?
And then they would have to try and fight themselves back. So when I was watching this game too, I was never really worried looking at it. Like, sure, GAM, they looked actually really good in the early game, and they got a lot of things going for them too. But when it had to the late game, that had been one of the hard times for GAM as well to really equalize on. And when you play against a team like Loud, they will absolutely punish on that. So will we call it a clean 2-0 series? Absolutely not. Game 1 was the only clean game. The rest of it though, great Loud team fighting.
Yeah, those 2 moments for GAM that I saw, the Lee Sin kick that ended up turning really poorly for them, the mid lane fight that I think Robo actually just completely smurfed in was another one. That was tough because that goal lead that GAM had was substantial. That river fight that got them that lead gave me a lot of hope, but it started to slip away to the point that you made. The fact that Loud is such a strong team fighting team, that they were down by 4 or 5K and they were able to bring it back was great to see.
The thing I find interesting about this particular series is coming into it, I think most people would have expected Loud to be somewhat favored.
Yeah.
In terms of both their recent performances as well as the recent Asian Games and the impact on GAM as a roster. I think, however, the way the game played out, in specific as well with Rout, his performance, first pentakill of Worlds 2023, it just looked great in Game 1, pleasantly surprising, and the traditional Loud in Game 2 stepped up as well, which is great, so they ultimately will advance. Very quickly, as an aside, how many pentakills did you put in your pick'ems?
2 or 3. 2, probably.
I'm
not happy about seeing this already.
Yeah. I think I'm good. I had 3+. I was like, this should be a lot.
I'd love to know how many you put on your pick'ems at home. Okay, we're going to carry on just discussing the games a little bit while we're still setting up for an interview. And I think I want to turn the attention now to GAM. Let's talk a little bit about, first of all, their approach to gameplay. Now, they are going to drop down to the losers bracket, but I mean, Raz, versus your expectations and your hopes for the team, where do you now land after seeing 2 games?
Game 2 was a little bit closer to my expectation with the Lee Sin play. Levi was a little bit more on the map, being able to make plays, the stronger team fights around River. That was closer to what I expected. I'm still really disappointed in how they can't close games. That's something that they need to be able to sort out. Especially, I think this is good. This is a good piece of VOD to review going into the lower bracket, because they need to recognize, okay, we have this advantage. We need to be on the same page in how we end up fights, because we looked at the Lee Sin kick pretty extensively, actually. The one that lost them that fight around topside River. That's something where they're just not on the same page, or even see an angle on a lethal. They don't have lethal at all if they don't have charm to follow up on Lee Sin kick. They use it at the same time. I just don't see a kill happening there. So they're pretty on edge when it comes to late game, and you hate to see it.
Yeah, but I also just think that, you know, this is one of the unfortunate issues where they didn't have enough scrim time, because this was the same issues they had. And I think back to their series against Team Secret in the upper bracket of the VCS, where so many times they lost games there as well, where it comes down to the late game. The early game is great, but when it comes to lane assignments, how do we actually play this out? Which turret do we pressure? Are we only pushing down 1 lane? Are we actually timing waves on 2 lanes so we can at least spread out the opponent? It's a lot of the same issues we saw in that game right there that we saw against, well, other VCS opponents. So that's also why that I hope that those VOD reviews will be super intense, because you don't have a lot of time. You need to fix these issues going into it. You're going to be going up against R7 next time, which is the team that, let's be real, embarrassed you at MSI and kind of put you in a different bracket now as a region. So there's a lot of redemption on the line now for the VCS going against R7.
Rematch is very exciting.
Grudge match if you want to.
One thing, I hear we're about a minute and a half away from the interview. One of the things I loved hearing was the fan reaction, and we had this little discussion off air that the CBLOL as a region imports quite a fair number of LCK and South Korean players. So when I was looking at the crowd shots and seeing obviously how many Brazilians are out there, the connection is probably going to be a little bit deeper there for a region like CBLOL versus many others, right, Raz?
True. I mean, I didn't even expect that. I didn't think about it until you started seeing the shots.
You see the faces.
Yeah,
yeah,
you started seeing the faces of the fans, not only just the Brazilian fans that traveled over there, but yeah, the Korean fans that are there for seeing Croc, right?
Yes.
And Root. So that's honestly really great to see.
Home field advantage in some ways, maybe.
They feed off the energy of the crowd generally.
They'll be welcomed, I think, with warmer arms to local fans.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. You're gonna disagree. You're gonna argue.
No, I was gonna say for sure. I was gonna say the same goes for R7 as well. You know, they got 2 as well with their solo laners. So yeah, of course there is something that the fans can hold on to. It's just a small yes. I really didn't have a larger
yeah,
thing to
I do
add.
think they feed off the energy really well. We've seen that constantly. So if they can treat that as a home stage advantage, then that's a plus.
Right. So one last thing to talk about now. Pick'ems again. Let's go back to most killed champion. How are we doing for interview? I see. Still delayed. Okay, so we're actually going to move on with this one.
Okay.
If we do get to that interview, I will bring back to discussion. I will bring it for everyone to watch a little bit later. I'd like to continue our discussion talking about PSG versus R7. Well, the highlights are going to be on your screen. I think dominating win for PSG. I think to expectation. That is what I was anticipating seeing coming in. I will say I wanted a little bit more in Game 1 from PSG, but I chalked that performance up to stage jitters.
Yeah, and the player of the series for that one, Maple, just came up clutch in Game 2 on this Jace. So and also on top of that, his flanks on Nico really made it. They turned that game around in Game 1 and found a lot of ways to get back into the game. So I'm excited for them. There's way too many players on this team. We didn't even get to talk about Wako and Woody because, yes, they had a little bit of a tougher laning phase. But once they start to get more comfortable on stage, then that's multiple threats on that team that if, Maple's not having a good game, Junja's not having a good game, you can look towards Woody, Wako, who's been great domestically, can carry a game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of buying into a little bit of your R7 hype as well.
Yeah.
In that with something. I know they lost 2-0, but
yeah.
I like what you're selling. I'm not sure I'm buying yet, but at least the premise of it, I think they actually had a really good early game, and the reason why they lost in the mid game was just their own setup for these objectives, their own really playstyle through their summoner spells. There was real fights where you just say, "Do I have flash up?" No? Okay, I'm not fighting then. So I think it's going to be curious to see R7 versus GAM again.
What I do like about that as well is that you can look at it from 2 different perspectives, right? Game 1, I put more blame on PSG in the early game, and that's my perspective. I
mean, it's also a true perspective.
And also, you have to give some credit to R7. I think the early game was better than expected. So both things can be true. The only thing is we'll be able to validate which one is a little bit more indicative of the team's performance and consistency once we see them against other opponents, once we see some more games from them later in the play-ins.
And I think this series is great for review for R7 because a great example was simply that siege that they had in Game 1 that really screwed them, right?
Yeah, the one around mid lane. Maybe,
exactly, because they were skipping a few steps. They didn't get solid vision towards the bot side of the map where Nico was coming from. If they get something down like that, it's an easy thing to identify. Makes them so much stronger going to the next phase, just slowing the game down a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, nice.
Hey, if he's spitting facts, he's spitting facts. Do you want me to say it in a different way?
I will say as well.
I've been wrong on my predictions, but I'll take it.
For all the viewers at home, I actually just want to compliment both Goldborg and Raz because a lot of the content, a lot of the things we come into, obviously is driven by the 2 of them. And specifically looking at the mid lane matchup, specifically looking at how the teams perform in all 4 teams in both of our series, I think you guys nailed it. And I loved our pre-match discussion about Mirror versus Maple. You called out Maple as MVP. Maple was talking to Law in our Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to Seoul as PSG Talent won their first game here at Worlds 2023, and I'm joined by legend of the mid lane, Maple. Thank you so much for joining me. Happy birthday also. Winning your first game must be nice, but also rejoining PSG after such a long time. You came back to the team in June. How did it feel to come back home?
你是2021年之后在6月再次加入 PSG， 那离开了这么久再回来，你的感觉怎么样？
就虽然说回到 PSG， 但是其实都是完全不同的队友了，但是 原本有一些人就是都是我认识的，所以其实搭配起来没有太过困难。
Although I rejoined PSG, but most of my teammates are already changed. But also, my teammates and I know each other for a long time, so I think we work well.
And talking about one specific teammate, I feel like the duo of Maple and Junjia can be one of the deadliest duo we have at Plains, if not at Worlds at all. How is it working with him, and can you tell me more about the synergy between the 2 of you?
你跟俊佳就账面上看起来很可能是这次入围赛，甚至是整个世界赛最致命的组合之一。那你自己怎么评价你跟他的联动？
俊佳的话，我觉得他是一个蛮有想法，然后攻击性很强的打野选手。但是可能第一天吧，他也比较紧张，所以我告诉他就是放开来打就好。因为入围赛的话，我们势必是要晋级的。
Junjia is a little bit. He is a very aggressive jungler, but maybe today's first day, so he kind of a little bit nervous. So I just told him to calm down and play what he used to play.
And I can imagine you can bring some guidance to other players. You were mentioning Junjia, but when you think of PSG talent at MSI, it did not go well. What kind of guidance can you bring to the whole team? And what is the hope here at Worlds for you guys?
在你加入这个 PSG 之前，他们的 MSI 其实之旅不是过得太顺遂。那你觉得你的这种老将经验能够给他们什么帮助？然后顺便想要问你，就是你对这次世界赛的期待是什么？
就中路的话，我觉得是一个游戏里就是最重要的线路嘛。那我会用我的游戏打法，然后来帮助我的队友，然后拿下比之前更好的成绩。
I think mid lane is the most important role in the whole game. So I just want to use my play style to guide my teammates through. And also, hopefully, we can get better results this year.
And playing one of the most important roles in the game, you also had the benefits of playing in so many different regions. The LPL, the LCS as well, coming back now to PSG Talon. What kind of experience did you gain from playing in other regions?
除了打了9之外，你也去过非常多的外赛区。那你自己觉得LPL 也好 ，LCS 也好，这些不同赛区的经验对你有什么帮助？
我还蛮喜欢去挑战自己的，然后去到各个赛区，我觉得每个赛区都有他们独特的打法跟理解，所以其实就是他们都有他们自己好的那部分，然后也有自己坏的那部分。然后我就是多多学习，然后把我觉得最好的那边就是打出来这样子。
I think different regions has different play style and different understanding to the games. So I like to challenge myself. I just want to bring all the goods back to PCS.
Well, welcome back to World Championship, Maple. Thank you so much for the interview. Nash, thank you so much for the translation. And back to you guys.
And thank you, Law, for a fantastic interview with Maple. It was great to hear from him. It was great to see his performance, and he did pick up the MVP, as we were talking about. So obviously that means that PSG will be advancing in the upper bracket. I believe we do have the other interview ready. If I can just... That's it. In the second series. No, it was the first series of our day. Second series. Man, okay, give me a second here. It's been a long day.
It has been.
And I'm struggling here.
I'm here for you.
So in the second series of the day, Loud secured the win over GAM Esports. Let's send it over to the menace in the top lane, Robo, in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back in Seoul for Worlds 2023 after Loud's fantastic performance here on their first day. Congratulations, Robo. Thank you so much for joining me. Quick reflection on the series 2-0, Stomp Game 1, Recovery Game 2. Tell me how you felt about this.
Eu estou muito feliz porque isso mostra a evolução que a gente teve. Nos outros campeonatos a gente sempre não consegue voltar tão fácil dos jogos. Ou a gente estompava muito rápido, ou a gente era muito estompado. Então, conseguir voltar no jogo mostra que a gente evoluiu, né, no bootcamp que a gente está fazendo.
I'm very happy with the result that we got over here because it showcases that all the evolution we've been having, especially like with the fact that we had some kind of like hardship to get back into games. We tend to be like either like stomping or like being stomped, but literally this last match showcases all the evolution we got, especially after the bootcamp we had here.
And I'm glad that you mentioned this because it took you a while to recover in Game 2. What made it specific about this recovery and how did you think you managed to grab this victory in the end?
Cara, acho que a itemização que eles fizeram, principalmente nos dois carregadores, ficava muito difícil de matar o caçante. Eu acabei conseguindo pegar alguns abates, então eu itemizei muito rápido, acabei que eu fiquei muito tanque, então eu falei pro meu time, galera, a gente dá autoscaling, nossos carries têm mais DPS, eu tanco mais que o Renekton, vamos com calma que a gente ganha e deu certo.
Because of the itemization that the other players, they ended up having, like it was pretty hard to confront the tanks and the carriers. And in the other way, like I told my team, like, oh, it's all good. Let's do outscaling, guys. From now on, like, let's try to get an advantage and go for it.
All right, confident in the team composition, as I believe, but for me it showcases how strong Loud is becoming worlds after worlds after world. Third time you're participating here today, and I also know that you tied Draven Legend BRTT in the most wins in your region in the CBLOL. How do you reflect on your career and the pride of representing CBLOL once again at Worlds?
Cara, é uma honra ter empatado com ele como o maior jogador. Eu sei que eu quero... Ainda não vou parar, então eu pretendo ainda ultrapassar ele, mas meu grande objetivo é ir bem no Mundial. Quem sabe dessa vez vai. Eu estou muito confiante, 3 vezes seguidas, então acho que é agora.
I would say it's an honor to be like in such a draw position with him. Like, I might be able to say now I'm not willing to stop. I don't have like thoughts about stopping, so perhaps one day I can like go over it. But my focus right now is just like to perform as well as I can within the championship, and perhaps this time we can bring like some bigger difference. I'm very confident. I think perhaps this is the time.
And I think you have the revenge matchup coming against PSG Talon on the next game. Didn't go so well at MSI last time. What do you think about the team now that they have a revamped version with Maple on the mid lane? How do you think it's going to go?
Acho que eles são um time muito forte, não é uma dúvida que todo mundo coloca eles como um dos favoritos do play-in, só que eu sei que a gente evoluiu bastante, a gente é um time diferente também da MSI, a gente sabe jogar de outras maneiras, outros campeões, então eu espero que nossa evolução tenha sido suficiente, eu estou bem ansioso para enfrentar eles.
To be honest, I'm pretty like anxious about it. Like, there's no doubts that everybody says that they are very good and they tend to be like in a good position within choices. But I'm very confident as well with our evolution as a team. Like, we ended up being able to practice and like learn and evolve with not only like few characters but many other like strategies. So I'm pretty like excited for the next match.
Looking forward to seeing you guys in this matchup. Obrigada for the interview. Arthur,
obrigado.
Thank you so much for the interview and the translation. And back to you guys.
Thank you once again, Laura. Another fantastic interview. Two things. Robo is infectiously happy to listen to. Watching him animate, not understanding a single word he says, I'm just like transfixed. Also, as a shout out, Arthur, your outfit is banging. That's a seriously
damn right it is.
Suit. Anyways, let's turn our attention back to the game, okay? Great victory here for Loud. Sets up the rematch once again that we saw at MSI. From what I can remember at this point in time, it was pretty one-sided. I think they got obliterated at MSI. What I think, more importantly, I want to ask the two of you, based on what you've seen today, both teams are the 2-0, both teams winning in different ways.
Yeah.
What do you expect, you know, when you look at them facing off against one another?
I mean, as much as I had faith in Loud today, that was faith against GAM. I don't have a lot of faith for them going up against PSG. Right? Now, I think, and this is the best case scenario you will get out of this series, if the same pace they played with in Game 1 goes up against the same pace that PSG played with in Game 1, then it's going to be a really exciting series. Because I would say that Loud had a really good high-tempo gameplay in their first game, and PSG Talent had a very slow tempo in their first game. So if PSG Talent starts out slow, and Loud has a habit of doing it fast, then that first game could actually be really monumental.
The matchup I'm looking at is Robo versus Aja. I think that Aja is such a good top laner. He kind of gets put on an island at times, gonna put on weak side, but he always shines through. The fans are just amazing. And
is that?
That's Luffy, yeah.
Luffy, there we go.
So amazing, man. So, you were right. He's infectious. The fans are infectious. Whenever you see Loud on the stage, any CBLOL team on the stage, you just can't help but smile. But I do think what he has said in his interview constantly about the evolution of the teams, he's focusing more on his team, himself. Like, sure, going up against PSG, they got slaughtered last time, but hopefully the team really feels good. I think their bot lane's only gotten stronger. I think their overall team fighting looks good. I just want to see him in his solo lane not drop too far behind. That's the only thing that I'm concerned about.
All right, final thoughts before we round out the day, GB. Anything to add?
I agree with him. There we go. I like the sound of that.
Do not forget that we are back tomorrow with 2 more best of 3s. It's Flying Oysters taking on DFM, as well as Team BDS taking on Team Wales. The ocean thing, not the country. You'll understand. Tune in tomorrow to watch it. That does it from us here on Day 1 of Worlds 2023. Remember, we'll be back same place, same time for more League of Legends and your World Championship. Good night. Goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow.
So easy being an analyst.
Good play. And Audi are waiting in the wings as well, so we'll just back away.
Oh, interruption. There's still a flash and a cataclysm for Junja, but I think he's just... Oh, the nice little bit of movement. Had himself the Gore Drinker for extra healing, but gets taken down, heartbroken. Now you can see a fight on 2 fronts. They are getting damage down. Bong still keeping himself alive. Nicely done with the Pop Blossom, though.
They kind of know this.
Yeah, they kind of know it. They are going to be able to kind of move themselves away. Bit of Spider-Manning. They will get the double knock-up, but a route underneath the tower is not ideal. Seo gets crashed backwards. Not quite able to get the route. Oh, there's going to be a TP straight away. They're tanking the turret straight off it. The shockwave does come down, but it's just too easy. I've seen this one before. I've seen this one before on the other side of the map. I know how this movie ends. But this time, Miru was also going to go for a shockwave, comes in just to delay him.
Yeah, call it the Canadian, the Maple Tree, going absolutely insane on this one with the picks that they're finding on the top side.
4v5, and PSG are burning them down. Wacko goes forward, and they're all being taken out.
We wait Rack or we
I think you just wait to know. You guys win, you can go. Oh, nice route.
Now going a bit aggressive on that top side. Still a bit of damage here, but yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the Renekton really wants this one here. And a flash forward, he gets overheated, he has enough damage! Finally, here they go. There's Slater with the stopwatch.
We kill top, we kill top.
Oh, this in mid.
Oh, nice.
Okay. We don't have knock ult for Herald. Oh, I'm behind Ari.
Ari Norte. Has flash, I think.
We can kill.
We kill Ari, don't need
Okay, Kai'Sa mid, guys. Kai'Sa mid. Nice.
Slater does get the stopwatch off finally. They're jumping onto Root, but Root has a stopwatch of his own. Catty goes down to Robo on the backside of this one. Immediately turns his target onto the other carry of GAM, and Shubby has to slice him down. He was the featured matchup. He was the man we looked to be the king, and he is doing just that. A triple kill for Robo as the CB LoL roar into the World Championship.
Y'all tryna eat. I'm tryna feast. Y'all tryna eat. I'm tryna feast. You know what? That know I'm a little bit. Me when I'm nice, see what you get when I'm untamed. In reality, on tape, I'm the same. Terry got the mic, so I keep that Range Rover for my mama. Roger that my mama told me don't you cry over no spill meal. Yell me 8-8, tryna mac kiss meal. Shout out to the homies that be keeping it real. Who that look like they low? All my friends left me last year. I drove all the way here, we out here for a feast. Put that minus touch on me.
saying God, every season you just lay and play. Saying got the fool on bleed. Every season you just lay. All you spend them money. All them